I live in a haunted house in Canton, Connecticut. The house was built in the early 60s by a man who never married and devoted his time to creating these beautiful gardens that surrounded the property. Certain features make this house very unique. You cross running water to reach the house. There's a stone circle in the woods near the property, and the house sits in the center of a large clearing surrounded by trees. Steve died in the late 80s to early 90s. He had no immediate family, and he was dead in the house for a few days before anyone found him. The house was vacant for about a year. It had 2 owners in very quick succession, and then my fiance bought it in 1997. Shortly after he moved in, it became very clear that Steve was still around. He still regards Pond House, our name for the place, as his. One night, after beginning the first major renovation project, Don, my fiance, was in bed and felt someone push him. One morning, I was getting ready for work when he called very early to ask me if I'd come over to the place the night before. I said no. I'd been home all evening and asked him why he thought so, and he said he'd been asleep on the couch when he heard footsteps coming up the steps and someone who sounded like me calling his name. He was so sure it was me, he waited for me to come and say hi, and when I didn't, he searched the house looking for me. No one was there. A few weeks later, I experienced the same thing, except I was already in bed, and Don had fallen asleep on the couch that evening watching TV. As I was snuggling down to sleep, I heard a voice that sounded like Don call my name. I also heard Don snoring. I sat up and said, "Cut that out. It doesn't work when you can hear the person snoring too." Another night, I woke up in the middle of the night and heard what sounded like a baseball game on TV. Again, I thought Don had fallen asleep with the TV on, until I looked over, saw it was 2 a.m., and that Don was asleep next to me. I also realized it was the middle of January, and even on cable, baseball in January is pretty rare. Another thing, Don never leaves the TV on. He turns it off when he comes to bed. Now that I live here too, I've seen a lot of movement out of the corner of my eye. My son has seen orbs float around his room. My middle daughter has photographed orbs. Don's daughter has seen a man around the property. There's a lot of activity that happens in the property itself, and Steve doesn't much change even now. But he and we seem to have reached an amicable agreement. Thanks for reading. Hi, my name is Amber, and I've written a few of my experiences down for you before. This one is one that my mother told me about last night. This story happened a few days ago. Now for a little background. My mother lives in a small town in Washington State called Goldendale. She lives just outside the town itself in a new mobile home that she rents from my husband's recruiter and his wife. My younger brother and his girlfriend and their son are staying with her for a while. Her health isn't great. My nephew is 4 years old. He is central to this story. They are the only 4 people in the house. The other night, my mother, brother, his girlfriend, and their son were in the living room watching TV after dinner. My nephew was sitting on the floor in the front room, coloring. He glanced up into the kitchen, then back down to his coloring book, and quite casually asked my brother, "Daddy, who is the little girl in the kitchen doing the dishes?" My brother jumped up and ran into the kitchen, knowing that no one else was supposed to be in the house, and my mother also went and looked. They didn't find anything, of course. Now keep in mind that my nephew wasn't at all frightened. He was totally nonchalant about it. So they asked him what he saw. He told them that the little girl had dark hair and a white dress on. He told them her name and that she was sad and crying. They asked him why, and he told them it was because her daddy had killed her mother. They asked him where she went, and he told him that she flew into Grandma's bedroom. My mother and brother were mystified. I told her I wouldn't worry too much about it, that my nephew wasn't frightened, and that whatever it was didn't hurt anyone, so it should be okay, but that she needed to research the land and ask the owners about the mobile home. Try to find out if there were any double murders close to the area, in the house itself. I personally think that the little girl was murdered at the same time as her mother, and maybe doesn't even realize it. Poor thing. Thanks for reading. This is my second story, of many more to come, that I am submitting. On January 2nd, 2004, at 6 a.m., the alarm clock went off, and my wife needed to get up for work. I was off that day, and did not need to get up. Well, to go back for a second, I need to add that on New Year's Eve, we got a new dog. He was about a year old when we got him, and he weighed about 100 pounds, and had some pretty good height on him. So, with that out of the way, my wife and I laid in bed and talked for about 10 or 15 minutes before she got up. She then got out of bed and went downstairs to take the dog outside before she showered. I laid awake in bed for some time because it was hard for me to fall asleep because I have some disorders, insomnia, and sleep apnea. So I rolled over to my stomach and partially on my right side, and was basically laying with my head on my right arm that was extended out under the pillow. As I was lying there wide awake, I heard a noise like someone had entered the bedroom. I lifted my head and looked towards the door, but no one was there. But as I went to put my head back down on the pillow, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I thought that maybe the dog had come back into the room, so I looked again, and nothing. I put my head back on the pillow and lay there for about another 30 seconds when I felt something lightly grab my wrist of my right arm. Before I could act, something just pounced on me. The force of pressure was just intense, with most of the pressure being on the part of my shoulders and the back of my neck. The thing that grabbed my wrist also intensified, leaving me unable to move. I was pinned down for about 10 seconds, which seemed a lot longer at the time. Now, I'm a big guy, weighing at 285 pounds, built like a football player, and I was not able to move a muscle. As this weight lifted off of me, I spun around in bed to find nothing there. I got up and ran down the stairs. As I got to the bottom step, my wife was coming out of the bathroom, and she looked at me and seen something was wrong and asked me what happened. And I told her I got pinned down in bed, and she got freaked out. I mean, that she got so freaked out that she left for work early. So for the next month, I really couldn't stop wondering if whatever it was going to return, and still more experiences are to come. Thanks for reading. I used to work at Clemens Unit, a medium security prison in Brazzarona, Texas. I started in 1999 and quickly heard of the past. There was an inmate cemetery across the street from Highway 36, which was the main drag through the town. Only markers remain, with numbers there, but I wanted to explain about while I was living next door to the grounds. A trailer park was there on the property line. Some cool foggy nights, as you would look through the tree lines towards the prison, you could see dark figures walking through the trees. On closer observation, you could notice them walking the fields. Host squad, as they called it. My wife was on the phone one night, talking to one of her friends, and freaked out over seeing these images. The next work shift, I explained what we experienced to one of the sergeants, and he said that a lot of death and bad things of the past all over the property was present. I really believe that now, because starting about late 2000, I noticed a lot more things happening at the prison. Okay, the history lesson of this place starts in 1890. An inmate was brutally murdered in the original building, which housed 6 40 to 63 man tanks. We never knew why he was killed, but the inmates started describing an older black man, an original black and white striped shirt pants combo, walking around in the old stage area. Also, among the tanks, he would also be present during the 12 to 2 a.m. time. I personally saw him in the old kitchen area a few times, and also through the back hall area. He would just walk past me, smoking I think, and walking towards the outdoors. Sometimes, I would go with the inmate up to the upper tanks, by the law library, to the storage stage room, and always feel cold chills, warm spots, and even Gus, as we called him, walking around from one end of the stage to the other in 2002. I was called upon by some inmates as I worked the tanks that night to help an inmate in the toilet area. Come to find out that he was having a massive heart attack, and as my sergeant and I were helping him to get on the gurney, he literally died in my arms. After that, Gus came around a lot more frequently. Even if Gus wasn't there, things started to happen anyway. Black images floating around among inmates at night, the smell of rotting flesh in certain parts of tank number 3. It really got bad for a while. A lesson that can be taken away from this story is that if you want to work in a prison, be ready for haunts, ghosts, spirits, and other bumps and smells along the way. Barcelona County, Texas, is especially haunted because of its juicy past. If you like what you read in here, please visit the County of Ghosts in Texas. I know that your site already has the rave, located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, listed as one of the buildings in your haunted places index, but I honestly believe that the building right next door to it should be listed too. The building is named the Sheridan, and it's one of those very old buildings that used to be a hotel. It feels as if you traveled back to the 1950s every time you entered it. There is even one of those elevators that is built something like a cage and has a wooden panel you have to slide back to get to. The apartments even have fuse boxes and those lock boxes in the kitchen cabinet that used to be used to store packages that were delivered from the mail carrier. Anyway, moving on with the subject, I just moved into this building like 2 weeks ago. I went into the rental office during my lunch break on a Monday morning and paid my security deposit for it and received my keys. The whole thing only took like a half an hour, and I still had a half an hour to waste for lunch, so I decided to go over and check out my new home. Usually, people do this before they pay for an apartment or home, but to be honest, I had to hurry up and move into a cheaper apartment. Money is tight, and I didn't care what apartment looked like, just as long as I could get a decrease in rent before it was too late. So, that being said, I just took the first apartment available. I walked into the building and went to the second floor, where my apartment was, and was about to put the key into the door, but I swear I began feeling very, very strange, standing at the door of this apartment. Thinking back on it, I feel kind of retarded, because I really had no reason to have any sense of foreboding, but it was there anyway. I mean, I stood there at the door with my key inside of the lock, but something kept telling me not to turn that key, and while I was standing there, I kept feeling eyes on me. I started to laugh at myself, but then I actually heard something, or maybe someone moving inside of the apartment. At this point, I didn't think anything was funny anymore. I just took my key out of the door and left the building. I still haven't moved in because I'm kind of nervous about going back there alone. I haven't even been back to visit the apartment without someone with me, but I know eventually I'll have to move into the apartment. I paid for it and signed a lease, god dang. I don't know, maybe I'm just really dumb right now, but I'm really convinced that something is not right with that apartment. I haven't said anything to anyone though, because I don't want them to think I'm a superstitious fool. Hi, I've never written about this, but when I was 16, I had an unbelievable event happen to me. Over my childhood years, I've felt that I've been visited by deceased family members, especially right after they have passed on. I have had them touch my hair, visit me in dreams, and just feel them there. I've always been a light sleeper. Well, around 3 to 4 a.m. on a weeknight, when my entire family was asleep, I was awakened by a dark shadow standing in front of me. I was terrified and couldn't move. It was black, but somehow transparent. It kept looking at me, then quickly started to move back and forth, almost floating. It then ran up to me, then ran down the hall, and slammed the bathroom door shut. Maybe it had to go. Anyway, I finally had the courage to yell for my parents and had them look around the house. Even today, nearly 15 years later, I still have shadows following me upstairs, every night. Another time, I was 6 months pregnant with my daughter. I was up late one night, crying very hard about a decision I had to make. I always prayed to myself at night. On that particular night, I said out loud, "Mom and Pop, if you can hear me, please show me a sign that you understand how I feel." At that moment, my blinds shot up on their own. I was shocked. That never happens. I never met my mother-in-law, whom I called out to, but I knew Pop. I just hoped they understood and agreed with the decision that I made. A few years back, my grandfather was dying of cancer. I was supposed to go and see him for the last time the very next day. I prayed for him and told God and Grandpa that it would be okay to leave and that I would understand. The next day, he was gone. I know in my heart of hearts that ghosts exist, some good and some bad. But I would like to think that they are there to reassure us and be there when we need them the most. Thanks for listening. I'm a 30-year-old male living in Fort McMurray, Alberta. I'm a manager of a rental company, and here's my story. On October 12, 2005, my nephew and I were playing video games on our Sony PlayStation. Meanwhile, my 18-month daughter was playing in our dining room area with her toys. Being tuned into the game, we were not paying too much attention to what she was doing. Suddenly, she would stop, come into the living room, and say, "It is scary, Daddy." Not thinking anything of it, we continued to play our game, and she went on playing. This then happened again, a second, then a third time. This time, I watched her to see what she was doing. She would run into the dining room area and say boo, then turn around into the living room area and say it's scary, then giggle. This happened about 6 or 7 times. We started to get a little freaked out, so I started to ask her what is scary, and she would reply it's scary every time I asked her. Getting nowhere, I then asked her to show me what was scary. She then led me and my nephew around the kitchen table, crouched down to the ground, and physically tried to pick something up from the floor. I asked her 3 more times to show me, and each time she would take me to the same spot and try to pick something up. We then moved to the living room to try and clear our heads to figure this out. Meanwhile, my daughter had gone into the dining room area again and started to look around the table to say boo and start giggling hard. This went on for about 15 minutes with her following something around the table, playing with it. Overall, this went on for about an hour and a half. Since then, about 2 or 3 days in the evenings, my daughter would have what I would call episodes of varying severity and length of her, seeing her playing with something in the apartment that always is in the kitchen or dining room area. Over the last 2 months, my daughter has been having more and more nightmares waking her up. I've noticed this since being aware that usually these episodes occur after waking up and after being up for 1 to 2 hours. I talked to a doctor about the nightmares, and he said it is very unusual for a child that young to experience nightmares causing her to wake up and stay awake. So, I'm wondering if it is the nightmares at all, or if it is something else keeping her up in the night, wanting to play. On October 1st, 2005, we moved out of the apartment, not due to related problems, but due to a nicer property becoming available. Last night, October 7th, 2005, I was in the apartment again with my nephew, trying to clean up and to get a few more things, since we have until the end of the month. I was walking to the bedroom and glanced in the bathroom. As I was walking by, in the mirror, looking at me, I saw a young girl, 10 to 13 years old. I stopped in my tracks, looked for what seemed several seconds, got a very good look, and then she was gone. She had long, dirty blonde hair, but what was very strange was that there was gray hair mixed in with blood. She had very high cheekbones, a thin face with a narrow chin, and thin lips. Her eyes were large for her face, and the colored part of the eyes were black. I remember this the most because she was staring directly into my eyes. She was very thin and was wearing a faded summer dress with very large 5-petal flowers on it. Her skin was dark and gray and had what looked like age wrinkles on her face, but I could tell it was a young girl. She looked like she had been there for a very long time. At this point, I had kind of lost it and headed for the front door. My nephew asked what was going on, and I told him I was getting the fuck out of there. I calmed down and refused to let my fears take over. I mean, heck, she has been there for this long and has not hurt anyone. So, we finished what we were doing, and I started to load the truck. While I was downstairs, the nephew said it felt like someone was watching everything he was doing in this apartment. I, being a person that does not like horror films and do not watch them, cannot attribute this to my imagination because I've never seen anything like this in any movie or picture, and there's no doubt in my mind what I saw. At this point, my concern is this. I've heard that spirits can become attached to individuals and or material things. What can I try to do to try and prevent this from happening with my daughter or our belongings? Frankly, she can stay where she is for all I care. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I had frightening experiences with ghosts. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic someone's watching me feeling. I always blamed it on me, being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallways to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed, she saw a light blue, glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night my two sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware of where I was hiding, they stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard my younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign?" The stop sign is located next to the gate. After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused. It was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw in my bed and the ghost she saw on the stop sign both looked exactly like me. Possible doppelganger? I don't know. It all began around the 1st of June, this very year. This incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's house. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 1998, and I didn't know that these last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I'd spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and had felt like I actually gotten a little closer to them both, but especially my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother. Unfortunately, she informed us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital. We went back to our grandmother's home, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings, and I would feel light touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattled and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Objects would fall from midair, such as paper, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast, and so fast in fact, I could feel a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, and money to name a few. Usually the belongings that I would use around the house a lot. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things that humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I had sound sleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit, He was shadow-like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving in my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else, that he would approach me. I had never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that nobody would believe me, or even listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted whenever I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I had said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking fast, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience. And it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with, before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little qualm. I felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping in the living room sofa that I felt appeased. Albeit, this has not been my first experience. Ever since I was the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were many rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away, someone that used to stay in the master bedroom. So, my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife, on a trip to California, got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am, even to this day. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. Hello. I have a lot of experiences to share. I've been told that I'm more in tune with the spiritual world, and that's why a lot of stuff happens to me. Anyways, I'll just share some that I can remember. One night, my friend Amanda was having a sleepover with 3 other girls, and someone brought along a Ouija to play. We were playing and having fun because it was spooky. After that, we went to sleep at about 12, and we slept on a trundle that came out of the couch. We were the only ones in the house because her mom was out. Anyways, I woke up and shook everyone awake because I had a bad feeling, and I heard the closet door slamming all night. It was pitch black, so I told for my friend to turn on the light. She did, but it blew out. She tried it again, but it blew out once more. I thought bulbs can only blow out once. We were really scared, and we saw this black mass approaching us and closing in on us. We jumped up and all ran out of the house. We were really spooked and didn't go back inside for like 2 hours. One time, when I was about 7, I'd been staying at my grandparents' house for Easter vacation. I'd got up to sleep in this one room, but for some reason, I didn't like it. Well, one night, I woke up because I felt someone watching me. There's a door that leads to my room, and right next to it is a door that leads to the backyard. I sat up in bed, and right in front of the back door was this figure. It was about 6 foot, and they appeared to have armor on. I was afraid because I knew it was bad, but I wasn't able to run away because the door to get out of the room was right next to where the spirit was. I just looked at it, and it wouldn't let me go. Finally, after like 2 minutes, it faded away, and I ran out of the room and refused to sleep in there again. Another time, at my mom's house, I was home alone, and I was watching TV in the living room. I heard the bath water running, and so I ran to the bathroom to turn it off. I thought it must have been loose or something, so I tightened it. I closed the door and resumed watching TV again. It somehow turned on again, so I tightened it again. This continued on for another 4 times, and I still didn't know what it was. In my dad's house, an old lady supposedly died there. I never sleep with the light off because I like to be able to see who and what is in my room. Anyways, I always get knocks on my door, even though it's open, and one night, I felt like someone was sitting on my chest while I was sleeping. My older sister seems to get bugged more. Someone tickles her feet, pokes the bottom of her mattress while she's sleeping, and breathes behind her when she's on the computer. In this same house, in my bedroom, I hung this picture about 6 inches across and 3 inches wide of this rapper Dr. Dre on my wall. The next day, there were scratches that had torn through the picture, although it was still on the wall. This freaked me out because I was the only one visiting my dad that weekend, and he doesn't have any pets. I put tape over it just to cheaply laminate it and see if she could or would scratch it again. The morning after that, I was surprised to find it scratched again. It freaked me out, but I left the picture there. I don't think she likes rap very much, and I think she and they take and hide things. These may not sound scary, but when they happen to you, it is. I have many more, but I can't remember anyone right now. Thanks for listening, and I'm sorry it was so long. Hello, my name is Annie, and I live in Southern California, just outside of Los Angeles. I've been reading over the stories posted here, and they sound a lot like my own story. First of all, my mom, oldest brother, and myself all have some degree of ESP, which I think makes us sensitive to paranormal activity, and might even attract spirits to us. I'm sure my house has been haunted ever since I was a baby, and here's what happened. In 1979, the year before I was born, my parents and 2 older brothers moved into a brand new house. My mom said the second day in that house, she knew weird things were going on. Footsteps, voices, odd sounds, things like that. All she knew was that our house and all the others in the street were built on farmland. It seemed that strange things would happen in our house for a few days, and then would stop, but then the neighbor would complain of odd things in our house. It seemed like the ghost was going up and down the block to all the houses. I was born in 1980, and ever since I can remember, I've noticed strange things myself. I would hear heavy footsteps downstairs when everyone was asleep upstairs. Sometimes, I would hear chairs dragging across the floor, pots and pans banging, things like that. One day, when I was about 5 years old, I heard a woman's voice call my name from the 2nd-story window, although my mom was making dinner in the downstairs kitchen. My 2 older brothers would constantly ask my mom, "Who was that lady in the white nightgown that was walking in the hallway last night?" Sometime later, a child spirit came to our house also. He liked to go running up the stairs in the middle of the night and generally cause mischief, like hiding things and moving objects around. His footsteps sounded like a toddler scuffing around in a sleeper jumpsuit. My mom confronted the ghost lady one time, and all the ghost said was that I love your baby. I only remember seeing the ghost only once, when I was 14, as a dark shadowy figure moving down the staircase. My best friend even witnessed the curtains in my room swinging back and forth rapidly when the window and door were shut tight, and I was awoken one night with my bed shaking pretty hard. In 1999, we moved to another house across town, and either the ghost followed us or there's other spirits here anyways. The first night here, I watched a book move itself from the middle of a table and fall onto the floor. Every night in my new room, just after I shut off the lights to go to bed, my bedroom door would open. I'd hear some footsteps on the carpet, my guinea pigs would squeal, and then the entity would leave my room and shut the door again. My mom has seen her many times. She's an elderly lady named Helen that often goes out the large window in the den. Sometimes I felt cold spots in the house, usually in the hallway by the bedrooms. My younger brother, sister, and myself all feel like somebody is watching us if we stay up late at night. My sister says that sometimes a light fixture on the ceiling in her room will swing back and forth by itself. Oh, and sometimes my TV, stereo, and VCR will flip on and off when nobody is around. Here's another creepy event. I have a rabbit that lives in the den, and she begs for food whenever humans walk into the room. A few days ago, I was watching TV in the den, and the rabbit ran to the edge of the carpet, turned around, and stood on her hind legs, begging for food at thin air. She ran into the middle of the room and did the same thing again. Finally, she ran to the other side of the room and begged some more, and then she sat, looking at that part of the room for a while, with her ears turned forward in an alert manner. I've heard that dogs and cats are sensitive to spirits, and I guess my rabbit is too. By the way, I've had several dogs in my house that I've watched for neighbors and family for a few days at a time, and each one has done that stare at the empty corner and bark thing. Since my schedule is usually different than everyone else's here, I often get home very late at night when everyone else is asleep. There is always a light on in front of the house, and when I come home, I always see a dark outline or figure of Helen standing in the window, as if our friendly spirit is waiting up for me. So when I walk in the door to say, "I'm home, thanks for waiting for me," I get the feeling around me that all is well. Sometimes her spirit plays pranks on us, such as hiding my makeup, and I'll find my lipstick a week later, perhaps under the sink or in my mom's china hutch. A few times she comes up behind me and tugs on my ponytail, and when I turn around, nobody is there. I often feel someone touching my hair too. We also get other spirits passing through, such as the male ghost dressed like a lumberjack that my mom only saw once in the backyard, or another entity with heavy footsteps that whistles in the kitchen once in a while. Right now, I don't mind living with a friendly spirit or two. I think it's kinda nice to know that somebody is waiting for me every night. Helen has never caused us any problems, besides the occasional, uneasy being watched feeling, a few pranks, a flowery perfume scent that's in the house some days, and the usual disembodied voice calling from another room. I've never felt threatened or sensed evil, so she is welcome to stay. If anyone else has a friendly spirit around, feel free to email me. I've had a few ghostly experiences in my life so far. Most are probably my overactive imagination. The incident I experienced in Columbus, Ohio was as real as it can get. I went to college at Columbus College of Art and Design in Columbus, Ohio. There were plenty of stories going around that the freshman dorms were haunted. CCAD is known as being a very fast-paced, highly stressed school, and that many of the ghosts are past students who killed themselves because their already sensitive dispositions couldn't handle the pressure. I never really gave any credence to these stories until I experienced something that I still can't explain today. I lived on the 3rd floor of the dorms and shared my room with 3 other girls. 2 girls slept on one side of the room, and I shared my room with Rose on the other side. A kitchenette and dining area with the main door leading to the hall separated the two. One night, I was sleeping and my roommate Rose left to go visit her boyfriend in his room. It's co-ed dorms. I slept without incident until sometime around 9:30. I awoke to the sound of someone entering our room through the main door, coming into the bedroom, and rifling through papers and things by Rose's side of the room. Thinking that Rose had come back to get something, I said, "Hi Rose, you forget something?" but got no answer. The moving of papers continued, and I called out another greeting to Rose, and still got no response. Finally, I turned my head to look at her and ask her what her problem was. I thought she wasn't answering me on purpose, but no one was there. Plus, the shifting of papers stopped, and everything fell off of Rose's desk and onto the floor. I got up and ran out into the commons area to ask if anyone had seen someone come in or out of the room. No one had. Then I went down to Rose's boyfriend's room and asked Rose if she had come upstairs. She swore to me that she had been in her man's room ever since she had left upstairs. I really can't remember which room it was, but if you're on the 3rd floor facing the elevator, the room is the 2nd room on your right hand side. Once you're in the room, it's the bedroom to your left. Another quick incident. Not long after that, I was taking a nap by myself in the room. Just as I was falling asleep, someone pushed me out of bed. Most people that I told this about just said I fell out of bed. However, I swear that I felt someone push me on my back and I hit the floor a decent distance away from the side of my bed. Since then, it's been 5 years since I lived in those dorms, and I haven't had any paranormal instances since. Thanks. This happened while I was about 10 years old or so, but to this day, I can never forget it. It was summertime, and summers in India are so hot. My cousin had to come spend the holiday with me. I was wearing a short top with a pair of shorts, and I was still feeling incredibly warm. Since my bedroom was not big enough for all of my cousins, 9 of us, we spread mattresses in the living room next to the kitchen and slept there. I was not able to sleep at all. My parents have also decided to call it a night and were in their room. There was absolute silence in the house. Suddenly, almost out of nowhere, on that hot night, an ice-cold jet of air rushed past me, making me throw my blankets on, but within seconds, it was gone. I forgot about it and went back to trying to go to sleep, but I was disturbed by the sounds from the kitchen. They were the most odd sounds to hear at night. The clatter of vessels, or pouring of water or juice. It sounded almost as if someone was cooking a meal right in our kitchen. It then occurred to me that if a meal was being cooked, who was cooking it? I could not understand this, and since I was afraid to go in the kitchen, I called out to my mother. I heard the sounds of vessels being dropped, and the cold jet of air passed by once again. Within seconds, it was gone. I could not sleep that night for many nights afterwards, even though I've never heard anything after that night. To this day, I've not told anyone about it, and have never clearly explained it to myself. I was reading your site around Halloween, and noticed Green Man, and instantly knew what the reference was. I had heard this story dozens of times by my dad who visited Raymond. Then, I realized the legend was not correct. The legend states that late at night, you could witness a ghost wandering around the tunnels and bridges around town. There have been numerous reports over the years of a man with a green face walking after hours. He is known as the Green Man. This is because when people have seen this figure, the apparition has a terrifying green face as he floats by the local tunnels and bridges of the area. The real version is extremely depressing, but the real version in the least. The horrible accident occurred in Evans City. Raymond, unsure of the last name, and his older brother were flying a kite near some electrical wires next to a tree. The kite got stuck, and Raymond followed his brother up the tree to retrieve it. When Raymond's brother grabbed the kite, both brothers got electrocuted. Raymond's brother was killed, and Raymond was severely burned. He was extremely disfigured, and it was extremely hard for him to walk because of the accident. The residents of Evans City collected nearly $30,000 for the boy for his care. His older sister and her boyfriend ran off with the money, leaving Raymond without the money he needed to get well. From then on, the townspeople took him under their wing and took care of him the best they could, but without the funds to do it. My dad's grandmother, who lived in Suiki, told my dad and his brothers and sisters the story of the Green Man when they went to visit her. Raymond, now an adult, walks down the road to and from the tunnel every night. The sun would hurt his eyes, since it only had a thin sheath of skin to cover them, so he did not go out in the daylight. He could barely walk, but did so every night regardless. People from all over came to bring him money, gum, and cigarettes, even while he was on his nightly walks to the tunnel and back home. The Green Man came from the color his skin looked when the headlights would hit him. He had been charred so badly, he was gray, so the headlights actually made him look a greenish-gray color. Unfortunately, my dad couldn't confirm this because he is colorblind. Raymond had a hole for a mouth, no nose except for a hole, and holes for ears. My great-grandpa and my Uncle Carl, then a teen, got out and handed Raymond a pack of Lucky Strikes and a pack of gum. Raymond talked to them for a bit, though you could barely understand what Raymond was saying. Behind my great-grandma's car were many more cars, waiting to see Raymond, as there were more every night. At this point, Raymond was a bit of a celebrity. Raymond was watched by the town and the police, and he never had any trouble with the visitors. My family left, and the next car pulled up to visit. My dad recalls hearing of Raymond's passing some years later. Must have been about 1985. The interesting aspect of the story is that years after Raymond's demise, I've had friends who have passed by the tunnels and have noticed gray mists, orbs, and other strange phenomena, where that they witnessed phenomena near the very same tunnels that Raymond used to frequent. One of my friends is a non-believer and a true skeptic of the paranormal, and he had experience where he saw the Green Man years after his death. Just like the story, he shined his headlights as he was driving through the tunnel and nearly wrecked his car. He thought that he had saw a man wandering around who appeared to have a green face. He appeared so quickly that my friend had little time to react. His car came to a complete halt, but there was nobody in sight. Whether Raymond haunts the road and tunnel, I don't know. However, I'd like to believe that the legend is now true, after the experiences that my friends have had. A little ironic, but fascinating, nevertheless. These experiences all occurred at my grandmother's house, which is called Gwynmick Manor. Although the house isn't very big, it's around 200 years old. All my dad's family have lived there, and my grandmother now lives there alone. There have been many different events, things such as footsteps, dogs barking at something unseen, and the shower being turned on and off, or just a few minor things. One time, my uncle fell asleep in the kitchen at night, and the door he was sleeping next to was flung open, waking him up, even though there was no draft, and it was an airless night. The same uncle also had experiences as a young child. When he was younger, he would hear footsteps from outside his window late at night, as though someone was walking hurriedly over gravel. At the same time, you would see two big black dogs sitting by his bed. Another time my grandma was walking upstairs with some laundry when she dropped something and bent down to pick it up. As she was retrieving it, she saw a pair of shoes on the steps in front of her, as real as a human's. She looked up and saw a long skirt and the start of a shirt, and then the figure disappeared. My grandma swears to this day that the story is true, and says although she didn't feel threatened, she certainly wonders who this woman is. There was no one else in the house at the time, and the stairs are curved, so if someone had walked down them, you would have seen. Most recently, my sister and I were in the corridor opposite the dining room, which is locked when it's not in use. There is a key on the outside of the door. We were standing there talking when the key started to move, as if someone was trying to get out from inside. We thought maybe someone was in there at first, but then we remembered that the key had been moving from our side of the door. Most recently, we were sitting on the lawn whilst my dad and uncle played badminton on the court behind us. The garden is raised almost on a hilltop, with steps leading up to it, so the grass we were sitting on was in line with the upstairs bedroom window, if that makes sense. We were facing the window, talking, and looking in at my grandmother's two dogs, who could have been sitting on her bed. My grandma had gone out shopping and had left her dogs shut in her bedroom. First, we saw one of the dogs start barking urgently at something in the far corner, which was out of sight from us. This continued, and the dog then jumped onto the bed again and started barking directly at us. We thought this was strange, but what happened next couldn't be explained. A white mist, almost in the form of a hand, passed over the dog's head, as though it were stroking her. She then stopped barking. We both looked at each other in horror, knowing that we both had seen the same thing. There was no sunlight that could have reflected through the windows, and I honestly can't think of another explanation for the hand we had seen. I still feel scared when I go into the house. January 1999. I'd been working for an American company in Evesham in the UK. The company was based in a small industrial estate called Briar Close End East. On the edge of this estate is a small pub called the Oddfellow Arms. We all used to go to this pub now and then for a quick pint of a lunchtime. I personally used to have a pint, perhaps once or twice a week there. Anyway, as you go in on a fairly regular basis, you tend to get to know some of the locals. There was one couple in particular that the story is about. They were an old couple. He was an ex-counselor and had to use a frame to walk with. He was always with his wife. She used to drive him everywhere. Obviously, he couldn't get anywhere without her assistance. It was just after the Christmas break, first week back at work in January. I decided to go for a sandwich and a drink at the pub. Funny thing was, I noticed that this chap was on his own, sat in the corner. He tipped his glass to me as usual, to acknowledge me. I thought no more about it. Later that day, I spoke to my warehouse manager. He frequented the pub on a more frequent basis and knew all the regulars by name. So, I mentioned to him how odd it was that the old guy was on his own. Astonished, he replied, "That's impossible. The old guy had died over Christmas." I have never forgotten this. In some people, including my wife, have told me I must be mistaken, but I know what I saw, and I know when I saw him. For all those people who know the Oddfellows Arms Evesham, perhaps some of you may remember this chap and his wife that frequented the pub, or maybe someone else had seen him too. I'm recently going to a neighboring school by this house, and have visited it frequently. I never get a safe feeling while in there, and recently, we found a mutilated animal, not like it was feasted on, but just torn apart, and left in front of the house, maybe for some sort of omen, or a warning. The body was ripped to shreds, and its skin on the hands were ripped off, just showing its appendages. Later, we found the skull of the animal adjacent to it, and we noticed the jaw was removed, but the skull itself was in a very clean fashion. No blood or guts or any kind of fluids, not even dirt marks. The skull almost looked like it had been washed. That not being the strangest thing, I have a friend of mine who is a female who is as well as extremely interested in the paranormal, and she has recently gone to the house, and the first encounter dealt with her and her best friend going into the house and just walking around. The problem was that they did not even get to enter into the house. Right before stepping on the yard, the house is surrounded by large bushes. They heard a sound coming from one. Other times that I've been with her, we swore we heard footsteps beside us in the bushes, as if being watched. Her best friend saw a shadow and became very frightened and began to flee. My friend was not as scared and refused, and her being the determined person that she is, continued to go forth. The sound was continuing this whole time. Her friend left sprinting, and so just to be a good friend, she decided to go catch up. She was not running so fast, and in her light jog, she turned around and noticed a woman with bright blonde hair, this being the only thing sticking out, chasing after them, and even got off the yard and continued in the pursuit. When seeing this, my friend began to run even faster and eventually ran to the church where they parked their car. She called me while this was happening, I guess to help us believe, and also she knew I was very interested, and I could hear the fear in her voice. When she returned, she told us the story, and one of the girls who was a local asked about what she had saw, and when she said the thing chasing them had long blonde hair, the local freaked and admitted that the woman who was murdered did in fact have long blonde hair. This scared and excited all of us because my friend who was chased had no idea how the woman looked or anything of that sort. Not being enough for us, we decided to go back with another group of kids who swear they know much about demons. We weren't allowed to go on because the demon group refused to get on because they swore they could just feel the evil. Well, they went back, and we ended up going another day with other friends. We just heard small sounds and footsteps. Other friends' stories deal with the chair in the living room that has two missing legs would be dragged across the living room. But one day, my friend, being the brave girl that she is, went into the house by herself one night, and she was walking around and really did not notice anything. She made a comment expressing how upset she was that nothing was happening, and a few minutes later, she heard a high-pitched shriek, and right then she was pushed, what she guessed to be about 4 feet, and pinned to the wall. She stumbled out of the house, and when she got home, her best friend noticed the scratches on her forehead. She still has them right now. This incident is very recent. That same night, her friend later called me saying that she had fallen asleep and was not responding,
and that she was breathing normally, but her body was extremely cold. We haven't gone back yet, but we noticed that activity is much higher when fewer numbers are around. I look forward to giving you updates. Also, I'm from McAllen, Texas, and there's a building in that area that is rumored to be haunted. There's this building, and it is extremely haunted on the 3rd floor. I'll go ahead and check that out as well, and I'll give you an update as soon as possible. My name is Andrew Pierce, and I'm a local ghost hunter here in Warwick, Rhode Island. Having experience in paranormal investigation helps every time I tell my story, because living with ghosts and experiencing ghosts are two different things for me. I moved into my home 15 years ago, at the age of 6. The first night in my new house, I slept in what is now my mother's room, and before waking that night, I had nightmares of bloody murder, massacres, and deadly beatings. At the time I was just scared, but now, after researching, I've come to the conclusion that this was a ghostly encounter. Between the ages of 7 and 10, I suffered 4 experiences in my dreams where strange people would walk around in my house. The only problem is that they weren't living, and in each of these dreams, they were foreshadowings of what are now actual hauntings. The area with the most activity is my basement, which has been finished and where several phenomena have occurred. The first came when I was 12. I was headed upstairs from my computer room when I saw a figure out of the corner of my eye. When I turned around, it was a little girl huddled in the corner and looking at me. She was dressed in 18th century garb and looked like she had just left church or some sort of social gathering. She has never been seen again, but she has been felt throughout the house, and even experienced once by someone who had never been in my house before. This occurred when a friend of mine was sleeping downstairs, waiting for us to get back from a run to CVS. She was asleep on the couch when a ghostly arm or hand touched her arm, and then proceeded to knock over a couple of items on the table. When she had informed me of this, I knew it was the girl. Another haunting would be in my mother's room, where, if you are alone upstairs and my dog is not around, a growling sound comes from her room. It is entirely inexplicable, but I have a feeling an angry ghost lives in there, but cannot gather enough energy to support anything other than making sounds and haunting dreams. Shortly after my neighbor died, he built the house for his children and loved my family very much. Most of the hauntings disappeared, and a sense of comfortability ran through the house. Everything was at normal temperature, and there was no more dreaded sense of being followed or even watched. This has comforted me greatly, but it only lasted for a short time. Since that time, several newer and less aggressive ghosts have entered the house, and they are seemingly very friendly with my dog. Where he used to bark at them, he is now okay with them and can even be seen playing with them. This was witnessed when I saw him playing with his ball alone, but then noticed that the ball was rolling to him on its own. He would bring it back, and it would only roll once more. Also, this same ghost apparently hates breakfast because it disturbed us one time by knocking over a bunch of papers on the counter and spinning the trash can lid violently. No explainable cause was determined, as it was the middle of winter and no windows were open, and we don't have a fan in our kitchen area. Another ghost prefers to walk around the foyer and up and down the stairs, but never seems to go past the hallways. That's really all that happens, but I wanted to report these since they are the only real, vivid ghost experiences I could ever recall. Thank you. We bought a house in Yucca Valley in 1988, built during World War II, from what we were told, 2 bomb shelters. House added on to the years to come. Interesting old place, but nothing special other than the fact we thought we could turn it into our dream house. 2-story, white picket fence, etc. A couple weeks after moving in, my husband and I were in the kitchen, talking, when I thought I saw something. A fog, an image of a lady going through the dining room, not saying a word, thinking my husband would think I was nuts. He said to me, "Did you see that?" My husband and I choose to sleep in the downstairs bedroom, and the girls upstairs at that point. We were in a king-size waterbed, framed firmly on the floor, so it's not logically possible for something to be placed underneath it. After we began renovating the upstairs, we moved our bed up there, and the girls had the downstairs to sleep. Full-size beds, sitting on regular bed frames. There was nothing on the floor when we moved our bed out. A few weeks later, one of my daughters informed us that something was under her bed. My husband investigated and found a black and white photo, as well as some silk scarves. We called the former owner to ask if he knew who or what it might be. He came to look, said the photo was of his dead wife, and the scarves had belonged to her. A few months later, my husband found a painted portrait of a young man in his workshop. Again, called the former owner. He said it was of his dead son. A year or so later, one of my daughters saw the same image, the fog, image of a lady. He or she never caused us any harm, except for the fact that money we hid in one place or another had disappeared. After living there a while, we met the neighbors. They informed us former owner's wife had died from cancer in the bedroom photo, and scarves were found. His son, portrait found, had offed himself at the Yucca Valley Inn. Ashes had been spread on the property, according to them, the neighbors, but these facts were not disclosed to us at the time that we bought the house. After living there some 19 to 20 years, we decided to move, not because of spirits, just now that the kids have grown up and moved out on their own and wanted to downsize. This is a very personal story to my family, but I think your readers might find it as fascinating as I do. My mother grew up in an infamous mental institution in Massachusetts, now closed, and I won't name the facility for privacy's sake. She was placed in state custody in 1948 at 6 years old because my grandmother, a Portuguese gypsy immigrant and closet psychotic, claimed she was mentally disturbed. In actuality, my grandmother was just not capable of raising her, so she successfully pawned her off on the state. My mother was not only a beautiful and innocent child, but was totally mentally capable and 100% sane. In those days, there was no system in place to accurately assessing a child's medical condition. They simply took the parents' word for it. After living at various orphanages and state facilities, she ended up at this institution just outside of Boston. The place is notorious for paranormal activity, even on the outer grounds where some of the buildings once stood. She was about 12 when she got there. She said that there were many physically and mentally incapacitated young people there, and the stories she told us about the school, or institution, were both heartbreaking and terrifying. There were mental abuses, deprivations, beatings, medical experiments on patients, and cruel punishments galore. So-called professional care was barbaric, and even the terminology was outdated. My mother's own records, which I've seen myself, showed her mental assessment as a moron, even though she said she was never really tested by any mental health professional. When she was around 13, she began helping the patients whenever she could. She would bandage their injuries, break up fights, and speak to the matrons on behalf of those who could not speak. This created enemies among the staff, who knew she wasn't handicapped and who felt she was a threat to their employment. Therefore, whenever they could, they punished her severely. One such punishment led to a horrifying encounter with the supernatural. One dark, stormy afternoon, Mom had words with a matron, trying to tell her that certain handicapped children were frightened of the thunder and that they should not be forced to go outside to exercise that afternoon. The matron appeared to give in, then asked my mother to please go down into the cellar of the building to get to the rain gear for those who wanted to go outside. Mom was terrified of that cellar, and the matron knew it. There was this long, steep, narrow and rickety stairway, ending at a long dark hallway with no windows and just a tiny yellowish light bulb in the ceiling. At the end of the hallway, there was a cabinet that contained raincoats, boots, etc. When my mother hesitantly stepped onto the stairway, the matron slammed a door, bolted it shut behind her, and shut off the light. My mother screamed and pounded on the door for an hour, only to be laughed at by matrons who had been instructed to let her spend the entire night down there. The stairs being steep and dangerous, she decided that she would rather creep to the bottom and at least huddle on the damp floor. As she descended, she noticed a dim light coming from the long hallway beneath her. She came to the bottom of the stairs and looked around. She said she saw a man in a dark jumpsuit about 20 feet from her, leaping against a wall and just smiling at her. She thought he must have been a custodian, so she walked towards him, asking him to please let her out. But as she approached him, he kept getting further away. She realized he was not a sullen being, and that the dim light seemed to be coming from his outline. The light began to fade, and she found herself screaming again, only in the total dark of the dingy basement. She was disoriented and stumbled forward until she bumped into the cabinet which held the rain gear. As she squinted in the dark, she began to make out shapes forming on either side of the cabinet. What appeared to be a pair of detached hands forming a clawed shape were each coming from around opposite sides of the cabinet and heading for her. She turned and ran, faint with terror, until she tripped on the bottom step. Frozen with fear, she could only sit at the bottom step and cover her face with her hands. After a minute or so, she peeked through her fingers down the hallway. The strange dim light was back. She chanced to look down, and what she saw filled her with horror. One of the smoky floating hands were reaching for her skirt, as if to pull at it. She again screamed and ran back up the stairs, tripping and falling several times in the dark, convinced she was being chased. The air was cold, and she heard a strange rustling sound behind her as she frequently climbed. When she reached the top of the stairs, she pounded furiously on the door and found that it had been unlocked. She never found out who unlocked it, but she didn't care either. She ran all the way to her room and hid on her bed. She never told the school staff what had happened, fearing reprisals, and she never set foot in that cellar again, despite the punishment of defiance. She's fine today, despite her horrific youth. There were many other strange things happening during her stay, but I'm considering a book about them, and I wanted to reap the benefits of the sales if it happens. I'll save the creepiest stuff for that. I've had many paranormal experiences since I was a young child. At the age of 4, my mother and grandmother would visit the graves of my father and grandfather, staying all day. I would play with the little girl there, while my grandmother and mother sat and talked. They believed I had an imaginary playmate. Both are now dead themselves. I decided to check the records of the cemetery, and had little trouble since it is a small place. I found one girl that could have been the one that I played with. Her name was Mary Jane Walker, and she died in 1866, at the age of 9 years of age. My husband and I decided to see if we could find the girl's grave. I told him to check the back of the cemetery because that was where we played. He found the grave. I asked Mary Jane if I could take her picture. I took 3 of the grave, and one of my husband, sitting on a tree stump not far away. I had the pictures developed. All the pictures were normal, except for the one of my husband where there appears to be a vortex in it. I've looked for all the usual problems, but can find no rational explanation for this. I now feel that I have proof of my friend's existence. My husband and I rented a home in southwest Detroit in the 1980s that was very haunted. The first thing that happened was when I was waiting for the gas company to come turn the gas on. I felt as though there was someone watching me, and I smelled pipe tobacco. I figured, okay, I'm alone in a strange place. I also thought that maybe the people who lived in the front part of the house used pipe tobacco. I found out later that these people were from India and were visiting that country. They moved out within a week of returning to the US. All the problems in the house seemed to originate in the attic. There was a log cabin built up there for children to play in. It was complete with glass in the windows and a drawstring latch for the door. I was only in there once, but the feeling of uneasiness I felt was real. We never allowed our children to play in it. The attic door had no lock, but my 5-year-old daughter got locked in and was screaming for us to let her out. Although you could hear any noise from upstairs, we never heard her. The door opened on its own. I started to dream about an old Indian woman with a pockmarked face. Since this was a dream, I never told anyone about it. One day, a woman I had become friendly with asked me if my mother was visiting. I told her I sure hope not, since my mother was dead. She said that she saw a woman with long black hair in my bedroom window. This sort of freaked me out, since I was dreaming of that Indian woman, and she had long black hair. One day this friend was visiting me, and we were sitting in the kitchen having coffee and talking about nothing really. She seemed to go into a daze, and was starting to go up to my attic. In fact, she was insisting that she was going. I got her back to the table and sitting down when something punched her head hard enough to leave a red mark. She left and refused to come visit anymore. My husband and I had cleaned out the basement, but yet my kids found a Ouija board down there. They showed us where it was, and we got rid of it right away. We don't mess with that thing. Things seemed to quiet down for a couple of weeks when the apartment in front of us was rented to a young couple. They started to have problems right away. The keys hanging on the wall would begin to sway. The rocker in the front room would start rocking by itself. At first, things only happened at night, but people decided to contact this thing, and things got bad from then. She would get phone calls, and when she answered, no one would be on the line, except one time. She told me a voice told her to get out. We are Christians, and decided enough was enough. We had to have help. I turned on the radio to listen to evangelical echoes, and called a prayer line for suggestions on what to do. This program wasn't on yet, but another one was, and someone on that program was praying in the spirit. Suddenly from the basement came an unearthly howl. Needless to say, this woman and I got out of the house and waited on the front porches for our husbands to get home. While all this was going on, my husband never noticed anything. One night, my nephew was spending the night, and while he was praying, this thing shot from our apartment to the other one, banging things in its haste to leave. My nephew refused to stay another night. One night, my husband was in bed sleeping, and I was on my way up when I asked the man in the next apartment to go wake him up and tell him to come sleep on the couch. He asked me what was wrong, and I told him I could see my husband in pieces. He did, and the couch was occupied that night. The only thing my husband noticed was that one night we were watching TV, and it sounded like a dresser was being dragged down the stairs. He heard that. We moved from there, and the next place was no better. Whatever was there caused arguments. My nephew and his then girlfriend were constantly fighting, and it got so bad that my husband and I started fighting as well. This was something we normally didn't do. We had the normal arguments that married people usually have, but this was getting serious. Even one of my children was being affected by this thing. It was appearing to her as a little girl talking to her. At first it was nice to her, but as time went on, it was starting to get mean. We had bought this one house, and it might sound silly, but the best thing that ever happened was that an arsonist burned us out, and we had to move. We have had no problems since. I don't believe this was a ghost, but rather a demon, and why it hasn't followed us, I have no idea, but I thank God that it hasn't. I have more stories, but I've taken up enough time as it is. I'm glad that I can finally tell this story without fear of people ridiculing me. There's a place in Smithfield, Virginia called Bacon's Castle. It's not really a castle, just a gigantic plantation home. They give tours there on a daily basis. It was in the summer of 2003 that I went with a summer creative writing group to tour this magnificent home and plantation. As we toured the home, the tour guide told us all of the kinds of stories of happenings and how the house was shifted from family to family. When we went up the stairs, we were greeted by a sudden draft. As my friends and I sauntered through the home, it didn't get warmer. In fact, it got colder. The best part was when we reached the room where the woman and her husband would have stayed. There was also a small cradle in the center of the room. The tour guide spoke of a woman during the Civil War who stayed in the room for months after her baby was born because something went wrong with the birth, and the child was terribly sick. When the child died, the woman wouldn't leave the cradle. She remained there, convinced she had to rock her to sleep. She wouldn't eat or sleep, and eventually, she too died. As I stared into the room, I didn't notice anything. My friend Crystal had asked me if I felt a breeze. When I said I didn't, she said she didn't either, and pointed at the cradle, which was swaying back and forth noticeably. I didn't really think much of it, and after everyone left, I took a picture and then followed my friends up the stairs to the attic. A few weeks later, I was looking through my pictures, and something caught my eye in the picture of the room with the cradle in it. Sitting in front of the cradle was a woman dressed in Victorian-style dress. She was transparent, and a wispy hand had gripped the cradle. I looked even closer, and it looked as though she was smiling. Hello, My name is Ray, and I would like to share with you the experiences that happened to my small family in 1996. We had been transferred to the Houston area from San Antonio and found a 2-story 4-bedroom home in the Clear Lake City area. A real fix-it-upper, and it was the worst looking home in a very nice community called Green Acres. My brother-in-law Robert and her sister helped us for 6 months in remodeling, cleaning up, and making the place a nice home. Robert had sold his own home 2 years earlier and lived in a travel trailer, but missed his home. He jumped in and was happy to do most of the work and was proud of the results. A month after the house was finished, we found out that Robert had terminal cancer and had less than 6 months to live. The trailer was small, and so my wife and I decided to bring Robert into our home for his final days. We put him downstairs in the formal living room, and with the help of hospice, we knew we could help Robert with a peaceful and quiet death. This was not the case. Robert fought hard for his life and was terrified of death because he had fought in Vietnam and had killed many. He didn't know what was waiting for him on the other side. The end came with Robert fighting to get out of bed. The look on his face was one of horror. As per his request, he was left in his room for 6 hours after his death, and then the funeral home was called and Robert left. Or did he? The week after the funeral, things started not being right. Odd bumps and sounds from downstairs. Late at night, our dog would not go downstairs after dark, and furniture being moved. One morning, the living room sofa was standing on end with all the cushions still in place. Dining room chairs would be taken and lined along the living room wall, and mirrors would vibrate. We called the hospice minister to the house, and he blessed every room, but Robert still didn't leave. We did. The house stood vacant for a while, and new people moved in, but their stay was short. Neighbors say 2 families came and left. It has been 8 years now, and just a while back I was in the area and went by the home. It sits vacant again with a sale sign in the front yard, standing in front of the window of the room in which Robert died. As I stood there, remembering our last few months at home, a chill ran down my back, and I quickly got into my car to drive away. I sent a story to the site about 2 months ago. Is it my imagination or something paranormal? Well, since then, some new things have happened, and I found out some interesting information that I didn't know before. When I first sent out my story, I told my sister-in-law Jenna about it. She's a Jehovah's Witness too, but a little bit more open-minded than my mother-in-law. Anyway, I told her what I had wrote, and she told me she had a girlfriend when she was a teenager, about 15 years ago, that lived next door to her. The side where I heard the whispering, in the house where the old couple had died. I believe her family bought the house after the couple died. Anyway, she told her that her friend was a little odd, because she had been sleeping with her parents at night, but Jenna had found out later why. One night, she had stayed the night at her friend's house, and they slept in her friend's bed. Early in the morning, Jenna had woken up for some reason and noticed that her friend was squirming a lot and moaning, almost like she was doing the deed with someone, but no one was there. Her arms were at her side. So Jenna thought maybe she was having a dream. Then she thought that maybe she had seen imprints in her friend's body. She got startled with this and woke her friend up and told her what she had witnessed. Her friend got so upset about it that she didn't want to talk about it at all, and never did. To say the least, Jenna never got asked again to stay another night. Then there is the other story that my mother-in-law told me recently. about my other sister-in-law's house, Linda, which is ironically across the street from my mother-in-law's, in the other house. About a shadow that lingers in her hallway, shaped like a person. They have all seen it, including my mother-in-law. She swears that there is an explanation for this, but even she has admitted that she can't find one. When she told me about the shadow, I got real nervous, and I started to get goosebumps and got real cold. I told her sometime last year when I stayed the night at Linda's house. I was sleeping on her couch in the living room, my back to the hallway. There was a small light on where the fish tank was, so it wasn't completely dark. For some reason I woke up and turned around, and I saw this dark shadow move from the open hallway and disappear into the instance of Linda's kitchen. I was startled at first, but then got up to investigate things, to see maybe it was the shadow of the fish tank, but there was no way it could have been with the position where the tank was. So I went back to sleeping, thinking it was just my imagination, and I never told anyone of that incident. That was until my mother-in-law said something. She told me not to say anything about it to Linda because she gets freaked out about it, and she said she'll still be looking for a logical explanation for it. Good luck on finding one in all three houses, I was thinking to myself. But one last thing. Back at my mother-in-law's house, a couple of weeks ago my niece Christine was staying the night, and my niece told me that when she got to the bathroom in the middle of the night, she came out running, screaming, and petrified out of the hallway. She told my niece, crying hysterically, that when she turned the corner to go into the hallway, that she saw a shadow figure walking towards her. My niece went to look, and nothing was there, and my 2-year-old daughter will not go near that hallway at all. One time I went to carry her down there to show her nothing was down there at all, and she started crying real hard, and grabbing my neck, and wouldn't let go, shaking badly. So whatever is in my mother-in-law's house is probably the same thing that are in the other two homes. Makes me wonder if it goes on in the other neighbors' houses. I was doing some just for fun ghost hunting with a couple of my friends one night in a cemetery on an old gravel road. 2 of my friends were out in the cemetery looking around, and my other friend decided to stay in the car. As the 2 guys were out in the far corner of the cemetery, I looked to the center of the graveyard and seen something that made me lose my breath for a few seconds. A blurry gray figure floated above one of the gravestones, and then looked to run through the air across 3 other stones, and then drop right behind another stone. After it disappeared, I asked my friend in the car with me if he had seen it too, and he said he did, and he was just as freaked out as me. It was not light that created this, because it was pitch black out there. It was my first, and so far only time I've seen something like a ghost. Thank you for letting me share my story. I know this one was kinda short, but I appreciate it anyway. Hi, my name is Louise, and I live in Oxfordshire, England. The story I'm about to tell you happened only a few weeks ago and scared me and my friend to death. It was about 9:30 on a Sunday night, and I was bored, so I decided to call my friend Heather. We were talking about the usual, when all of a sudden, you could hear someone on the line breathing. Heather and I both said at the same time, "Do you hear that?" As we listened, it got louder until there was complete silence. At first we thought maybe one of our brothers or sisters were messing about, and picked up the phone on the other end. We both checked our houses, and no one was in there. My parents had gone out for a meal, and my brother and sister were out, and Heather didn't have any siblings, and there's only one phone in her house. Anyways, we forgot about it, and after about 10 minutes of talking, we heard it again, and this time, the voice said, "Help, I'm close." We both really freaked out, and said what the voice repeated it again, and then went. I told Heather that I would phone her later, and about an hour later, I phoned back, and we didn't hear anything for a while until the shriek came from the phone, from what sounded like a girl. We got so scared, and as soon as our parents got home, I told them what happened, and they said maybe our phone lines got crossed with someone else's. We still don't know who was on the line to this day. I know this wasn't very scary, but thanks for reading. Well, I've been a ghost hunter for quite some time now. I've submitted a few areas under the California section of the haunted places. I recently moved to Arkansas and bought a home in April. 3-in-1 rock house with a huge pond on 1.6 acres in Booneville, Arkansas. I fell in love with this house as soon as I saw that it said "For Sale by Owner" sign right in front of it. I called the number, and they were selling it for $48,000. I thought, my God, this is cheap for such a beautiful home. I moved in. I have a 9-year-old son and 1 cat. About the end of July, I started hearing and seeing things. To begin with, I was laying in bed one night, and my 9-year-old and 6-year-old, who was visiting from California, were asleep in their rooms. All the lights were out. My bedroom door meets the living room. I was lying on my left side looking out into the black of the living room, and I heard what sounded like someone walking in it. Now, my sons sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and come sleep with me, so naturally I thought it was them. I called out their name. No answer. Then I thought maybe it was my cat, but then I noticed her laying at my feet on the bed. It really sounded like someone was walking from the kitchen in the living room entrance towards my room. Second, my television is hooked up to the stereo because the speaker on the TV is blown. Well, when I have to be at work at 11 p.m., I usually take a shower around 9:45 p.m., and my 9-year-old goes over to his father's house. One night, I turned my stereo on and put a disc in it, 5-disc CD changer. It was on disc 4, song number 11. There were 2 songs, and it should have switched to disc 5 after it was done with song 12. I took my shower and had the stereo loud enough to where I could hear it. All of a sudden, I didn't feel the vibration of the music anymore. I thought, well, maybe it's at a quiet part. When I got out of the shower, I still heard nothing. I put my ear to the door. Nothing. I went out and looked at the stereo, and it was not on CD anymore, but on FM radio on 100.1. And that is not a station at all. It's just fuzz. There was no one else in the house but me and my cat. That was on a Friday night. 2 days later, on a Sunday night, my son and I were watching television around the same time, between 9:45 and 10 p.m. In the middle of television, the radio goes from auxiliary to FM radio, 100.1, fuzz. My son says, "Mom, what did you do? I was watching that." I told him I didn't do anything. On a Saturday, my son was at his father's, and I was there alone with the cat, and she started going crazy. At one point, she was standing in the doorway of my room in the living room, looking at me. She meowed and took off like crazy into the back bedroom belonging to my youngest son. She came racing back into the living room. Just then I heard a loud boom coming from the room, like something fell. It shook the entire house. My stomach had butterflies in it then, and I got up to go see. My son one tall dresser with small bionicle toys on it, but they were still all on there. There wasn't anything else that could fall from any place. I've always heard pipes rattling under the house since I moved in. Out of the corner of my eye, I always see things dart quickly about. I haven't seen it fall on, but I know it moves quick. I haven't took pictures of my home yet, or of it for that matter. Also, I have a 2-car garage. Sometimes when me and my son pull up from school, both garage doors are closed. In the morning, sometimes the right one is open. I've never really been a great believer, but for the past 8 or so years, since me and my mom moved from our old flat to our new house, I've experienced numerous experiences. The first one I was about 6. My bedroom is the box room, and so it's small. My bed touches each side of the room with a door to the left. I was laying in bed waiting for my grandma, who was babysitting, to bring me water. I looked up at the wall and saw a strange shadow. It was like a side profile of someone's head. I could see the nose, mouth, and hair clearly. It could have been my own shadow, since the only light came from the ceiling, and I was lying down in bed. I watched it for a few seconds, then it seemed to fade before my eyes. I thought it was just because I was tired, and so I ignored it. I had no further experiences until 7 years later, in 2003. I was laying in bed once again, the light off about 12 o'clock at night. I was really tired and was trying to fall asleep. My bedroom had been rearranged so that the door was opposite my bed, and one side of my bed was pushed against the wall. I had my back to the wall and was staring into the darkness when I felt a cold breeze in the back of my neck. Thinking it was just a drought, I rolled over the face of the wall. On the wall, probably 3 inches from my face, was another face. I could tell it was a man, and he had a black hood up. All I could see of his face was a pair of cold eyes, and what I can only describe as green paint, a face paint on his cheek. I closed my eyes for a few seconds, thinking I was just seeing things, and when I opened them again, the face was still there. I don't know how long I stared at it, but in the end, I fell asleep, and in the morning, could find no trace of what was there the night before. These sightings carried on for weeks, always appearing on the wall at night. I didn't tell my mom about the face, but asked if I could move my bed back to the original place. We moved it, and I slept peacefully that night. The following night I went to bed about 2 o'clock, since I'd been up watching a movie on television. I got in bed as usual, and rolled over to face the radiator, like I'd done for years, but the face was there again. This time, however, it was more vivid and real. It seemed to be sneering in the dark, and more threatening than before. I rolled over so my back was to the wall, but I could feel the cold breeze that I had felt the last few weeks whenever the face appeared. I pulled the covers around me, refusing to look back at the face. The incidents got less frequent over the weeks, and I believed that the face was going. One night, I was sat at my computer in the corner of my living room. I have a cockatiel whose cage is right next to the computer desk, who was asleep, and my mom was in the kitchen making a drink. I didn't really notice anything until I heard my bird start to hiss and back away into the corner of the cage. Wondering what frightened him, I heard a scraping noise. I looked to the side of the computer, see my glass moving towards the edge of the desk. There was no way it could be moving because of our house being set on a rise, because it is where it should be sliding the other way. I lifted my hand to stop the glass from falling off the desk. When I touched it, the glass was cold, even though I hadn't had a cold drink in it. The strangest thing was when I went to push the glass back, I couldn't. Something was trying to push the glass. I had to shove it quite hard before I could get the glass to move. When I did, my bird came back to the front of the cage and looked as though nothing had happened. I'd gone to bed earlier than my mom that night and must have been asleep when she came up. Once again, the face was there, but this time, the presence was really strong. My bedroom was icy cold when it normally is the hottest room in the house. Almost 1 o'clock, I wake up shivering and could feel something gripping my arm, but as I come to, it released its grip. I rolled over to see the face once again, but it looked different. The smirk had gone, and it looked more angry than anything else. I didn't sleep that night, and I couldn't sleep in the room, so I spent the night sat on my sofa with the lights on downstairs. When my mom came down in the morning, she was shocked to see me up, but I just said I had woken up early and came down. I didn't want her to know. Later that afternoon, we were having dinner when she asked if I had a nightmare last night. I couldn't recall anything but the face and cold hand, so I asked why. She said she had heard me talking in my sleep, which I had never done before that. She said I was telling someone to get away and don't touch me over and over. Then after about 5 minutes, I was quieter and mumbling things like, "Why are you doing this?" and "just go away." When I asked her what time, she said it was about 12:30, just before I woke up with a hand gripping my arm. I haven't seen the face or had any strange experiences since that night, and I'm not quite sure what happened after. I don't know if I did something to make it all go away, and that was why the man's face looks so angry, but I'm glad they're gone. I still expect to see the face every night, but so far I haven't. I finally told my mom about it all, and she asked if I wanted to have the house blessed, but I said no, although the scary face did no harm to anyone, and it's gone now anyway.
It was the vacation of a lifetime. Just my best friend Nicole and I going away to Ireland. I was very excited as we were going to stay in a famous castle, which of course had some history of its own. I believe it was Capra Castle, of something to that effect. I recalled as it was yesterday. We were in rooms number 71. We left our room to go through the courtyard to the main castle for dinner. We then proceeded to go look for this haunted bridge or something. We made a few jokes about how we were going to hang each other from the bridge. We had a bit of fun with that, hit the bar, and then went back towards our room. After returning, our luggage was messed up on the floor. We thought nothing of it. Could it have been the maid for all we know? I'm not sure. But we noticed that the dog that went around the hotel courtyard was outside of our room. Was an Irish wolfhound. So we got to bed about an hour or so after we had got back, and we locked the door, and the dog got up and went away. So it was now about 1 a.m. I was sleeping through the night, and around 3 a.m., I had a rude awakening. I started freaking out because I felt like someone was on top of me and that I was being scratched at. I was freaking out, and I started screaming and moving around, and I was hitting Nicole, trying to wake her up. I felt that my face was bleeding and could taste the blood. I was in a state of panic. I managed to get Nicole up, and she was trying to calm me down. I was telling her I was bleeding and to get help right away. As she felt my face, she felt the blood. She was in shock. So she said she would turn on the light and call the desk for help. She reached for the phone and light, which were right by one another, and she got, as she described, brutally pushed aside, hitting her head on the floor. She reached for her pocket keychain light to search for the light. She crawled over to the light switch and came running back to the bed, where I was still feeling as if I was pinned down. She got on the bed to check on me, and I felt as if I could freely move up. So I sit up. I was feeling pinned down this whole time, hence my freaking out. She checked me for blood, and there was no sign of blood. We went to open the door and checked to see if there was any sign of forced entry into our hotel room in case it was something else. There we saw the dog walk back to the front of our door, and he laid down there. We couldn't get back to sleep after all of that. The whole thing freaked me out, and I'm not sure why exactly that did happen. Why was the dog back after the attack? Why could I taste blood and then be fine? I couldn't move, and I did not shove Nicole off the bed. It was one of the most freaky experiences ever. Did I anger a spirit and they were being spiteful? This isn't my first encounter with strange beings, just the more physical. Woodsford Castle. I've had a few weird experiences, but this is by far the scariest. Me, my sister, my parents, and my grandparents all went and stayed in a natural trust place called Woodsford Castle. It was really old-fashioned with the decapitated stags and stuff mounted on the wall along with chandeliers. In the visitor's book, there was loads of questions about whether the castle was haunted or not. The room me and my sister stayed in was the oldest room in the castle. It was always quite dark and cold in the room, even if we had the lights on, and you always got a chilled, prickly feeling when you were in there alone. Whenever I went into the room, I felt a huge urge to leave and felt like someone was trying to make me get out. One night, I went to the toilet, and as I was coming back up the stairs, I heard footsteps clicking up the steps, which sounded like high-heeled boots. This confused me a bit, but I passed it off as my imagination and walked back to the room me and my sister were staying in. When I opened the door, I saw someone standing over my sister. It wasn't any of my family because they all denied being awake at that time. I couldn't see what she looked like because she was mainly a shadow, but all I could really see was what looked like a long dress, suggesting she was a woman. As I walked into the room, there was a sudden chill, and the woman vanished. I told my mom, who is a real believer of spirits, and she said that the woman may have wanted me out of the room so she could be with my sister alone. But we don't know why she wanted my sister. We were all really scared and left a day early because we didn't feel safe. If anyone has any idea why this woman wanted my sister alone, it would be really helpful to know. Castle Leslie Haunting. So I just got home from a 2-night stay at Castle Leslie in Co. Monaghan. I was aware that there was reported hauntings prior to going out, but did not want to read any stories before I went, and my wife was totally unaware of any stories relating to the castle. We stayed in Norman's room, and a series of events happened between 1 a.m. and first light, which would have been around 5 or 6 a.m.-ish. The night is in question was Monday night, Tuesday morning, the 4th and 5th of April, 2016. Firstly, we returned to the room around 12 a.m., and we both were very tired after the drive up from Co-Wexford. I was awoken, and I could feel a presence in the room, and I could make out the figure of a man sitting in the chair next to the bed. The hair was standing on the back of my neck, and I couldn't move. I then saw what I can only describe as a mist cloud over the right-hand side of the bed. I had a restless night of dreams. One of those was a dream of being in the bed, and others which I can't recall. It was very warm in the room, and I was too scared to move or even hang my leg outside the covers. In the morning, my wife confirmed she too had a night of vivid dreams and awoke to see a cloud of mist at the foot of my bed. No windows in the room were open. I was glad to see the morning and went to the bathroom. Our room overlooked the vast gardens and lake, and whilst looking out over the lake, it looked like a wave or wall of water around 10 feet was moving across very slowly. My wife confirmed the same, but by the time I got my camera to take the picture, it had disappeared. The following night, we told the night porter our experience, and he mentioned that there were reports of the bed being haunted and offered to move us into another room. Nothing like this has happened before, and I would say I was open-minded, yet very skeptical. We had a sound sleep on Tuesday night with the help of a different set of spirits. I can't explain what we saw, and we will return there one day, but won't be staying in Norman's room. An audible manifestation. My only ghostly experience came in the fall of 1986. I had lost most of my vision from diabetes and had entered a residential rehabilitation facility in the capital city of a southern state. Rumors had been shared among clients about odd things that occurred on the campus that encompassed an entire city block. Because many clients came to the rehabilitation facility with secondary medical complications, there had been cases of clients passing on in their dormitory rooms. Odd things had been reported, such as the elevator engaging and moving from one floor to the other, when only one person, the business officer manager, sat in his office in the administration building. More than once, he had charged out of his office into the elevator doors to see who was coming from the second floor, but the elevator was always empty when the doors slid open. That to me could be easily explained as an electrical glitch versus something paranormal. But that same office manager was in the small first floor reception area of the training hall with two men who were hired as security guards during the week-long Christmas closure. One of the guards was a regular member of maintenance and the other a part-time staff member, and both fully knowledgeable about the entire campus. The clients and all staff had departed except for these three men. They stood quietly, chatting when they all heard a sound. It sounded like someone had dragged a heavy pile of furniture across the floor, directly over their heads. They rushed to the second floor, but nothing was moved or out of place. This they could not explain. My experience took place in the hall, where my room, along with 3 other rooms, were located. There was a fire stairway at one end of the short hall that led either upstairs to the women's second floor dorm rooms or outdoors and into the courtyard. Double swinging doors on the other end of that hall opened into the first floor women's lounge and then either led out the courtyard or through a second set of swinging doors that led to the counseling hall. It was a Friday night and I had just finished supper. Using my white crane, I made my way out of the cafeteria, into the training hall's reception area, and down through the hall, up the short set of stairs, and through the counseling hall. I passed through the first set of swinging doors and walked across the first floor of women's lounge and through the second set of doors and into my hall. My room was the first door on the left. The hall was very short and you needed to take only one step to cross the hall to the door directly across from mine. I removed my door key and using my left hand located the keyhole and just begun to insert the key with my right hand when I heard 5 taps on the door across the hall from my own. It sounded like someone tapped with just one finger. I straightened my position and spun on my heels, feeling somewhat foolish for not having realized that there was someone in the hall with me. I said a pleasant hello, but received no answer. I could only imagine the look on my face when no response came. Finally, in shrugging my shoulders, I turned my back to my own door. As I was again about to insert my key into the slot, a thought struck me. Knowing that it was a habit for all diabetics to be housed on the first floor in the event of needing assistance quickly for a low blood sugar, I again turned to the door across from mine. My thought was that perhaps one of the two ladies sharing the room had knocked from the inside and was in need of help. I took the one step necessary to reach their door. In a loose fist, I raised my hand to knock on their door, but before I could, I again heard the 5 taps on the door, but this time there was no question that those taps came from my side of their door and that I was the only person standing in the hall. Then I heard one of the ladies in that room say, "Yes, someone is at the door. See who it is." Well, when they opened the door, there I was standing transfixed with my right hand still in the air as if to knock. When they asked what I might need, it took me a moment until I found my voice. I knew what just had happened and was trying to process what I knew had just happened, but was finding it difficult to admit that I knew in my heart what I knew, that someone or something had tapped on the door right beside me. I finally was able to explain what I had heard from inside the hall, the 2 sets of 5 taps on the door. They both said they heard the taps too. We stood there puzzled when I burst out laughing. I was still not ready to face the reality of what I had known I had heard. I said, "Oh, I know. Your guard dog was leaning against the door and scratched, which caused the tapping sounds." "But," one lady said, "neither of us have a guide dog." She replicated the tapping sound exactly as we all heard it. I know those tappings came from the hall side of their door. The sound was not a foot to my right and at eye level as I stood there. Had it been a real person, we would have been all but touching shoulders. Together, we 3 ladies attempted to replicate the sound by going through the swinging doors, opening and closing the stairwell door, and even the doors leading out into the courtyard from the women's lounge. We could not replicate those tappings, no matter what we tried, and despite not having vision, I slept that night with all my room's lights on. The following Monday, as I walked to the administration building, I caught up with the director of vocational training. I asked her if, to her knowledge, anyone had ever passed on that floor. She said that yes, years before, an older woman who once occupied one of the rooms on the far right side of the women's lounge had gone to lay down after a double period of orientation and mobility, instruction for using a white cane, and had expired in her sleep. When I explained what we 3 ladies had experienced that Friday night, she made me vow that I would never share the story with other clients so as not to frighten them. I know what I heard. I know what we 3 ladies heard. I have no rational explanation except to speculate that the former, and now departed, client was visiting one of her fellow dormies in my hall. This was several years back. My brother and I met some friends for a week-long northbound hike on the Appalachian Trail in Southern Virginia. To help keep the weight down, we decided to spend our nights in the shelters along the AT instead of bringing tents, since the shelters are conveniently spaced along the trail. If you've ever traveled along the AT, you know that each shelter has its own logbook where hikers leave random thoughts, notes to other hikers, and advice for hikers heading the other direction about what to expect of the trail the next day. On our second night out, we were resting after a long day of hiking and decided to read through the logbook at Warspur Shelter. There were the usual entries about water sources and hikers trying to meet up with other hikers. Then there were some strange entries about 3 wild goats living on top of the mountain that steal socks from resting hikers. But what really caught our interest were the numerous entries about Sarver Cabin. We had planned to skip the Sarver Cabin shelter for 2 reasons. The guidebook said that it was supposed to be completed the year, so we didn't know if it existed yet, and 2, it was supposed to be a steep 1/4 mile hike down the side of the mountain, and we didn't want to start climbing a day if we didn't have to. However, what we saw in the trail log changed our minds. The shelter was complete, brand new and ready for use, but that wasn't the selling point. The area was also haunted. Sarver Cabin is the location of an old homestead that is now abandoned and falling apart. Every entry about it in the book said that the shelter was very nice, but the area around the shelter had some creepy old buildings, and many mentioned hearing a ghost that sounded like a man walking with a cane. We were skeptical. Hearing something walking in the woods at night is hardly proof of a haunting. There are a lot of animals that walk around the woods along the Appalachian Trail at night unseen, but if we had a chance to camp in a haunted spot, then we were not going to pass it up. So the next day we altered our plans a little to make our stop at Sarver Cabin and spend the day speculating about what we would find. We arrived with plenty of daylight left for exploration, and the hike down the side of the mountain was exactly as expected, steep and not worthwhile if you don't have a reason to make it. The shelter was brand new, no sign of weathered wood, and it sat in the middle of a pile of trash gravel with no grass for at least 5 feet in any direction. You couldn't walk up to it without making a distinct crunching sound on the fresh gravel. It was a large one-level shelter with a large covered porch. The shelter was at least 100 yards from the buildings of the homestead, and we explored these after dropping off our gear. There wasn't much left of the homestead. What looked like the main cabin was log construction, had collapsed roof, and the walls were starting to fall in. There was another smaller building that was pretty creepy. It was about the size of a root cellar, but was all above ground and looked like it was probably used to log something in. After exploring a few of the trails from the cabin, we found what looked like an old cemetery. It wasn't one of those scary old cemeteries like we expected. It was just your standard homestead family burial plot. Now that we were familiar with the area, all we could do was make dinner and wait for nightfall and possibly ghosts. On any other night, we would have gone to bed when the sun set, but tonight was different. We were determined to stay awake so we wouldn't miss the haunting. When it got dark, we lit candles and played dice. The hours went by. We heard noises in the woods, but all of them we could attribute to animals. The four-legged steps of deer, the quick sounds of mice darting through the underbrush, and the hoots of owls, but nothing that sounded like an old man with a walking cane. It got later and later, but still nothing, until eventually we decided to give up and crawl into our sleeping bags. After all, we still had a long hike ahead of us the next day. So there I was lying in my sleeping bag, disappointed that we had missed our chance to see a ghost and too hot to sleep in the summer heat. One by one my companions drifted off to sleep. I closed my eyes and tried to get some sleep as well, and that's when I heard it. On the right side of the shelter, I heard a crunch on the gravel like a foot stepping down, then another crunch of a foot followed by a quick, lighter crunch. Then there was a pause, then again, a crunch, crunch. What could it be? I asked myself. It didn't sound like a deer or a bear, and it was too big to be a mouse. Then it hit me. It was the sound an old man would make while walking with a cane. First one foot, then the other quickly followed by the cane. This was it. I was hearing the ghost, the moment I'd waited for all night, but now I was too scared to look. I kept listening. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Getting closer to the front of the cabin. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I still couldn't force myself to open my eyes. Then I heard the sound change from a crunch to a hollow thump, but still in the same pattern. Whatever it was had stepped up onto the porch. Thump, thump, thump. Another step on the porch. Thump, thump, thump. This was it. This was my chance. Whatever was walking out there was right in the middle of the porch. In one quick movement, I opened my eyes and sat up looking straight at where the sound was coming from, and there it was. Nothing. No ghost, no animal running away, no sound, just an empty porch. If it was an animal, then it would have made noise running off of the porch and over the 5+ feet of fresh gravel, but it didn't. The only thing I ever heard of that can disappear into thin air is a ghost. It took me a couple more hours to get some sleep that night. Every sound seemed amplified, but I never heard those footsteps again. The next day, I told the others what I heard, but not one of them heard it. They all said I must have been dreaming, but I assure you, I was not. We packed up and headed up the mountain for another day on the trail, and, in case you were wondering, those 3 goats are there, up on top of the mountain, waiting for hikers to pass by, so they can lick the salty sweat off your legs or steal your sweaty socks if you decide to take a break and air out your feet. The forest has always held a certain special place in my heart. For me, it is a refuge from life's hectic pace and pressures. It offers a sense of spiritual peace and connectivity that I cannot find elsewhere. Perhaps it is the slower pace, the quiet solitude, or the knowledge that I am surrounded not by concrete walls and metal doors, but by living creatures, great and small. Even the air feels charged with energy. For these reasons, my brother and I decided to spend the weekend in my 59 acres of woods. Being seasoned campers, we've seen and heard almost every sight and sound there is in northwestern Pennsylvania forests. That was about to change as we discovered that sometimes even the usual can become the unusual. Our camp was set up in a peaceful area along the edge of a hemlock grove, where the forest turns from dense evergreens to open stands of tall maple, poplar, and cherry. The night was a pleasant one. The sounds of nighttime surrounded our little campsite while we reminisced around the campfire. In the morning, we decided to walk to the forest and enjoy the peace and solitude of the land. Our first stop was across a small seasonal stream to a large sugar maple I affectionately called Grandmother Maple because of its old age and grand stature. Seeing that Grandmother Maple had a rather large grapevine growing up and in its crown, we decided to chop the vine down to help the grand tree. It was no small job, as the vine was several inches thick, but in the end, we had a certain amount of satisfaction knowing we were being good stewards. We took that feeling and the hatchet and continued our stewardship of cutting down numerous vines as we walked through the woods. It was something I wanted to do for the past 3 years because each year after a long hard winter or a strong thunderstorm, I can usually find one torn down by the added weight of the vines. My heart aches seeing these majestic trees being slowly strangled as the grapevines climbed higher into the canopy, eventually outcompeting their host until finally dragging it to the ground. Feeling rather pleased with ourselves, we left the woods to meet some friends and do some chores around the house. It wasn't until later that evening, after we returned to our campsite, that we heard the sound. At first, it was just the same groaning and creaking sound that we've heard before in the woods. Trees moving in the wind and often will croak, groan, and pop as their trunks sway back and forth. This, however, was different. This sound was long and drawn out, starting out high-pitched and ending with a low groan. A 5-minute pause, and then the exact same sound again and again. Each time the same strange notes played out, repetitiously, and all with no wind. As the evening wore into the night, the groaning continued, like clockwork, only now, it was being joined by other groans, deeper in the woods, and each definitely tree-like. We joked that the Ents from the Lord of the Rings were alive and well in my woods. We told ourselves that the trees were talking to each other, happy about the assault on their grapevine foes, and hopefully, the humans at the fire could be considered friends. At least, that's what we hoped they were saying. The speaking continued late into the night, and then as mysteriously as it had started, the sound ceased. The following morning, the forest was as powerful as ever. No strange noises, no unusual movements. The sounds from the night before were gone, and we were left with only unanswered questions. I've been in these woods many times since then, but I've not heard those same strange sounds. Who knows what the cause of the noise was, or why it lasted as long as it did, but I would still like to think that it was those trees talking to one another. Now if I only knew what they had said. I woke up in the middle of the night. My heart was pounding. Was that a woman's scream? It couldn't be, because we were miles from the nearest road. It must have been just a nightmare. If it was a real scream, someone else would have heard and woken up. I tried to shake the eerie feeling I had and laid back down, covered my head to keep the chilly breeze off, and tried to get comfortable. I couldn't believe how cold it was now. It was nearly 80 degrees during the day, but now it felt like the low 60s. Don't spirits suck the heat out of the air and make it colder? Wait, now I was just trying to scare myself. There was nothing out there. I listened to the forest sounds, trying to identify them and put my mind at ease, but by this time of the night, it was pretty quiet. I heard some branches breaking and some leaves rustling. Half of my mind told me it was someone or something walking in the woods, but the other half reasoned that it was just the wind knocking dead branches out of the trees. Off in the distance was the sound of rocks clicking together. I didn't have an explanation for that. Didn't 2 people get murdered while camping in the forest not long ago? I was doing it again, letting my mind wander and think bad thoughts. There was nothing to be afraid of. Then I heard it again, only this time I was sure I wasn't asleep. The most frightening scream I have ever heard. It was otherworldly, a high-pitched screech almost exactly like you hear in those witch movies.
As I panicked and fumbled for my flashlight in the dark, motionless night, I knocked into the stick holding up the tarp I was under, and it fell on my head. Before I could untangle myself, someone on the other side of camp was already up shining their dim flashlight into the surrounding forest, excitedly asking, "What was that? Is somebody out there?" The excitement continued for a little while, but we never found the source of the screams and didn't hear them again that night. For years, I was haunted by the backpacking trip and those horrible screams. It didn't keep me from enjoying nature or make me stop going out in the woods, but I couldn't help but wonder what was out there that night. Then one day, while attending a nature presentation at a campground, I heard what sounded like those screams again. It came from the tape player the naturalist brought and was a barn owl or a screech owl. I've since found that there are other animals that could have made the sounds I heard, possibly even a fox or bobcat. Not everything we experience and can't explain is necessarily supernatural. Usually there is a rational explanation. However, even when we know that, our minds still tend to wander and look to the dark and mysterious side of the event. To this day, I'm not 100% sure it was just an animal out there, but chances are it was. Nearly 10 years ago in the late 1990s, I decided to attempt a solo backpacking trip. I'd never been out alone before and was a little nervous, but still confident in my skills. I kept the trip short, just 20 miles over a 3-day weekend. That way I figured if my nerves got the best of me and I freaked out being alone at night in the forest, I could just push hard the second day and be out of the woods. At 5:30 a.m. on Saturday, I headed to the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. I parked my car at a secluded trailhead at the end of a long and winding forest road and set off on my solo weekend. I was hoping that I wouldn't see another soul until my brother picked me up Monday morning at another trailhead just over 20 miles away. I'd chosen this little known and seldom hiked trail for more solitude, and it was a good choice. The entire first day, I had the trail to myself. I hiked at a leisurely pace. I only had 5 minutes to go, and I wanted to take the time to really enjoy my surroundings. All too often, backpackers push for high mileage, trying to get a destination and miss the little details all around us. I set up camp that afternoon next to a creek in a hemlock grove. Firewood and water were plentiful, so I made a shelter out of my tarp, collected enough wood to last all night, and built a small campfire to keep me company. Night came early in the hemlock grove. The dense trees blocked most of the sun during the day, and at night they completely obscured the moon and stars. I settled down to sleep, but had difficulty getting relaxed. I found that the sounds of the woods are louder and more mysterious when you are alone. I didn't have anyone to discuss noises with and come up with logical explanations for them, so I was stuck with my mind conjuring up images of bears and mountain lions every time a twig snapped. Eventually, I gave up on sleep and got the fire started again. I spent the rest of the night jumping at every sound and praying that the sun would soon come up. This was not the way I envisioned my first solo hike would turn out. Eventually, the sun did rise. I wasn't going to sit through another night like this, so I decided to hike the remaining 15 miles to the parking lot. I would be a day early, but the parking lot at the end of the trail was on a main road, and I was sure I could hitchhike to a payphone and call my brother. I couldn't hike back to my car because, like a genius, I'd locked my keys in the car for safekeeping, knowing my brother had a spare and would unlock my car for me when he dropped me off. 6 miles into my day, I ran into one of the dangers of seldom used trails. The path before me was completely overgrown and no trail markers could be seen. What looked like deer trails split off in 5 different directions. The map I had was no help because there were no identifiable landmarks. I picked what looked the most used path and hoped for the best. I walked 200 yards before I realized I was on the wrong path. I backtracked and picked another path. This time, I walked about a half mile without seeing a trail marker before coming to a 15-foot drop-off. This obviously wasn't the right path either, so back I went to the clearing. Finally, on the 3rd try, the trail looked promising, and before long, I found a trail marker. Things were looking up, but I had wasted several hours looking for the trail, and I really needed to push hard to make it out before dark. I got a good hiking pace again, but 10 miles into my day, my solitude was interrupted by the sound of someone shouting from 100 yards off the trail, "Hey, over here!" I stopped dead in my tracks at this unexpected voice and looked to my left. Through the trees, I saw a young but scraggly looking man. Again he shouted, "Hey, I need some help!" Of course, I wasn't going to leave a fellow hiker stranded in the middle of the forest, so I made my way over to him through the thick underbush. Joe was a thin 20-year-old with long unkept hair and a scruffy beard. He was dressed in a tie-dye t-shirt and some cut-off jean shorts. His pack was an old 1970s model, metal external frame with patches sewn all over it. He sat on the ground with one worn-out hiking boot off his right foot and the most grotesquely swollen, misshapen right ankle I'd ever seen. He calmly said, "I think I broke my ankle. I've been out here 2 days without food and water." He obviously couldn't walk, and it was too late in the day to hope to hike the 5 minutes remaining out, get help, and return to him. I assessed the situation and decided it wasn't a life-threatening injury. Since I had plenty of food and water left, I decided the best course of action would be build a fire, feed Joe, and get help first thing in the morning. Joe wasn't much for conversation. All I got out of him was that he didn't care too much for modern society and preferred to be alone. I asked about his family, where he was from, where he was going, and where he had been. All my questions were answered with a blank expression and the sound of Joe chewing on the granola bar I had given him. From the patches on his backpack, it seemed like he was well traveled. I was particularly impressed by the colorful one from Death Valley. I asked about it, but his only response was, "Yeah, I walked through there. At least this night, I wouldn't be alone." I awoke at first light, and Joe was already awake, sitting in the same position, just looking at his ankle. I left my last full water bottle and granola bar with him and set off to get help. As I was leaving, he looked up at me and said, "Be careful, you don't want to end up like me." I gave him a half smile and assured him I would be back with help soon. The hike out only took a little over an hour because I was going as fast as possible. When I arrived at the parking lot, it was still too early for my brother to be there, but luckily a day hiker was there preparing for her hike. I told her about Joe, and we reasoned that between the two of us, we could help Joe to safety out of the woods. She grabbed her first aid kit and some water, and I led the way down the trail on our rescue mission. We never did find Joe. I'm certain we were in the right spot because there was a fresh fire ring and my full water bottle and granola bar, but no Joe. I picked up my water bottle and noticed a piece of metal under it. It was a pin that would be used to hold the cloth back to the metal frame of a backpack. I kicked some leaves aside, and there on the ground was an old metal backpack frame with some shreds of pack cloth still attached. It looked like it had been there for 15 years. I looked closer and there, on the side of the backpack, was a faded patch from Death Valley. I still have that patch. It is sewn on my pack. I keep it as a reminder to never go out alone again.
I've had many personal experiences for which I am at a total loss to find a rational explanation for, and as a result, I've become fascinated by the experiences of others. I shall recount to you now an experience of a Japanese student I once had. I'm British and teach English in Japan. During a lesson one day, I asked my students to tell me about their scariest moment. The Japanese generally do not like to talk openly about anything that may be considered paranormal or related to ghosts, but this student was unusual and willing to talk. I shall call him Yukio. Yukio was a university student who took a summer job at a coastal area popular for its surfing in Chiba on the east coast of Japan. In Japan, a part-time job is called an arbeito, which comes from the German word Arbeit, meaning work. The Japanese borrowed this word and adapted it after the end of World War II. It's now a common term used by young people. During the day, Yukio worked at a surf shop near the beach and stayed in an apartment with his friends at night. The apartment was small and many people shared the rooms, sleeping on futons on the floor. One night, Yukio was awoken by a voice shouting, "Who are you? What is your name?" He opened his eyes and saw a Japanese soldier standing over him, wearing a full World War II uniform and holding a rifle. The soldier continued to repeat the questions as Yukio, paralyzed with fear, slowly managed to answer. The soldier then shouted, "What are you doing here?" Again and again, louder and louder. Yukio just managed to utter the word arbeito, to which the soldier got angry, shouting, "What does that mean? What is arbeito?" He got angrier and angrier, and Yukio became more frightened when suddenly the soldier faded away into thin air. No one else in the room heard or saw anything, but Yukio didn't go back to sleep that night. He explained that World War II soldiers wouldn't have known the word arbaito, as it wouldn't have been used until after the end of the war. The soldier may have been guarding the coast from the invasion when he was alive. I may post more stories, or you can contact me for them. Thank you. This story happened while I was a Marine attending MOS school in 29 Palms, California. It's a lesser-known Marine base that is mostly used for desert training. I was there from December 2003 to March 2005. I've always been sensitive to anything not quite around me. From the first time I moved into my barracks, I could feel something was wrong. I tried to dismiss it because my barracks were pretty much brand new. They'd just been built about a year and a half before. I would see shapes in my room at night, and I will admit, it scared me. We had something called Firewatch. All it was patrolling around the barracks, making sure everything was in order. One night, in February 2004, I was on the first deck. Sorry, I do use naval terminology. And I saw a girl just down the passageway. She was walking away from me, and she went around the corner and disappeared. I knocked on the hatches of the 2 rooms she could have gone to without coming back into my line of sight because only males lived there and females were not allowed in their rooms. But she wasn't in either of them. I went and reported to the duty what happened, and he told me the story about that place. Before those barracks were built, a girl had been raped and killed on the berm that the building now stood on. One night, before the barracks were opened, the duty in the barracks below mine, I lived at the top of the hill, heard a girl screaming in there. He called PMO, military police, and they came and searched the whole building and found nothing. No one left while they were there. They heard the screams twice more while they were searching as well. The screams were heard a few more times before people moved in, but since they've been occupied, it has quieted down. Needless to say, I was creeped out. I finished my shift without any more problems. I've seen the girl a few more times, but she doesn't seem to want to hurt anyone, so I wasn't really bothered by her. Another night in August of that same year, I was outside behind the barracks patrolling when I saw a man in a black shirt and blue jeans in the AC area. When I went closer for a better look, he had disappeared. There was no way he could have climbed out of there without me seeing him. Several more times while on that shift, I caught a sight of him on various decks. It was almost like he was playing with me, following me around. After that night, even when I would leave base, I'd feel his presence, almost as if he wanted to make sure I was okay. Even now that I'm in Okinawa, Japan, I still catch a glimpse of him, and I'll even sometimes talk to him. Well, that's my story. There's also things that happen at Paris Island, MCT, in Okinawa, but those are entirely different stories altogether. This story comes from Vail, Arizona, just south of Tucson. The Vail School District had been expanding rapidly for years, and finally, construction began in the district's badly needed 4th elementary school. Cottonwood Elementary was built in the middle of a large housing area, surrounded by hundreds of new houses. During construction, one of the workers brought his little boy to come see him work and watch the big tractors as they drove around, digging up the ground. The boy had been wearing a blue striped shirt and was playing with some small plastic army men in the sand. At some point, the man, while driving one of the tractors, lost track of where his son had been sitting. He figured that his son had to use the porta potty. Putting the tractor into reverse, he began to back up when suddenly, the screams of his coworkers reached him and he immediately stopped. Upon climbing down from the machine, he was hit with the horror that he had backed up over his own son. The boy died over the grounds that was to be his school. Cottonwood Elementary has experienced a few strange happenings in the 4 years since its opening. In the cafeteria, a janitor was cleaning up after lunch hour. She heard one of the doors open and looked to see who it was, only to see an empty room. She looked outside to see if anyone had walked by, and there was no one. A few seconds later, in the exact amount of time required to walk across the entire cafeteria, the door on the opposite side opened. The janitor watched as it opened itself and closed without being touched. Also, in the cafeteria, the same janitor had a ladder leaning against the wall. In no way was it ready to fall at any moment. As she walked past it carrying a box, the ladder fell on her, knocking her to the floor and injuring her spine. She claims to have heard the sound of a child's giggle. The next building over is the kindergarten room. The teacher has complained that nearly every day, the clock which hangs on the wall has randomly fallen down. Also, the toys kept in the room are often found laying out in the mornings when the teacher knows they've been put away the day before. Most often, the bucket of plastic army men was poured out into the floor. Several sit standing as if in battle. And in the restrooms that sit between the kindergarten building and the cafeteria, several students have claimed to have seen a little boy wearing a blue striped shirt who throws wet paper towels to stick to the ceiling. The little boy who had died was known to have been a troublemaker. Thanks for reading. I'm going to start by saying quite a few paranormal things have happened to me in my 15 years of existence, but nothing all that significant. However, when I was 12, I had a rather scary experience at the camp my class went to. I was in 6th grade, going to a local camp with my classmates for the last few days of elementary school. We were staying for 2 days and sleeping in the cabins for a single night. I was particularly excited because the girls in my class had been assigned the haunted cabin. The story went something like this. Back when the camp was newer, it was used for Girl Scouts. Late one night, one of the campers had to use the bathroom, and because it was so late at night, she didn't bother to wake anyone else up. So she left, and the next morning, no one could find her. They looked and looked and looked, but never did find the girl. The legend goes, at 2 o'clock in the morning, one can hear the girl's footsteps as they leave the camp. All the other kids in my class knew that I believed in ghosts and tried desperately to frighten me, especially the boys. They kept telling me I was going to be gutted like a fish when I slept. I put on a brave front, but truthfully, I was terrified to sleep in the cabin. Before I go on, let me give you a layout of the cabin. It was awkwardly shaped, with little nooks here and there 1 or 2 bunk beds would be shoved into. There was a single bed in the far corner, where a braver girl than anyone else was sleeping by herself. She and I later became good friends. And then there was a single bunk bed where my teacher and another student were sleeping. There was a wall between the bed I was sharing and the bed the teacher was sleeping on. The door outside was diagonal from the bed I was sleeping on, and so was the fireplace. Now, right above the fireplace was a very creepy picture of one of the older gentlemen who had founded the camp, and that was recently deceased. A few of us took pictures of it, and it scared us all too. My friend Morgan was sleeping in the top bunk, and my friend Andrea was sleeping across from me. I was afraid I would see a ghost, but I had the theory that if I went to sleep before everyone else, I wouldn't be so scared. But I'm one of those people who takes ages to fall asleep, so I was the last one awake. To keep from freaking out, I kept the little lantern I'd brought with on and cuddled with all the stuffed animals I had with, burying my face in my pillow. That was at about 10 p.m. I woke up again later that evening, as I often do. I immediately realized the lamp was out and was about to turn it back on when I heard distinctive footsteps from where the door was. I at first thought it was another one of the girls coming in from outside, but soon realized everyone was in their beds and no one was up. I screamed bloody murder, but no one woke up. I was so scared. Eventually, the footsteps stopped, but then some new noise started. To me, it sounded like a large toothless mouth clamping, repeatedly. I screamed again and again. No one woke up. Eventually, all the noise ceased, and I was brave enough to take the covers from the bottom half of my face and check the clock I had brought with me. About 7 minutes after 2, I couldn't go back to sleep, so I eventually woke Andrea up and we shared a bed for the night. The next day, I checked with the other girls if any of them had been up. No one had. I told them about my experience, but none of them believed me. They all thought I was making it up. I know it sounds like my imagination had just run wild, but I know what I heard. To this day, I refuse to go into that cabin. The cabin was number 13. Yeah, I guess that's crazy, isn't it? Thanks for reading. As a freshman at Morehead State University, I was placed in Nunn Hall. The dorm is different in many ways from the others on campus, and its description is important to the story. It is set away from the other buildings on campus and includes open walkways to 4-person suites, which gives one the feeling of a very large motel or apartment complex. If you know anything about the climate of Morehead, Kentucky, you know that it rains almost every day, and scenery is limited by almost the oppressive mountains. All in all, the atmosphere is pretty creepy sometimes. The first night in the dorm, my roommates didn't stay there. We weren't allowed to have visitors yet, so I was all alone. All night, I felt like someone was with me, and something kept telling me internally that I should jump off the dorm. Now, keep in mind that I knew nothing about any ghosts in the dorm, and I don't mean something literally telling me to do it. More like a deep feeling of sadness and hopelessness. This feeling repeated itself occasionally, and I would wonder why I would feel that way when everything in my life was going pretty much just how I wanted it to. Of course, my high level of rationale would always stop me from actually jumping, obviously. When my roommates started sleeping in the dorm, we often woke each other up by talking loudly in our sleep and not remembering it in the morning. None of us had ever heard of ourselves being a sleep talker before. R began to have nightmares. B, who skipped class a lot, swore that one day when she was sleeping instead of going to class, something shook her bed every time she started to fall asleep. In the mornings, our cell phone and laptop chargers were often unattached to the wall, and nothing charged. We would leave and turn off all the lights, and return with every light and the TV on. One day, we talked about these strange happenings, and confirmed most of our experiences, having given ourselves the rationale before that the other roommates were leaving lights and appliances on when nobody was there. One night in particular, my little sister was visiting me, and we were watching a movie and making popcorn. 3 times the TV turned itself off randomly. We would all check the cords, make sure nobody was sitting on the remote, and pretty much everything you can think of. Nothing was ever out of place, and each time it just came back on all by itself. Another night, I was just getting into bed, and the TV in the living room came on all by itself. I was the only one there. I just got up and turned it off. Nothing very bad has happened here since I pretended I wasn't scared anymore. So maybe the ghost has finally gotten over the commotion of moving one day, or hopefully has decided I'm no longer any fun and moved off to terrorize some other collegiate. No loss to me. Other people I've talked to have also resided here, have some of the same experiences as well. When I finally did some research and found out the history of the building, I found that 2 ghosts were frequently active in the room. One is the ghost of a girl whose name is debated to be Caroline or Catherine. She became depressed during a break because she was lonely and jumped from the 9th floor and landed on the lobby awning. My weird feeling to jump off the building when I was lonely. The other girl was named Ginger and accidentally shot herself in the head while she was high on marijuana. She's said to be a prankster who likes to mess with electrical things. The actual haunting is given credit to Penelope, a fond combination of the 2 ghosts. I've heard the saying often, the ghost Penelope who runs Nunn Hall. While researching my ghosts, I also found out that another girl resided in the dorm, drowned herself in the lake near the dorm when she discovered she was pregnant by her black boyfriend, whom her parents highly disapproved of. Rather than bear her parents' wrath, she committed suicide. There are other stories around of the various ghosts who share the campus, but they're not my experiences and not mine to tell, or maybe another time. Thanks for reading. My name is Kristen. I live in Ohio and I'm 20 years old now. My story is true and it takes place 4 years ago. When I first started high school, I had problems fitting in. I'm kind of weird, kind of loud, and I can be a little obnoxious. However, I eventually became very depressed. I didn't have friends, and I was extremely stressed out because my classes were near impossible. I started talking to myself and found myself upset one moment and ecstatic the next. After seeing several therapists and psychiatrists, I was eventually diagnosed with bipolar disorder, manic depression. I was put on Topamax, which is a stabilizer for the time being. Now, some of the symptoms I was having I realized were common. I like to stay up and work on my laptop, or just play around while sitting on my father's recliner. But most nights, in the corner of my eyes, I'd see dark shadows. I'd raise my head as a chill shot up my spine and hesitate long enough to examine the room around me. Nothing. And when I'd first wake up during the night, I had double visions. When walking by people, I could see an afterface. This is hard to explain. They would walk by me, and I could see a blur behind them, as if they were moving in slow motion. When I waved my hand before my face, it had that same effect, like my hand was casting layers of shadows. During the night, in my car, there were bright lights looking like golden butterflies shooting around the dashboard ceiling. It was just bizarre, and it troubled me because I knew I was the only one seeing these things. My mind was projecting these images. At night, I would wake up, and there would be dark lines everywhere, looking like jail bars. Often, I'd bump into things trying to get out of my bedroom for a glass of water. 2 years later, I came off the medication, and I'd become used to all these hallucinations, only many of them didn't stop. I asked my therapist if Topamax had a lasting effect on my mind, but she told me once the medicine was out of my system, there would be no side effects. But the shadows still remained. I would quickly look up, hoping to catch a glimpse, but there was always nothing there. One night, I awoke from a nightmare, and when I turned my head to glance at the closet door, it was wide open. I distinctly remembered shutting it before I went to sleep because the shadows my clothes cast often looked like bodies to me. I instantly felt angry because at the time, I've had a very vivid view of dead people, corpses beneath my bed, pressed up inside my closet. I would use anger as my initial reaction, pretending that I was more twisted than any ghost, and for that reason, they should be afraid of me. They wouldn't dare come near me. I got up, slammed the closet door as hard as I could, and yelled, "Leave me alone." At that exact moment, the door flung back open, hitting my nose so hard, there was bruising the next morning. I nearly passed out. I got up and ran for my bedroom to get my mother. Can you imagine? Someone nearly 18 running to their mother for protection. Maybe it's not as odd as it sounds. I was so afraid, I wouldn't go back to sleep. I still sleep with a lamp on in my room. My biggest fear is that I'll wake up and someone will be standing right over me, watching me. Well, that's my story, though I am relieved the golden butterflies have stopped since I stopped the medication.
At the beginning of May, I was offered what is to me a dream summer job. I'm working in my town's museum, giving tours, working with the artifacts, that sort of thing. Absolutely perfect for a history lover like me. The museum is 3 small buildings. The first building is very small, just like one room. It has a few displays to do with the town's sporting history, the first settlers to the area, and all our books and archives. It is also where the computer and phone is, so that is where I normally work when there aren't any visitors. The second building is the barn. This is one big room that is full of old farm equipment and horse racing equipment. The last building is the most popular part of the museum and my personal favorite. It's the log cabin. The cabin was built in 1860 and had families living in it for the next few hundred years. We have set it up so it looks like a typical farm home from the 1880s. To enter, you go through the back kitchen, then up a few steps into the main room. To the right of the main room are 2 small bedrooms. On the left is the staircase that goes to the attic, which is one large room that is filled with displays of old clothes. This building was where the strangeness occurred. Since the museum is so small, I work alone, unless a big tour comes through. On my first day, I was walking through the buildings, acquainting myself with all the exhibits. When people had asked questions, I would have answers. I went up to the cabin's attic. There I was hit with a powerful smell of horses. It was like I just had walked into a stable. After 5 or 10 seconds, the smell disappeared and was replaced by the ordinary museum smell. I looked around to try and find where the smell came from and found, thrown over the back of a chair, an old blanket that was used for people riding in horse-drawn carriages about 120 years ago. I picked it up and took a sniff, since it was the only thing even vaguely horse-related in the building, but it only smelt of old cloth. Well, it was a strange thing, but I had work to do, so I put it out of my mind. A few days later, I was again in cabin, sweeping the main room, trying to make it pretty for the day's guests, when bang, bang, something began to pound on the front door. Now, the front door is bolted from the inside and only opened on days when there's a big tour. There is a window beside the door so I could see if anyone passed. I opened the door, but of course, there was no one. This happened again a few minutes later, and again there was no one. By this point, I was getting spooked, so I started looking for anything that could account for the noise. Tree branch, construction, giant squirrel, anything. But I couldn't find a single explanation. On another day, while I was walking past the barn, I heard people talking inside. Thinking it was visitors had come in, without me seeing, I went in to check. Completely empty. Later that same day, I was in the back kitchen when I heard footsteps in the main room. Now, there is no way anyone could have gotten in there without passing me. Torn between fear and curiosity, I went in to see what was going on. There was no one in the room, but I saw a woman's foot at the top of the stairs going into the attic. She had on dark shoes and a long dress. I followed up the stairs, but when I reached the top, the room was empty. Fear overcame curiosity, and I ran down the stairs and back to the office where nothing strange ever happens. Since then, I haven't seen anything. I do, however, occasionally hear light footsteps, the swish of a dress, and murmured conversations. I'm working in the museum until September and can't really say if I hope to see more of the ghosts and learn who they are, or if I hope it all quiets down. I guess time will tell. At the Museum, Part 2. I wrote earlier about my job in the local museum. If you haven't read that story, it would be a good idea to do so now, just to get an idea of the layout of the buildings and to know what has happened so far. A few days after I had written my last story, I was sitting at my desk in the office building. This building has a door facing the street that I keep popped open with a brick so people passing by will see that the museum is open. There I was sitting and cataloged some old books when I heard a loud scraping noise. I looked up and saw the brick sliding away from the door. Then the door slammed shut. I ran over to see what had caused it but could not find anything. The wind wasn't strong enough to push the door shut, and there was no one around. The brick hadn't just been pushed by the door, it looked as though it had been pulled away, allowing the door to slam. This has happened 5 times overall. 2 of the times, it was quite windy out, so I assumed the wind was the culprit. but for the other 3 times, I haven't a clue. For the first month or so that I worked in the museum, I always had a strange feeling whenever I walked into the cabin. It was like I had just barged in somewhere uninvited. It never felt totally mean, and I never felt threatened, but I never felt welcomed either. In fact, as the days went on, I began to feel as if whatever was there was teasing me. I would hear whispers or footsteps from one room, go to check it out and hear those noises in the room I had just left. Other times, I would put something down, turn away, and when I looked back, it would be moved. Not a lot, but enough that I could tell. This went on until one day, about 2 weeks ago. That was a rough day. Genius that I am, I had stayed up way too late the night before, and as a result, was very tired. It had been raining and my feet were wet. I hate that. To top it all off, the very first thing I saw when I went into the cabin was a giant spider. I hate them even more than wet feet. In short, I was a very cranky tour guide. As I was opening up the cabin that lousy day, one of the table's clothes began whipping back and forth loudly and quickly. Before that day, when something happened that I couldn't explain, I would get spooked. That day though, I was in no mood to be played around with, so I just rolled my eyes and said whatever and continued on with my work. The tablecloth instantly stopped moving, and from between me and the table, I heard a soft giggle. Since that day, whenever I walk into the cabin, it feels warm and welcoming. I no longer feel like I don't belong there. Things still happen, but it doesn't feel like teasing. The latest strange thing to happen in the cabin was last weekend. There had been quite a few visitors, and as a result, I was there later than usual. In the cabin, I saw wet footprints on the floor in the back kitchen. They looked as though someone with wet feet had walked from the doorway to the main room to where there was a larger wet spot in front of the table where the guest book is. Exactly what you would get if somebody with wet shoes had stood there for a few minutes reading the names. Now, this in itself wouldn't have been odd except for one thing. I had been in the kitchen and had just walked to the doorway to tell my mom I would be a few more minutes. There were no prints when I walked to the door, and they were there when I turned back. I was tired and it was late, so I decided to ignore it and close up for the night. As I walked from the kitchen to the main room, I saw someone poke their head out of a bedroom, look at me, then go back into the room. I couldn't make out any details since they were between me and the light and was just a silhouette. All I could tell was the person was about the same height as me. 5 feet. Yeah, I know, I'm a shorty. It seemed to me as if they were saying, "You still here?" I went into the room to check, but of course it was empty. Like I said, it had been a long day and I was so tired. So I just closed the curtains, turned out the lights, told whoever was there good night, and went home. Ghost of Gar Museum and Library. Long-time reader, first-time poster. Let me start off by saying I have had plenty of paranormal experiences when I was younger. Nothing too major has happened since I was around 17. This happened not too long ago, last week, March 19th. I started volunteering at a local Civil War museum and library, the Grand Army of the Republic Civil War Museum and Library. It was a regular day there. Only myself and another senior volunteer, A, were there. It was the afternoon, maybe about 2 to 3 p.m. A was responding to some emails, and I was reading a book from the library when I heard a large crash. I knew for sure it came from inside the house. We're not in the best neighborhood, the Frankfurt section of Philadelphia. I had the security monitors turned on and looked at the parking lot. Our vehicles were fine. I told A I was looking outside. Nothing in the parking lot. The front was fine. I looked over the fence into the vacant house next door. It has no back door, so I thought maybe a vagrant or someone was in there stealing some metal. I went back into the car. I told A I didn't see anything outside. I checked the library area. That was fine. I went up to a storage where we had old newspapers. Those shelves are fine, nothing on the floor. I shut off all the lights there. Then I recalled someone looking at the piano to see if he would be interested in taking it. I went up to our meeting room, and that room and piano were fine. I shut off all the lights there and used the bathroom. I thought since A and myself were the only ones there, I'd leave the toilet seat up. We have a unisex bathroom. No more sounds were heard. A little while later, I had to use the bathroom again. As I was going through the library area, I noticed the light on the staircase that leads to the newspaper room was on. I have a good memory and always pay attention to detail. I knew for sure I turned this off. I flicked the switch at the bottom a few times and it wouldn't go off. I climbed the steps and shut it off at the top. I came back and flipped the bottom on and off again. This time, the bottom worked perfectly. I went up to the bathroom and, to my surprise, the toilet seat was down. I used the facilities and went back to the office. Then I noticed on the monitor a drape appeared to be broken on the 3rd floor. The two of us went up and the 3rd floor light was on. The drape was also up. I stood directly under the camera and it looked different. We did some detective work, and after digging around for a while, we found about 5 or 6 pictures knocked over. A said this was probably what we heard. We were on the 1st floor, office, nowhere near these pictures. This would have happened nowhere near as loud falling. The glass on the pictures, even one that fell on an exposed radiator pipe, were fine. We put the pictures back and left for the day. Later at home, I was wondering if there was any reason that happened. I checked on the internet and didn't see anything significant. No major bottles fought on this day or anything like that. We did have some weird items including, but not limited to, a stuffed horse head and stuffed donkey head, blood-stained sheets from President Lincoln's deathbed, and some stuff from Andersonville prison. Then it dawned on me. Earlier that day, when reading, I had hummed a few notes of Dixie. This was my only experience there so far. I've only had been volunteering there for about a month. If happenings like this continue, it will be another reason for me to continue volunteering there. For those not familiar with the GAR, it's also known as the Ron House. It's on the National Register of Historic Places, Pennsylvania Register of Historic Places, and the Philadelphia Register of Historic Places. It was built in the 1790s and spent over 100 years as a doctor's home and office. It was also a Grand Army of the Republic post for a while before becoming a museum. A South New Jersey ghost haunting group was there a while ago and claimed they found 3 ghosts there. An angry ghost in the basement, a child who roams, and John Ron's first wife, Elizabeth, in the 3rd floor area. The ghost hunters had claimed John's wife, Elizabeth, had become angry during an EVP session when they asked if she was aware if her son and husband had served as Confederate doctors. I'll be up in their 3rd floor area tomorrow maintaining some firearms. I'll check those pictures again and post if there's anything significant on them. I'll also try to stay in camera view just in case. The full-bodied apparition at the Doncaster Air Museum. Some years ago, whilst taking part in a ghost hunt at Doncaster Air Museum, I was in a group of fellow ghost hunters in the middle of a vigil, just calling out for some form of spirit communication. We were sitting in the large hangar, and there was said to be where the planes were repaired during the Second World War, and prior to that had been Doncaster's International Airport. The night was a cloudless summer night. It was also a rather mild time of the night too. The group was in good spirits, already in anticipation for a night of ghost hunting. The adrenaline was starting to pump around the body of all of us. We were calling out for spirit activity when suddenly 5 of the group saw the solid mass of a human shape move directly past the larger than normal doorway. We immediately ran to the doorway to investigate who or what had fleeted past the door, but not a soul was to be seen in the few seconds we had taken to reach the doorway. They had literally disappeared from the whole area. When we reached the doorway, we inadvertently set off the security lights, but most shockingly, outside the hangar, there was a pea gravel all around the area of the air museum, which, when the ghost hunters walked on it, made an incredible noise that could be heard from our chairs in the hangar. However, we had heard no noise from the visitation we had seen. And another sobering thought also materialized. The figure literally walked straight through the disabled handrails that led into the hangar doorway. As we added up all this information, the cold realization hit in every one of us that we had indeed been very fortunate to have come within meters of a full-bodied apparition. I asked Alan, who was staffing the air museum that night, whether anyone else could have walked by the doorway, as the figure we had seen was much bigger than Alan's. Alan stated that no one else was on the grounds, as the gates were all locked and the high fencing was quite difficult to climb up, and the security light would have come on in the event of someone walking in. The group all commented that we must have indeed seen a full-bodied apparition, as in all of our endeavors to point to figure being human, we could not see how it was possible for a human figure to walk by the security lights without setting them off. How no noise was heard from the figure walking on the surrounding pea gravel, and there was no trace or sign immediately after the incident. The ghost hunters who witnessed this still chat about the time. We all saw a full-bodied apparition at Doncaster Air Museum. Heritage Square Museum, California. I volunteer at a museum called Heritage Square in Pasadena, California. I've been volunteering there for 6 years. I've always known about Heritage Square. I live right up from the street from it. I grew up with it and always loved it as a kid. I only wish I had signed up sooner. I never felt anything as a guest. I guess I never really noticed. My mother would always feel stuff and would ask the volunteers about it. They were never allowed to talk about it, but they still told her off the record. It was not until I started to volunteer there that I would feel and see things. It did not take long for me to get all these things. It was always one house, the Hale house. Maybe because I was in that house a lot. The little boy is a playful boy. Fun too. Within the last 3 years, I started to notice stuff in the other houses. I never had been scared by anything that would happen to me in the house. I always enjoyed seeing the spirits or feeling them around the museum. Every now and then, the museum invites ghost investigators to come. I was invited to 2 of them. I was thrilled by it. I knew it would be interesting to go, and I would have fun and stuff would come up. The first one I was on was just the investigators and the museum staff. We got fun stuff. We were on our last house and did get stuff. One of the investigators and I sat down and started talking to see if anything popped up. Nothing much. Before I knew it, I had the cold chill on the left side of my body. I told the investigator. He sat next to me and felt it too, and he smelled cologne. I did not smell it. I asked him if it was Old Spice. He told me he wasn't sure. But I knew who it was. I said, "Is this Oscar Levy Thomas?" And it was my grandfather. We chatted with him for some time. I then realized the weird things and feelings I was getting earlier in that house. The chat was fun. The second investigation was one that was open to the public. I was invited to help out with that one. I was only glad I did not sign up for it. I was asked if I was going to do it. I said I am broke and can't afford it. The person said you don't have to pay, just volunteer it. So I agreed to do it. The night of that public investigation, they explained all the rules to the guests for the museum and told them who we all are. During that, I kept getting a funny feeling someone was looking at us or staring at me. Now guess which it was. It was the building across from the gift shop, the Hastings house. It was on the porch. I kept looking to get a better look. There was no one there. The ghost realized I knew it was there. It was thrilled I could see it. It was like, oh, you can see me. I am here. That's what I kept getting. I am here. You can see me. I took a photo, but don't know if anything came out on it because I have not had a chance to look. The investigation finally started. We went to 2 of the houses and got some stuff, but didn't get much. Then we went to the 3rd house, which was the Hastings house. Right before they started the tour, the investigators told me they heard my nickname 3 times on the tour before us. Weird. We did our tour in that house. Some pulled out there, like a new toy they got for ghost hunting that they don't know how to use it quite yet. It was very cool. One of those things a spirit can talk into and you can hear them right away. It was speaking like crazy, then stopped. I asked if I could borrow it and I walked around with it and spoke like crazy with me. Was it goofing off or was it serious? I tried to get it to talk more, but would not speak much. It kept saying help in letters. The rest of the house, we didn't get much, but heard new stories, ones I was glad to hear. At the end of the night, I found out which staff was on the tour before us in the Hastings house. So I asked him about my name being called, and he confirmed it. Weird. Ghosts seem to come to me at the museum now. I am scared of one of the museum, that I've never been scared of. But since the first investigation, I am scared now. The Shaw House, the doctor's office, I still go in the dark and turn off all the lights and they turn on by themselves. I like the thrill of it and being scared. This is why I volunteered to go into the house to turn off all the lights and lock up or get things because I like to see ghosts and so on. And I am not scared out of my wits quite yet. I have many more stories about that museum. The Heritage Museum. Hey guys, it's been a while since I've been on, but my son has a great story for you. He went on a field trip a couple of weeks ago to a historical museum in our town. It is located within walking distance from his school. I'd say about a 10-minute walk. Now I'll give you a little background information on Ash. Ash is 10 years old, he is highly intelligent, and he's a child who has ADHD, but has the biggest heart. When he came home from school that afternoon after the field trip, he was very excited and told everyone about it. And now I will turn this over to him. We went to the museum. First, we went to the gun room and looked at the old Civil War guns. I really liked the shotgun and the grenade. Next, we went to the attic and we saw things that the shelves would use to cook, clean, and other chores. When we were coming down from the attic, I was standing upstairs in my class waiting to go outside. When it was time to go, I was pushed and heard a little girl laughing. It was weird, but cool at the same time. After school, I told Mom and she believed me. Some other people made fun of me. Mom told me not to listen to them because people have different beliefs than us. She said as long as I told the truth, that's all that mattered. Thank you very much for reading Ash's story. I do believe him. It is a toss-up for this museum. Some say it is, and some say it is not. If you would like more information on it, I will gladly guess it. Thank you. the Museum of Witchcraft. This is an experience of when I was in Stratford upon Avon in May 2008 for my coursework. I was with my friends Rebecca and Chris, and we were a group having to do a lot of work. We had already completed most of it from our first visit about a month ago, so this time we were allowed basically to do our own stuff, and since we were doing about tourism, we decided to visit some tourist attractions. The thing that I really wanted to do was the Museum of Witchcraft and Wizardology, and my friend Rebecca had promised that we would do it, and so we did. From the outside, it looked really good and interesting, and when we went inside, the woman at the desk was handily dressed as a witch, and there was Harry Potter and other scary music playing. It did seem a little corny, but I was a little bit scared, and so were Rebecca and Chris. Once we had paid, the woman told us about it and how it was one of the most haunted buildings in Stratford, and that priests and ghost hunters had visited it and made contact with spirits there. She then warned us that we should hold on when going upstairs, as they had a spirit that liked to push. We set off and looked at the exhibitions, reading the handy leaflet as we went. The museum was tiny and basically set up in someone's house. It was a bit scary, and we did all feel a push when going upstairs or down them. Some of the rooms provided lots of information and scares, but it was still a bit cheesy thinking back. However, there was one room that I really didn't want to go in. I don't know why, but something about it made me freak out and I couldn't go in. Rebecca said that she felt in, but Chris, being man, went in first and showed us all that there was nothing to be afraid of. He went in and me and Rebecca followed. I was shaking and holding onto Rebecca's arm with such a tight grip. Eventually, I calmed down and felt a little bit at ease, but we all felt like we were being watched. We couldn't read the booklet because it was so dark, but we had a bit of adventure, and then I left and waited in the corridor, which was alright. In some rooms, you could feel a pressure, a bit of a panic, whether it was just me. I was scared shitless, and I hated it. When we did leave, we sat on a bench and read the booklet and read some of the stories about ghosts in the rooms. It was scary. Almost every room was said to have had a ghost of some sort in it, and a lot of people had seen them. We hadn't seen anything, just felt things, and I didn't want to go back to any room. After spending some time there, I came back home. I know this probably wasn't the most scariest story in the world, but I appreciate you reading.
I used to be a police officer for the city of San Benito, Texas. One night, my shift was working 11 to 7, graveyard shift, when I heard one of my fellow officers call out over the police radio at about 2 or 3 a.m. that he was going to check out what appeared to be a fire within the fenced area of the Old City Cemetery, which is located on Old Sam Houston Street. I then advised our dispatcher that I would be en route to back up my fellow officer. I was across town, so I'd traveled about 2 to 3 minutes tops when I heard the officer say 10 to 8, which means back in service. I then thought to myself, why didn't he call for the fire department? So I then called him over the radio and told him to meet me at the parking lot of the Blockbuster video store. When he pulled up to my police unit with his patrol car, I could see that he had a scared look on his face. I asked, "Hey, what happened at the cemetery?" And he said defensively, "I don't want to talk about it." I again asked him what happened to the fire, and he said again, "I don't want to talk about it," and drove off in the police unit. I thought to myself that I would give him the chance to clear his thoughts from his head, so I waited to the end of the shift to ask him what had happened. He told me that he was patrolling on North Sam Houston Street when he saw a small fire in the Old City Cemetery. He then stated he went around the railroad tracks at Old Sam Houston Street. Since it was around one of the holidays when they sell fireworks, he thought someone might have set off the fireworks and it had landed in the cemetery, causing a grass fire. He then called the dispatcher over the police radio and advised her that he was going to check out the fire. He said he told me he exited the patrol unit and walked into the city cemetery towards the fire. He said that the flame from the small fire was about 8 to 9 feet high. He then told me he noticed as he was walking towards the fire that the closer he got to the area of the flame, the smaller it was getting. He said to me when he got up where the source of the fire was, it suddenly disappeared, and he noticed that there was no smoke or traces of anything burning. He stated that when he looked down where the flame had disappeared, he was standing in front of a grave where I had just been buried days or a couple of weeks before. He then stated that he felt scared, and that is when he got back in his patrol car and left the area. This occurrence is my one and only paranormal experience. I'd love to have more. For the past year, I've had a part-time job working for an ambulance company. This company is one of the few running combination funeral home EMS services in the region. One day, I was sitting in the ambulance bay resting between calls. The ambulance bay is in the same building as the embalming and body preparation area. I was in a meditative state, but had my eyes open. Out of the corner of my eye, I observed a girl about 9 years old walk through the back wall of the ambulance bay towards me. I remained motionless, and when she arrived at my side, she smiled and blew a puff of air onto my cheek. I could distinctly feel the breath, and at this point, I realized that day I was not daydreaming. The child was dressed in a slate blue jumper with a white blouse. The outfit she wore could have placed her anywhere from the late 19th century to the middle of the 20th century. It looked like a school uniform. She was slender, with mousy brown hair and dark eyes. After blowing on my cheek, she smiled and walked past where I was sitting and disappeared through an exterior wall just to the left of a door. Later, I asked some of the other paramedics if this apparition was familiar to them. It was not. However, 2 of the medics stated that they have seen and or heard ghosts in the ambulance bay building and an adjacent former residence, now used as a dispatch center. Although I've tried sitting in the same place and being quiet and meditative, I've failed to see the little girl again, but I will keep trying. There was no fear involved with the paranormal event, only a sense of love and gentleness. Thanks for reading. I had a few experiences in this one house I lived in from the time I was 5 until about 14. I lived in a city about 20 minutes away from Los Angeles. Anyway, one night, I was sleeping and for some reason I woke up. I don't ever wake up in the middle of the night. When I woke up, I saw a white figure, which looked like a soldier standing in front of my bedroom door. He was just standing there saluting me, just staring at me, and he didn't move. What I remember the most is his eyes. They were bright white. I was scared because yeah, it was a ghost, and it's not normal for me to see something like that, but at the time, I felt safe. I knew that he wasn't there to hurt me or he wasn't trying to scare me. What I wanted to do was run to my mom's room, but instead, I pulled the blanket over my head and prayed. The next morning, I told my mom about it, and I remember she got this weird look on her face, but then was like, "It must have been the lights from outside. You probably imagined it. Now stop scaring your sister." After that, everything was fine until about a year later, I had the worst experience. My mom had rearranged my room so that my bed was right in front of the door. One night, I was sleeping and I heard what sounded like a baby wearing a diaper crawl by. My baby brother still wore diapers, so I thought it was him. I looked out my bedroom door and didn't see anything. I checked on my baby brother and he was sound asleep in his crib. I went back into bed and started to doze off when I heard it again. I didn't feel like getting up again, so I called out his name, and just like that, the noise stopped. Then about 10 seconds later, I felt something tug on my blanket. Now remember, my bed was right in front of my door, so if my brother came in, I would have seen him. I grabbed onto my blanket, but whatever was tugging started pulling on it harder. I was so scared, but I wasn't about to let whatever was pulling me on my blanket take it. That's my favorite blanket, so I laid on top of it. Then the tugging stopped. I guess I passed out because I woke up again on top of my blanket. Something had woke me up. I didn't know what though. Anyway, I had long hair and it was hanging off of my bed because of the way I was laying. All of a sudden, I felt like something was pulling my hair very gently though. Then all of a sudden, it felt like someone had started at the top of my head and put their fingers through my hair but it didn't feel like fingers because it scratched my head. It was sharp. I know I was not imagining it either because my head jerked back since I had a lot of tangles to my hair. That was it. I ran so fast out of my room. I ran into my parents' room crying hysterically. It took them a while to calm me down. When they finally did, I told them what happened. Again, my mom told me it was my imagination. I was not imagining it. Well, I slept on their room floor for about 6 months after that. There was no way I was going to sleep in that room. That was the last time anything bad happened like that. I remember I was always freezing in my room. The rest of the house would be hot, but as soon as you would go into my room, you were freezing. No matter what time of the year it was. One day, me, my mom, my brother and sister came back from my aunt's. I was the first to walk in. My mom was right behind me, and bro and sis were still getting out of the car. It was dark in the house, so I was walking to go put the light on when out of nowhere, this bright white ballish figure flew straight from the kitchen into my room. My mom saw it too, because I looked at her, and all she said was, "Don't say anything." We finally moved when I was about 14. One day, my mom and I were talking about that house, and I brought up that soldier I'd seen. That's when she finally told me what happened. The street we lived on had this one gang. They were always doing drive-by shootings, fights, and cops everywhere. Anyway, a year we both moved in, I guess there had been a little shootouts between the gangsters and the cops. Well, a cop was shot, and he called up to my front porch to get help, but before an ambulance could get there, he died right there on the steps. My bedroom window was right next to the front porch, so it turned out that it wasn't a soldier, but it was a cop dressed in full service dress that he was buried in. I actually felt fortunate to have had him with us. I feel like he was protecting us. A lot of the kids on my street that I grew up with had been beat up bad, shot, joined a gang, got pregnant really young, etc. Everyone except for me and my siblings. There's 6 of us. It was a dangerous neighborhood, but I always had this feeling when I was in that house, like I was safe and I had nothing to worry about. But at the time, I always felt like something or someone was watching me. Well, that's my story. Back in 1972, my family moved into a house on Upland Avenue in Fontana, California. The house was haunted. Just after that, the house at the other end of the street also became haunted. I'll start with the house down the street. I was friendly with the woman that lived in that house. She had a passion for gardening. The house is or was on the corner of the street. In front of 2 sides along both streets were 2 flower beds. I would see her outside caring for the flowers. I think in 1973 she died. I saw an ambulance out in front of the house one day. I just thought she got sick. Later, one of the boys that lived on the street told me that she had died. At the time, I didn't believe him because I had seen her just the day before taking care of her flowers, and the ambulance had been there about a week before. The next thing that happened was one day, I was walking past the house and I saw a woman tending to the gardens out front. I stopped to say hello to her. To me, she looked just like the woman that had lived there all along. I told her I was glad that she was better. She told me that she had not been sick and that she had just moved in. I don't know if I ever saw her again. A couple of years later, a family with a boy moved into that house. In the meantime, I was still seeing the first woman from time to time. I didn't know at the time that a family had moved in. I saw the boy in the driveway playing with a ball. I told him that the woman that lived in the house would not like him playing with the gate open, and she said she would be mad about it. He then told me that he lived in the house and could play in the driveway if he wanted to. I then pointed out that the woman was in the window watching him and that she looked mad at me. He then looked at the window and saw the woman turn white, started to run around to the front of the house yelling for his father. Later that year, the woman that lived next door stopped to talk to me about the house. She told me that the first woman had died years before. She also told me that all the women that lived there since 1972 had all gotten sick. She told me that she had seen the woman in the window also, and she thought she was mad because the other woman kept taking out the flowers she put in. Also, the flowers were starting to grow into her yard. Later, they put up a very high fence, so they would not be able to see the window from their yard. Her husband, the neighbor, told me later that his wife was sick. He also wanted to know if I knew of anything that could be done about what was happening next door, plus that they were moving. In 1979, I told my doctor that I thought the house my mother had lived in was what made her sick. He asked me where she had been living at the time. I told him on Upland Avenue. He then asked if the house was on the corner and why he was asking me. He said that the first woman that had lived there had died of cancer, and so did the next 2 women that lived there, of the same cancer. The young mother of the boy did not die of the cancer that she got, but she was still very sick because of the treatment for it. He also told me that the first owners of the house was not the first woman. He told me that the town didn't know what to do with the house, as they didn't want any more women to live there because they all were getting the same cancer. I told him about the first woman and that she didn't like anyone to mess with her flowers. He did say that the town might make it into a park. I said that might work, but she would probably not like it, and that others could still get sick. I have no idea what happened because I moved out of town not long after that. Even today when I still think about it, it always creeps me out. I'm 28 years old and am currently an honorary member of a volunteer ambulance corps in New Jersey. Honorary because after 10 years of active service, I resigned to pursue training in advanced life support as a paramedic. After 4 years as a paramedic, I left EMS to focus on what always has been my full-time career, a credit rep for a major electronics company. These stories have taken place over years and are not daily occurrences, and while other members have similar stories, I will not speak for them. Fortunately, I've had witness to see some of these happenings. Most of the occurrences seem to focus around the garage area of the building, where the ambulance is parked. I happen to believe a man and a woman occupy this building. I believe this because of the following. While watching TV alone one night, I had a strange feeling that someone was watching me. Out of the corner of my eye, standing by the door leading from the building room to the garage, I saw someone just standing there. When I looked, no one was there. This happened a couple of times over about 45 minutes, and upon glancing a third time, I made out some features. It was a man in his late 30s maybe, standing about 5'10" with full dark hair and a mustache. I left for the night at this point. This was fall of 1992 if I'm not mistaken. In 1991, I was sitting on the couch with my girlfriend at the time watching TV again. We distinctly heard the door from the garage to the outside slam shut. It was a wooden door at the time and unmistakable with its sound. When no one entered the meeting room, we wondered what member may have come down. When no one came inside, I went into the garage to look. There wasn't anyone there, but heard the door slam once again back inside the meeting room. This continued about 5 times. The last time, when my back was turned and standing about 12 feet away, there wasn't anyone in the garage or outside. Nicole wanted to leave pretty quickly. In the spring of 1994, I think, I was again on the couch with yet another different girlfriend. The door to the garage was propped open when we both heard the sound of footsteps coming from the garage. It sounded a little odd in the sense that it almost sounded like someone walking on leaves. Lisa had me go check and of course, I found nothing, but this continued for about a half an hour. Whenever I would reach the threshold of the garage, it would stop. When I dragged Lisa into the garage to show her that nothing or no one was there, the sound started again. We were looking directly at the spot where the sound seemed to originate. About 20 feet in front of us, we heard the footsteps walking towards us. We both left right away. In March of 1996, I was dating yet a different girl. Yeah, I got around a bit. We had thrown a surprise party for my father. Jen was really tired after working a double shift the night before. She's a nurse as well as Lisa. After the party, I was finishing cleaning up when I jokingly said welcome to the haunted building. She freaked a little and went to leave immediately. This surprised me a bit because I didn't relay any of these stories to her. When we got outside, she told me that while she was zoning out, she noticed a man and a woman standing near the door to the garage. She said that the man was in his early 40s with dark hair and a mustache. She couldn't make out the woman because her back was turned. She noticed them because they seemed out of place to her. My cousin snapped her out of the zone and the couple disappeared. She didn't see them again, and nobody at the party fit this man's description. As I walked into the building through the back door one evening, I heard as plain as day a woman speaking. I simply thought someone left the TV on. When I stepped over the threshold, the voice stopped, and the TV wasn't on, nor anyone was in the room. There was no remote to the TV, so nobody could have turned it off from afar. I walked across the room to the garage. When I walked through the door, I noticed two friends, Patty and Allison, standing outside near the door. Looking rather shaken, I asked them what was wrong. They said they both heard a man's voice distinctly say Allison, twice, only moments before. They accused me of playing trick on them, although I did not. This was the summer of 1996. I have heard conversations take place in the garage a couple of times when no one was around. I could never make out what was being said, but it did sound like a male and female. Whenever I would walk into the garage, it would stop. Additionally, there have been instances when the light on the phone would blink on and off, as if someone was picking up and hanging up the receiver in another room. This happened when either nobody was present or anyone was present in the meeting room together. This, of course, could have been an electrical problem, but who knows? Thanks for listening to my story. This is less of a haunting and more of a notice that a friend is not completely gone from me. Back in May of '97, my husband's, then my fiance's, mother died. In April of that year, on his birthday, she had artery bypass surgery of her leg. Unfortunately, soon after she came home, the site at the top of her leg where the graft started opened up and bled. That time, she survived. The wound wouldn't heal, and it had got infected. In May, it hemorrhaged again. This time, it was so fast that in less than 5 minutes, she could not speak or respond to my husband next to her. The EMS got there just as I had gotten downstairs. She started to go into coronary arrest in the ambulance in front of the house. I had to drive myself to the hospital. Not too long, we got the word that she had died. Both of us were in shock. She was only 69. I thought it was so unfair. I loved her very much and had only known her for about a year. She was always so good to me, a very good friend and mother to be-in-law. It just wasn't fair. Now, so you know, I am an atheist. I have a very hard time when loved ones die because I don't believe that I will see them again. But every time something happens, I kind of look to God for solace. Somehow, my faith returns, if only to get me through a difficult time, to which I cannot control. I pray to her, hoping she would hear me, if there is a place for those who have passed on. I asked her to give me a sign, if she was okay, and if there was another side. One night, I was alone in my bedroom. Since I am an artist, I thought that making the thank you notes for her funeral would be a good tribute to her memory. As I was sitting there, I said out loud, "Rose, I'm making your cards. What do you think of them?" At that moment, I hear a noise from the stairs that traveled into the room, to the wall next to where I sat. I didn't feel scared. I'm a scaredy cat by nature. Just happy. Then, just as the sound ended, a puff of cold, gentle air hit my back. Okay, so I had the air conditioner on, and that is behind me to my right. So, I sat still waiting for yet another increase in air movement. Never happened. Now, this house is very creaky and noisy, but I've never before or since heard this traveling sound. Well, I had to go to work for the next week. While in the car, I asked Rose to once again give me a sign. The other one wasn't too convincing. I had to be sure. One of my husband's friends told us a hilarious story about the first time he met Rose. She was a short second, generation Italian American. She was cooking dinner when he came over. He told us that he went to say hi to her when she looked up at him with fish in both hands and said schmelts. She was basically asking if he wanted smelts for dinner, but the friend exaggerated it in his telling. He told me about that while she was still alive. While in the car, I noticed that I had not turned on the radio yet. That is rare. It goes on right after the engine. I turned it on. A DJ said schmelts exactly the way the friend did. Then everyone on the station laughed. I did not catch the ending of a word. It was start and finish. They were indeed talking about smelts. Now, I didn't convert. though I do think more of her as being alive somewhere else. What I don't understand is why this is only with her, and not with my grandmother who died the year before, or my husband's father who died 2 weeks before our wedding. By the way, my wedding gown is cursed. The day before Rose died, I bought it and showed it to her. The day I tried it on for a fitting after my bridal shower, Joe, my husband Dad, goes into the hospital, never to come home again. The day of my husband's bachelor party, Joe dies in a nursing home, close to my final fitting. Not too long after my wedding, my dear seamstress was battling cancer died. That was the last dress she worked on. I don't believe in curses, but this one takes the cake. Just so you know, I'm hearing a number of bumps that normally don't occur here, so maybe I'll stop now. I'm starting to get freaked out. I've been a reader of the Shadowlands for quite a while. This is a story that my people of the Cascadena First Nation in the southeastern part of the Yukon experienced. They experience spirits that can imitate people, animals, and even vehicles sometimes. These are called Frozen Voice, or Gitsi in the Casca language. As I was growing up, I've heard many stories concerning the Frozen Voice. These spirits can imitate a person that you know, or an animal, and even machinery. Well, the interesting part is a person could not see these spirits, but animals can. This story was a while back, and thinking about it again sends shivers up my spine. Well, my cousin was traveling to Watson Lake from Ross River, and their vehicle broke down late at night, so they decided to stay at this abandoned cabin nearby. As they were getting ready to sleep, they could hear voices inside the cabin, which sounded like a dog walking around with long nails. It also sounded like it was bumping into things, like a pop can in the darkness within the cabin. My cousins quickly turned on the flashlight to scan around the room, hoping to find what was causing the noise. Yet, he could not see what was happening, but the noise continued. My cousin's father knew about what was going on and told him to just ignore it. The spirits can sense fear and will get even worse. That's how my cousin was feeling and getting more scared, and that is when they started to hear noises going up and down the stovepipe, like a squirrel. The scary thing was that the stove was going at the time, and you could see the redness from the fire inside. My cousin's father knew that his son was getting freaked out by this, and tried his best to calm him down, but it wasn't doing him any good. Later in the night, the Frozen Voice was in full force as it was feeding off of my cousin's fear. Then all of a sudden, it stops for about 20 minutes or so. Then without any warning, my cousin and his father heard something that they weren't ready for. A loud cry of a newborn baby underneath their cot. That is when they had enough and left the cabin without looking back. My grandfather said a long time ago, they used to kill people and said that they could see a person get torn to pieces in front of them. But this was a long time ago, when Sagigi, a good person, was a person with good medicine that made them stop. To this day, there are many places that these spirits reside. I was told to never speak of this spirit, because if a person talks about it, it will come and bother you as well, and not to make loud noises in the wilderness as well. If you are interested in this story, I've many other stories that I would be gladly to tell. I have never seen a ghost, but I've felt the presence of one a few times. It is at my stepbrother's house. I went there because my dad was taking my stepmom out. When I got there, we were messing around for a bit. Then we sat down to watch TV when we heard banging in the bedroom above like a ball bouncing. We experimented with the ball and found the sound was just like that. I was scared and the room was freezing cold, not because of the ghost, because she forgot gas and couldn't get it anywhere. The next time I went, it was worse. It sounded like someone had opened the door, ran upstairs, and slammed the door shut again. We both went into the kitchen, and the kitchen door was not open and was no longer locked. I went again, and this time, the telly kept turning on and off, and the volume kept going up and down and off all together. Then we heard shuffling in the kitchen, like someone was messing about in the cupboards, but again, no one was there. That night, I slept over the night, but was so scared we slept in the same bed. Then, in the middle of the night, her dog was waking up staring at a spot in the room. Then the banging started again. I have to truly say that this was a truly horrifying experience, and I would never want to experience it again. Even though it seems innocent, it was truly terrifying to me. Me and a group of friends went to a small college up in the mountains of Pennsylvania called Manfields University. At night, there was nothing to do, so we would sometimes drive a half hour or so to random graveyards in the middle of nowhere. One night, we drove up to a graveyard, which I think is west of Mansfield. We had been to that graveyard before, so we were familiar with the surroundings and the sounds and phenomena that could take place there. That night, there were a bunch of people who just went along because they were bored, and my friend Dan and Dave, the leaders of the group, believed in ghosts, but didn't really get scared about anything. Dave had an EMF detector. We were out in the middle of nowhere, and that night, there were no EMF alerts from it at all. Some of the people we were with, mainly one girl, was very disrespectful, and while we were there, the EMF detector started going off with strong readings, and right about that time, we heard a growl, or shaking, or both, coming from the graveyard. Needless to say, the people that usually weren't scared ran to the cars along with me and my girlfriend, and we drove away as fast as we could. It turned out later that we found out that the disrespectful girl couldn't hold her bladder and went to the bathroom in the graveyard. I think the spirits didn't like that, and that's why it happened. It was the freakiest night of our lives. We went back to that cemetery again, and nothing happened because unlike that girl, we're always respectful of the spirits. I just wanted to relate this story to you and see if you've encountered anything similar. Thanks for listening. I was raised by my grandparents in a very small town north of Marshall, Texas. At the time of my grandmother's death, I was engaged to a man that I'd been dating for a few years. Obviously, she had known him. In October 1999, 2.5 years after her death, my fiancé and I split up, and I started dating another man. He moved in with me in the house I grew up in with my grandparents. About a month into the relationship, he was sitting in our living room watching television. He saw me walk by the doorway into the kitchen and asked me to get him a drink. When I did not respond, he asked again. Once again, with no response, he got up to see why I was ignoring him. To his surprise, the kitchen was completely empty. He figured I left the room without him noticing. He came to the bedroom where I was folding laundry and asked why I didn't answer him when he was talking to me earlier. I told him that I'd been in the bedroom the entire time and had no clue as to what he was referring to. He asked if I had changed clothes as well. When I said no, he became a little edgy. He told me he saw me walk by him to the kitchen. Then I said I was wearing a green t-shirt and white shorts. He also thought my hair was pulled back because it seemed short. What he was describing to me was how my grandmother usually dressed when she was alive. She had short hair, and she always sat at the kitchen table to read while my grandfather watched television in the living room. I told him this, and he got a little nervous. About a week later, he was coming out of the bathroom and heard his name being called from what used to be my grandmother's bedroom. I only used this room as storage. I couldn't yet bring myself to use the room. He opened the door, thinking I was in there going through the boxes and needing his help. Once again, there was no one in the room. He slammed the door and came running into the kitchen where I was. He told me he loved me, but my grandmother was really scaring him. There were instances of us misplacing the car keys and the like. I thought long and hard about the things that were happening and came to a conclusion. I figured that since my grandmother never got to meet my new boyfriend, this was her way of testing him to see if he was going to be a good match for me. I had experience with a friendly ghost for about 12 years. I grew up in a small city in Michigan. My parents bought their first house in the mid-1970s. It was a bungalow built in the 1950s. Sometime around 1979, may have been earlier than that, the ghost first appeared to my mom during the night in my parents' bedroom. The ghost was a man in his 30s. My mom was the only one who have ever seen the ghost. My dad and I did not believe her at first, although I would hear what sounded like someone walking around upstairs and going up and down the steps, but I never thought much of it. My mom would not tell anyone about the ghost because she thought people would think she was weird. The ghost would put different items in different places, or she would not be able to find an item for a long time, and then suddenly it would pop up where it was supposed to be. The ghost would go to work with my mom. She owned a hair salon, and when she was there alone, the hangers on the coat rack in front of the salon would move, like someone was playing with them. When I got to be a teenager in the 80s, I began to realize the ghost was real. I would hear him walking around upstairs and going up and down the steps. I always felt the ghost was around. It was like I could feel his presence. I was never afraid of him. My mom was making cookies in the kitchen early one morning, and he appeared in the dining room, and she would ask him to go away, and he would leave. He came with us on vacation one year when we went to Niagara Falls. He would turn on the motel room lights in the middle of the night while we were sleeping and turn on the radio in the room. For the longest time though, my mom was the only one who had seen him. Finally, around 1991, when I was 21 years old, the ghost woke me up one morning. It was about 7:30 a.m. and I woke up to something touching my face. I opened my eyes and the ghost was at the side of my bed and he had touched my face. My bedroom was now in my parents' old room where my mom had seen the first ghost. I was really excited that I finally got to see the ghost. He only stayed a few minutes, like he was just curious as to who I was. He was probably in his 30s and he was wearing a hat and had a mustache. He was always with us the entire time we lived in that house. I moved out in 1993, and then my parents had a new home built in 1995. Since then, we have not experienced any more ghosts. I do not know who lived in the house before us, but I did hear that many years before we lived in that house, that a young man who lived in the house next door was working on his roof and fell off the ladder into what would be our backyard and died. So I'm thinking that maybe that is who the ghost is. He was never mean and never scared us on purpose. It was kind of like he was hanging around to be a part of the family or something. I always wonder if he is still in my old house. My parents bought some underdeveloped land in the country, in southern Texas in the mid-1970s, and built a 3-story house, 2 above ground, 1 below. Not far away from the land is a small cemetery. It contained a few infants and 1 older person's headstones. I guess I'm the first to experience our friendly ghost. While up late at night reading, I heard some cabinets in the kitchen right down the hall open and close, but couldn't see the kitchen light on under my door. I immediately got up and went into the kitchen and turned on the light. No one was there, and after talking to my family the next day, no one had gotten up in the middle of the night. My parents' room was above mine, so I always heard when they walked across the room and down the stairs, and my brother's room was right across the hall. I'd have run into one of them when they had been up. My family started teasing me about hearing things. My next experience was when I was home alone. I was in the living room reading. The couch was against the wall with the stairwell going up. All of a sudden, I heard steps coming down the stairs. I was so terrified. I slowly looked up, expecting to see a hand on the handrail. Getting up my nerve, I walked up to the front of the stairs, and no one was there. My father claimed for years that I was just hearing the walls creak. I'd lived in the house for a long enough time to tell the difference in wall creaking and stair walking. My family continued to tease me until the day of my brother's experience. They were alone in the house, downstairs playing pool. They heard the front door open and close, and heard someone walking into the kitchen above them. They hollered at my dad, whom they thought it was. When he didn't respond, they looked at each other and walked upstairs to the first floor. The front door was still locked, and there was no one in the house. Since that time, my mother has heard several things. My father has heard a gonging in the house, something you just don't hear out there in many instances. My parents have both felt someone kneeling on the foot of their bed while they were in bed and not asleep. When the light was turned on, no one was there. Now they don't tease me anymore. We just joke about Casper, our friendly ghost. We've never seen him or her, but we have heard plenty of noises he or she makes. Anytime I'm visiting now and am there alone, I always walk in with a greeting. Hello, Casper. I'm home. As the home was built by my parents, and we don't really know the history of the land, we've no idea who it could be. Hi. I have an experience I would like to share, and perhaps get some answers to my questions. 3 of us went to check out the Amity Hall Inn, listed in your Pennsylvania hauntings directory. 2 adults and 1 teen. We didn't intend to enter the building or take any photos. We just turned around in the parking lot and shined the car lights on it. We didn't see anything there, but we smelled a freshly opened can of coffee and an odd smell, like a decaying smell. We were only there for about 5 to 10 minutes and left. We proceeded back on the highway to Lewingstown, Pennsylvania. About 3 to 5 minutes after leaving the inn, we saw a bright light flash in the passenger side of the window, but there was no cars on the highway at that time. Almost immediately after that, I saw a hand appear from my rear bumper as if to grab something and tag along. I was startled and then saw an old man's face floating in my back seat. I was crying and closed my eyes in hopes it would all go away. I calmed down and we drove a little more. Another bright light directly in front of us zoomed up and flew over the top of the car. We heard something let loose from the car and sounded like a large rock hit the bottom rear end. We continued driving and felt like our hair was full of static, like after a balloon is rubbed on your head. There were tingly sensations all around. It lasted almost the whole trip home. We pulled in at our local 24-hour grocery store and checked out the rear end and passenger side of the car. My hubcap looked like someone put an auto-body grinder against it. We found some scratches on the paint and a small handprint on the rear passenger window. The handprint was made from the outside, so it was not made by the teen in the car because no one of us got out of the car until we got to the supermarket. I've had many ghostly experiences, like ghosts following you house to house, but never one that tagged along on a moving car. Can anyone please tell me what may have happened and why? Thanks for reading. Hello. I believe I've been sensitive to ghosts since I was a child. I grew up in a rather odd family. Seances, tarot card readings, tales of the afterlife, etc. I was taught to believe what I saw and felt. So here is a story that truly occurred back in 1988 in Riverside County, California. I was living in a domestic violence shelter in an old home built about 1880. One night, all of us women were watching movies downstairs, and the restroom downstairs was busy, so I went upstairs in the dark to use the other restroom. Well, there at the top of the stairs was a latching gate that was to remain locked at all times because of the small children. Well, I unlatched the gate and ran to the restroom and proceeded to park myself on the toilet with the bathroom door open onto the landing. As I was sitting there, looking into the landing and hallway, I saw the figure of an elderly woman in period clothes from the 1800s walk over and latch the gate that I had just left undone. I was intrigued and remained calm, just watching. She then turned to me and smiled, then just disappeared. So I went downstairs. I asked the counselor if I could have a moment of her time, and I relayed what I had just seen to her. She said that yes, the house was haunted by an elderly couple whom they believed to be the original builders and owners of the home. She said that yes, she hoped I would keep this to myself. She did not want the others to be frightened, but she said that many people had seen the ghosts, and they all felt they were benign and only watching out for the children. The other thing that occurred here was that my 3-year-old son began talking and playing with someone I could not see, but to him, this child was very real. My son would sit out in the backyard apparently talking to himself, entertaining himself. The counselors even remarked how well he played by himself for his age, but upon closer examination and observation and listening, I began to think he could see something. So I asked him on one day, who was he talking to? And he said, my friend. I said, where is your friend? And my son said, you can't see him? he's right there. So I proceeded to ask my son other questions, and he was adamant his friend was there. So, this leads to a question that I have. Once we moved into our own apartment, my son insisted that his friend had come with us. He had me set a place at the table for him, and he was always talking to someone. Is it possible that this little ghost followed us to our new home? This took place about a year and a half, then he was just gone. To this day, my son, who is 20 years old now and in the army, he still tells me his friend was real, at least to him. I just wanted to share this, maybe get a little feedback. In June 2000, my husband and I moved into the Treehouse Apartments in Conroe. I was 4 months pregnant with our first child and really excited to move into a 2-bedroom place. We had the time of our lives decorating the nursery. I started noticing strange things about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was taking my afternoon nap while my husband was at work when I suddenly awoke to find a child calling for mom. The sound was coming from the nursery. I opened the door to find nothing out of the ordinary and just dismissed it as our downstairs neighbors. The thing was, it happened at 1 p.m. The children downstairs were still in school. We had a kitten at the time, and he acted as cats do. After that incident, he began to act very strange. He would hide under the furniture of whichever room he was in. I had to start feeding him under our bed. We didn't have a washer and a dryer, so we took our laundry to my in-laws' house and stayed the night. When we returned the next day, our television was on. This was strange because the television was plugged into an outlet that was controlled by a switch. We left the switch off. When turned on, the TV automatically came on to channel 3. You had to turn it to channel 4 to get the cable box to work. Also, the channel on the cable box had been changed. No one else, older than the apartment complex, had a key to our apartment, so it was really strange that this had occurred. We never saw anything like a ghost in the apartment. It was just those 2 incidents. After that, I had to put the litter box under our bed as well. My poor kitty would not leave the security of under the bed. One night, while we were sleeping, my cat jumped up onto the bed with us, yowling loudly. We could not get him calm, and he refused to come out from under the covers. We moved by the end of the week. I've had a few encounters with what I considered to be ghosts, but this was by far the scariest. In June 2001, my husband, son, and I moved into Bay Harbor Apartments in Baytown. The week before we came, there was a shootout between the police and a resident, and that apartment was still boarded up and had many visible bullet holes in it. Our apartment was a few buildings over, closer to the back of the complex. A couple of months after we moved in, we started noticing things in our son's room. He was 1 at the time and still slept in a crib. The crib still had a mobile and a toy that played songs and lit up when he rolled the bar at the bottom of it. John and I were up watching TV one night when we heard the toy start playing. We went in to see if the son was awake, and he was sound asleep. We just shrugged it off and went to bed. This same thing happened the very next night, and again, he was asleep. We decided to put his crib in our room. It didn't happen again. We eventually took the crib down and put him in a toddler bed. We put him down for the night and had left our door open to hear him if he woke up or was getting into anything. I suddenly had an irresistible urge to check on him. I did not hear any sound coming from our room, but there was a weird odor in the air. As I came around the corner into the doorway, I saw my son standing against the wall. We had a very heavy lamp on the right side table between our beds. The lamp was laying in the middle of the toddler bed on its side. The bulb had burned through the shade and was beginning to burn the top sheet of my son's covers. There was no possible way the lamp had fallen or been knocked over and landed in that way on his bed. It was equally as impossible for him to have picked it up and put it there himself. I removed the lamp from the room, and our son began sleeping in bed with us. I had his old room set up as a playroom, and he would stay in there all day long. One morning, he fell asleep on the couch, and I left him there for his nap. I was making my rounds in the apartment, doing my daily cleaning. When I finished his playroom, I shut the door behind me. There was no person or animal in that room when I left. My son's great-grandfather bought him a toy that had a motion sensor in it. When it was activated, the toy would whistle and say, "I love you." As I was in the kitchen washing dishes, I heard it go off. Thinking my son was awake, I opened the bedroom door. I saw nothing. I shut the door again and went to check on my son. He was still asleep on the couch. During the course of his 1-hour nap, the toy continuously went off. I went into the room, grabbed the toy, and changed the batteries. I thought this would solve the problem. It did not. I finally took the batteries out and removed the box entirely so that there would be no way it would come to life again. The majority of toys that he played with were moved into the living room. No one ever really went into that room again. I remember what happened before we moved in, and I went to ask the management if anything similar had occurred in our apartment. I was told that management had recently changed, and the current people had no record of anything happening there. We stayed until our leave was up, and then we got the heck out of Dodge, our lease ending permanently after that. Hello. I thought this experience was worth sharing, as it freaked the hell out of me and a few people I've shared it with. I was 19 at the time, and me and my best friend Sally had just moved into a flat in an old, dilapidated building block of flats. The flat was a bit run down, but we were really excited about redoing it, and we were so happy to have a place of our own at last. It was the middle of July, so we weren't thinking of school yet. Sally was working at her day job at the local department store. I was alone relaxing with a cup of coffee in front of the TV in my bedroom. Despite the hot day outside, I found myself shivering. An intense cold air had filled the room. Suddenly, the end of my bed sank as if someone had sat down beside me. I was really freaked out and ran for the main room. It was warm again, and I was filled with relief. I didn't tell Sally because I didn't want to sound stupid. This happened at least a dozen times in the next week. I was so sick of it, I even thought about calling an exorcist, but I knew that I didn't have much to tell him. One night, I woke up to find an old man sitting on the bottom of my bed, looking at me. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. Eventually, he disappeared. This happened several nights in a row. I was so freaked out, I knew that there was only one man for the job, the retired priest that lived down the road. The next evening, when Sally was out, I called the priest and he arrived at once. He entered my room and immediately detected an entity. He lit a circle of candles and placed them on the floor. He called on the spirits, and I suddenly realized I did not want to witness the exorcism. I waited in the living room until about 15 minutes later. I heard the priest giggling and talking softly. I didn't know what to do, so I waited until about 10 minutes later when the priest emerged. He said it's going to take a lot longer than expected, and that he will return this time next week. This went on for the next 2 months, until I finally asked the priest what was going on. I demanded to know. I've been afraid to sleep for the past 8 weeks, for God's sakes. He finally expressed and told me he had been having an intimate relationship with my ghost. I couldn't believe it. I told him I wanted him and the ghost out, now. He reluctantly agreed and entered my room. He spoke gently and said, "Come on now, Albert, it's time to go. By the way, I've got a spacious bedroom and a double bed." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The priest turned to me and said, "Okay, he has agreed to leave with me. Sorry for your trouble." As the priest bent down to pick up his candles, as he was doing that, I noticed the most disturbing thing that I'd ever seen in a paranormal event ever. His voice changed to really dark, deep, and sinister, and he said, "I will be leaving myself out of this place soon, and I'm taking my friend with me." I then froze. I didn't know what to believe, or even if that was coming out of his voice. I said, "What did you just say?" And he returned to normal. To this day, I can't really explain what that voice was, or if it was the entity that possessed him, but I know that was really strange, and he acted like as if it was nothing after that, like nothing ever happened. The story I'm writing to you involves myself and many other people as witnesses.
There were many events that took place in the same old brick farmhouse outside of Black Earth, Wisconsin. The first story is one that I will never forget. It was late in the evening on a summer night. My friends and I were playing a game in the old farmhouse. Beth, the girl who was living in the house at the time, decided to go to bed. She went upstairs alone, and the rest of us just sat around talking. Moments later, I heard the most blood-curdling scream ever, and immediately after the scream, the wind chime inside the house chimed. Bridget, another friend, ran up to see what was wrong. They both came back downstairs, and Beth told us what happened. She told us that she was laying in bed, and she saw the shadow of a man in her doorway. She called out John, that is her brother's name, who also lived in the house, and there was no response. She said that she thought it was her brother and turned over to go to sleep. Then, what happened next gave chills down my spine, and I felt very uncomfortable. Beth said that she felt someone crawl into bed with her and she was frozen. When she reached over, she said she could feel someone laying next to her. She tried to speak, but nothing would come out. My sister lived in the same room for a while. She said she never saw anyone in her room. She did, however, notice imprints in her mattress as if someone had been sitting there. She also saw a man with his head bent down in an old car on the property. One other night, my sister, a friend named Scott, and myself were having a few beers, and Scott asked to use the bathroom. We told him it was at the top of the stairs, so he relieved himself and came back down and told my sister that she left her curling iron on, but that he turned it off. A little later, my sister went to use the bathroom and returned and said that Scott must have not turned off the curling iron because it was on when she went in there. We didn't think much of it, but when my sister went to the bathroom again, it was turned back on. No one else was in the bathroom between her visits, and no one else was in the house. In May 2001, I got a job working as a dispatcher for a cab company. Adjacent to our office was this garage, and it was 10,000 square feet. This company also had charter buses. When I first started working there, the owner told me I might hear weird noises. And growing up, my father was a truck driver, so I was aware of the air brakes, ticks, etc. But I didn't expect what was adding to the noises in the garage. This would be my third ghost experience. It all started on the third night I worked there. My boyfriend had called me on the phone when all of a sudden, there was this loud banging noise coming from the garage. So loud, I could barely hear him on the phone. I was working midnights, so he came up there. By the time he got there, the noise had stopped. We hung out there, and about midnight, my boyfriend went to go lay down in the garage. There was a front bed just outside the office door. He was out there about 2 hours. Then he came into the office in a tad bit of a hurry and sat down. The look on his face was a Kodak moment. He asked if I had just tried to wake him up, and I told him no. He said he was lying there and someone kept saying hello. Then he said he sat up to put his shoes on, and the voice was right up in his face and sternly said hello. Also at that time, a driver had called me and asked if he had jumper cables. I asked my boyfriend to go look. He wouldn't go out into the garage till I went in and turned on the lights. Then he told me what happened, and I was just like, wow, too cool. Then in the days after this, I started experiencing my own little visits from now who we called Casper. It was weird. I could get out in the garage and sit by myself. I could actually feel the energy moving, like it's sweeping around the room. Then he would go and knock on things. His best one was turning on the air compressor. It was unplugged. Then one day Casper must have gotten upset about something. He started being on the garage overhead doors, and my boyfriend and my son and myself were in there. Between the two overhead doors was a regular door. When the beating started, my boyfriend went out the regular door because he really thought someone was out there, and he opened the door and no one was there, but the beating continued. After that, I was working one night, and one of the bus drivers came in. We were sitting in there talking and watching TV. Then all of a sudden, the channel changed. The driver asked why I changed it, and I said I didn't. The remote was next to the TV. I got up and changed the channel back. A few minutes later, it was changed once again. This went on for an hour.
That's when the driver told me that he believed there was a ghost. I was convinced already. Me and my boyfriend used to sleep in the garage when things got quiet. Of course, as you guessed, Casper was there with us. Back in the corner of our garage was a portable basketball net, and we would go out and shoot hoops. Then one day, the basketball vanished. We couldn't find it anywhere. About 2 weeks later, at about 6:30 a.m., me, my boyfriend, and 2 other drivers were sitting in the office talking. The door from the office to the garage was open. We were sitting there, and we were starting to hear a basketball bouncing. Me and my boyfriend looked at each other, and we were like, what the fuck? So we ran out there, and the bouncing stopped, and no basketball was anywhere to be found. The other 2 drivers heard it too. Then one night, my boyfriend and I were sitting in the office. We were asked not to smoke in the office, so we would go out in the garage. I was on the phone. I saw my boyfriend grab a cigarette and go into the garage. When I got off the phone, I went out there to join him, but when I got out there, he wasn't there. Above the office was rafters used as a storage space. I sat in the chair. I heard someone walking around up there, and I kept calling for my boyfriend, but he didn't answer me. I thought he was trying to scare me. I kept calling up to him, and then he came walking out of the bathroom. I told him to listen. There was someone in the rafters. He started to go up there. He got about 2 stairs up, and Casper ran across the ceiling of the garage. I mean, we followed the sound with our eyes. Then we looked at each other and ran back in the office. There were so many other occurrences that I could be up all night here, but that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I quit that job at the end of summer. When I was born, I had a twin sister. She died shortly after we were born. My mom and dad didn't talk about her much, but I always knew that she was my sister and that she had died. In fact, I remember talking to her all the time. I don't remember talking back, but my mother told me a story that suggests that she did. I think I was 3 or 4 at the time. Mom heard me talking to someone in the bedroom, so she came in and asked me who I was talking with, and I said Mindy, my twin. Mom wanted to know what we were talking about, so she asked what we had been talking about. I guess it was around our birthday, because I told Mom that Mindy wanted a birthday present. As long as I can remember, we had plastic toys put on our grave on our birthday, but I never knew why. When Mom told me the story, it explained quite a bit. Just over 2 years ago, my darling dad died from 2 cancers. When he finally died, my sister, mother, and I were there holding him as he left his life. The hospital window was filled with sunlight. The radio was playing a classical piece, and my father died the way he should, with family holding him close and not leaving him to die in the sterile hospital environment where most die unseen and alone. Dad was a Roman Catholic, but one who had lost his faith and truly believed that after death there was nothing. My family of 3 had spent 4 days and nights in Southend Hospital, Essex, England, hearing the rasping breathing and waiting for my dad to go. When we finally returned to my mother's house, we were, naturally, talking of what had occurred. Exhausted and drained, my sister joked about how Dad may come back as an angel. We didn't believe in those. We're British after all. At that moment, a large, white feather came floating past the French windows and landed, oh so gently, upon the patio. We just looked at each other and said, oh. Since then, my non-believing father has come through to my ex-partner in a dream. For his treatment of my daughter and myself, he has been seen walking in South High Street. He has held me above my shoulders after my heart attack. I was only 41 at the time, and when I was recovering, asked him to be there if I died. At the anniversary of his death, my daughter saw a white feather and felt the presence of her granddad. This was only after she realized the significance of the date. My most previous partner heard my dad telling him to lay off, even though he had never met him. This man was a total non-believer, just like my dad. As a woman who has the shadow of the Grim Reaper's blade above her head, it has strengthened my belief that there is life after death. That when I do have that massive heart attack and leave this earth, there will be someone waiting for me. I might be in trouble with my dad, but at least it will pass the time to be lectured and hugged while I make my way to the next place. Thank you for reading. One of the haunted places I've experienced is Route 24, between Jacksonville, North Carolina and Swansboro, North Carolina. On Christmas Day of 1997, my buddy, Roger, and I were driving back to our motel room in Jacksonville after spending Christmas Day with his parents in Swansboro. It was 10 p.m., and Route 26 had light traffic. As we approached the area around Hubbard, we both heard the sound of a two-stroke engine coming up from behind us. We assumed it was a motorcycle. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw no headlight for a cycle behind me. The buzz of the two-stroke engine became louder and louder and seemed to be overhead. We both looked and saw nothing. Soon the buzz seemed to be on top of the cab of the truck, causing it to vibrate fiercely. We were both sure something was going to crash down on the cab of the truck. The roar of the mystery engine was deafening. Suddenly, the sound seemed to pass in front of the truck and vanish. We saw nothing at all. The sound was from outside the truck and not inside the truck or from the engine area. Another strange encounter on Route 26 in the vicinity of Hubbard happened in July of 1998. Roger and I were up for a visit to his parents' house and were returning to our motel room in Jacksonville at about 7 p.m. I noticed that the flat road seemed to be going downward, like descending a hill. The oncoming cars appeared to be going uphill. I thought that maybe I was seeing things, but Roger said he noticed the same phenomenon. We traveled the road other times and never had this happen again. Could Route 24 be a haunted highway? I don't know. It was Christmas time just before my 18th birthday. Me and a couple friends decided it would be a laugh to do the Ouija board. It all started off okay. We were pushing the glass around to freak each other out. A few hours later, we stopped playing, but the glass didn't. It kept moving. We were all in shock. I ended up tipping the board just to stop it. From that day on, I've seen this face in the wall. It is not human. It looks pure evil. I can only describe it as a beast, like it has moved from wall to window to mirror and keeps threatening me. It chants and screams at me. It told me its name, but I refuse to say it or even write it down. As I've read, if you take notice of it, it gets stronger, and I don't want to invite it in. I no longer have any mirrors in the house, but it has started visiting my dreams. I am alone in a room when it appears and tells me that I am its meal. It will have me and won't rest until it has gotten me. I'm 25 now, so this has been going on for a while. I'm scared it will go after my children, as my oldest won't sleep in her room and is too scared to tell me why. I've always had an obsession with the strange and paranormal, and also a fear with some. I had a miscarriage on Christmas 2011, lost a baby girl. A year later, I found out I was pregnant again. I remember one night, I had a dream. A little girl with brown hair and glowing green eyes came to me. I was floating above my body, watching her play with my hair. She looked no older than 6. She then whispered in my ear, "I'm ready to be born, Mommy." Then she looked up at myself floating. Then I woke up. This past July 5th, I gave birth to a baby girl. At birth, she had bright green eyes. Then, they went yellow and looked like a cat. She is almost 2 weeks old, and her eyes are black, and the white part is dark gray and gets darker every day. She does not laugh or cry or anything. In fact, she's actually a good baby. She sleeps 7+ hours at the time. She is developing very fast. Doctor says she sees very well out of her eyes. It's just strange. I don't fear her. I just think it's weird how her eyes did that. Thank you for reading my short story, and I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not one of those whose beliefs are for or against the paranormal. During the time of the event I will tell you about, I was your normal freshman in college in Oklahoma. Anyway, myself and 3 other fraternity brothers were looking for a house to rent in Ada, Oklahoma, when we found this great house not far from the college, but still pretty isolated. It was a 2-story brick house with 4 large bedrooms. It had been empty for several years, which should have been our first clue that something is wrong. But we were young, and cash is cash. We asked the retailer if there was something wrong with the property, and why was the rent so cheap in College Town, but got no straight answer. Regardless, we took the deal and moved in. I and Skip took the rooms upstairs while Randy and Alvin moved downstairs. Nothing much happened at first. Nothing that we took as remarkable. For one thing, the front door, made of heavy wood and very difficult to open or close, would sometimes just stand open for a moment, then close. We would laugh it off, even though one of our roommates worked as a carpenter and would examine the door and say that it was not possible to do that on its own. After one of these incidents, he went over to the door and tried to open it and had a difficult time opening it like always. He looked it over very close, as it said he had warped with time and would always be hard to open and close without planing the ends off. Soon after, some other things began to occur. All of us, at one time or another, had seen a small ball of light go from the bottom of the stairs to the second floor. Still, we thought this was odd, but not something to be concerned about. Being in college, we figured it was a reflection from one source light causing this, and that was kinda cool. This is when things started to get very strange. One night, we were all in the living room watching a football game on TV when a loud noise started coming from the wall, separating the living room from the kitchen. It was a banging noise, like someone was hitting the wall. The strikes were so strong that our flat crest hanging on that wall was bouncing off of the wall. We all got up and ran to the kitchen, figuring we would find someone playing a trick on us, but when we got there, found no one. The banging continued for only a few minutes, then stopped. Alvin, the carpenter, said it was from some pipes in the wall causing it, and we had better all tell the landlord. The next day we called them and we were told that there were no pipes in the walls. This still was nothing more than a strange event to us, but we did start to compare notes about things that happened in the house. One thing was that in my room upstairs, you could not keep the window closed. These were old wooden windows, hard to open or close. My window was open about an inch the day I moved in, and with great effort, I closed it, only to find the next morning it would be back open to the same place. This got a bit uncomfortable because it was winter. Each night, I would close the window, and the next morning, it would be open. I got very angry with my roommates about this and asked them to stay out of my room, but they each denied opening the windows or even being in my room. Finally, I figured the window was warping during the night. That is why it opens, so I put a cut-off broom handle wedged at the top. The next morning, the window was open again, and the broom handle was sitting propped up near the door, 12 feet away. It gave me chills, but decided just to leave it be. As I told my story, my upstairs roommate reminded me about his room. Although exactly the same as mine, no matter how many lights or stronger watt bulbs we put in there, it would never lose the darkness. Not enough to be able to see, but not enough to read. Our other roommates told me some other stories, but you get the gist. As things progressed, we noticed some other changes in the house. For one thing, some girls would not even go into our house. Now I know what you're thinking. No, we were popular and had girlfriends and such, plus had some great parties. Yet, some girls would not even go into the house. As soon as they got to the door, they said they just could not go in. A couple even broke into tears at the thought of entering the house. When asked why, they could not give any answers. All they could say was that they were not going to the house ever. This is getting a bit longer than I expected, so I guess I'll cut to the chase. Have not thought about this in 30 years, and it's still going to give me the creeps. Anyway, things were happening, and Alvin and Randy were ready to move out. Randy's girlfriend was one of those that could not come into the house. It was Christmas time, and our house was pretty dressed up for a bunch of guys. Big tree with too much decorations, and the Xmas presents would be taken home to our families in a few days under the tree. Nothing remarkable happened this night. As a matter of fact, it was particularly quiet. We had all went to bed about 2 a.m., and nothing woke us till morning, when I heard Randy yelling from downstairs. It was about 7 a.m. We thought maybe the house was on fire or worse, but when we got downstairs, the look on his face was scary. There, in the middle of our large living room, was our tree with all the tinsel and trimming stripped off of it. All the presents, all the furniture, all the dishware, every stitch of clothing we all owned, everything piled in a heap that reached the ceiling. 16 feet of ceiling, I might add. In the haste to get downstairs, none of us had noticed that everything in our rooms had been removed as we slept. After a few minutes of just staring at the sight in our living room, we checked the house from top to bottom. Everything we had brought into the house was there. Everything. This was it for a couple of the guys. We all said it was a trick another frat had played on us, or some of our friends that had heard some of the stories that had started to get around about our house. Still, Alvin was done. He moved his stuff out that day, and the rest of us said we would do the same when we got back from Xmas break. That night, my girlfriend and I was lying on the couch that faced the stairs. She was one of the girls that was not afraid to come over, when suddenly, the door did its trick by opening and closing, but this time, it was followed by the dim light darting up the stairs. I could feel her body tense, and she was trembling, and I told her not to be scared. She is highly aware of what goes on in this house, and this was no different. But she let out a scream that I'll never forget. She pointed to the top of the stairs, where steps joined with the ceiling, and there, in plain sight, was a face looking straight at us. No body, no expression, just a face between the top rug, stair, and ceiling. No one could have contorted themselves to a point to get into that position, but there it was. I remember my muscles were tense so much, I had a black bruise for weeks. Just as soon as we both got a good look at it, it moved from sight upstairs. No, it did not vanish. I've never wanted to run more in my life, but being a young man at the time, I grabbed a baseball bat and ran upstairs ready to kill someone. I tore the house apart looking everywhere to find no one. Jane was still in tears, about to have a complete breakdown. I grabbed all my clothing and everything I knew I could live without and left. I knew I would not go back there again. Not sure I would want anyone to believe me or not. I guess if I had a choice, I would choose not. Never had any experiences like that before or after, and I guess it just does not matter. I just thought you might get a kick out of the story by someone with no reason to tell it. Also, postscript to the house. They were never able to sell or rent it. It was finally torn down, and now is just an empty lot. The follow-up to Alan's true ghost story is this. Several years ago, our frat had a reunion, and I and a couple of the guys from the story were having a few when Skip brought up the house. We had never talked about it afterwards, as if it never happened. Way too proud to admit we were scared, you know? Funny how difficult the conversation was. Maybe not difficult, but guarded. Anyway, after a few more drinks, we opened up a bit, and Alvin told a few events that he never revealed before. Said he thought we'd think him nuts. He said that one night, he was in bed asleep. This guy sleeps like a rock, when suddenly, he woke up. Did not know why, but he felt like something was in the room with him. He said he was so scared he could not move. By the way, this guy was not afraid of anything. Big, strong, and never told a lie in his life. His room was just off the living room closest to the front door and stairs. He noticed his bedroom door was open, and from his room, he could also see the front door was wide open. He figured that was what woke him up. One of us had come in late from a party and had left the door open. He said he got up and went to the door and yelled, "Who the hell left the door open?" To this day, I think he spoke the truth when he heard a voice that seemed to be right behind him say we did. He said he spun around there and there was no one there. As a matter of fact, he checked the rest of the house and we were all asleep. You'll remember Alvin was the first one to say he was leaving, but he never said why until that day at the reunion 20 years later. I've always believed in ghosts, and if anyone says I'm crazy, well, that's just their opinion. It's nothing I've ever seen, mostly just feelings. I think if I actually saw a ghost, I just might pass out cold. My son passed away 2 years ago, and I get visits from him once in a while. Not the cold sensations most people feel with a ghost, but a warm, pleasant sensation of being very loved and safe. He's my guardian angel, and he proved it to me just last night. My fiance and I had gone to his aunt's house in Warren, Pennsylvania, which is 70 miles from where I live, which is near Erie, Pennsylvania. It was snowing pretty badly by the time we left Warren, and the roads were awful. No visibility, slippery, and drifting snow made for a very unsafe experience. Every time we thought we lost the road, another vehicle would come along and show us the way. I just knew it was my baby protecting me. I'm pretty sure my house is haunted. By who? I have no clue, but it is an old house, and I'm in the process of investigating its past. I used to work 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. and would sleep till 2:30 p.m. when my fiance would come home from work and wake me up. My bedroom is upstairs, and to get to it, I have to walk through the other bedroom. I would keep the other bedroom's door shut to keep my cats out so I could sleep in peace. One day, I heard the bedroom door open and footsteps walk through the other room to the side of my bed. I thought it was my fiance coming in to wake me up, but when I turned over, no one was there. The clock read only noon, so it was way too early for him to come home. Needless to say, I got the shivers and was awake for the rest of the day. This has happened several times. I also see things out of the corner of my eye, like movement or someone standing there, but when I turn to look, of course, no one is there. Sometimes, I go to check on my cat to see if it was them, but they're usually asleep downstairs, and these things always happen upstairs. I refuse to go into the basement because I get really bad vibes down there. Don't know why, but I won't mess with it. Same with my attic. This is a duplex house, and a couple of months ago, the neighbors moved out. Lately, I've been hearing someone going up and down the steps, but when I go to check if maybe the landlord or new neighbors are over there, the place is totally empty. What do you think? Is it my imagination, or am I haunted? I was living with my grandmother and mom and two sisters while we were looking for a new house in a different state. I was in the 4th grade when this happened. It was snowing outside, and the school bell rang as I left the building and headed towards the bike racks. I got a very sickening feeling in my stomach, and immediately, I knew that something bad was going to happen. As I rode my bike out into the middle of nowhere and on the long dirt road that led out to my grandmother's house, the feeling got worse. I was really freaked out by the time I got to her house, and I discovered that I was at the house alone. I had a million things running through my mind as I entered the house. The main thing that was running through my mind was, when will Grandma get home? I picked up the telephone and called my grandma in her store. She said that she would not be home until the 2 hours after the store was closed, which would be around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. My mom and baby sis were with her, and they had to wait to go home with her. My uncle and other sis were spending the night at the friend's house. My grandpa at the time was at his job, and he wouldn't be arriving home until 8:30 that evening. So I asked my grandma if my friend Nikki could come over. She said it was okay, so I hung up and called her. She told me that she could, but I would have to meet her halfway down the paved road that goes all the way through the little town my grandma lives in. So I left. It was still snowing when I met up with her. She said, "I don't feel right. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Do you feel that way too?" And I said, "Yes, I'm really scared." We rode up the long dirt road to my grandma's. As we pulled into the driveway, the snow got thicker. We propped our bikes against the tree next to the doorway to my grandma's doorway. We went into the garage and gave my uncle's dog Blondie a doggy treat. When we came out, we shut the garage door behind us. My grandma's garage door is temperamental and it will come up again. So we stood there freezing cold waiting for 5 minutes to see if it was going to go up again. After 5 minutes, we went inside because it wasn't going to go up again. We put in that movie Grumpy Old Men to get that ill feeling of danger to go away. At the funniest part in the movie, I got this sudden funny feeling, which isn't unusual for me, so I asked my friend what flavor of Crystal Light she wanted. I went into the kitchen and got out the lime flavor and started making it. By this point in time, I'd forgotten all about the sick feeling. All of a sudden, the sick feeling wished over so fast, I almost threw it up all over. I shook it off to the point where I could stand it and continued to make the drink. My friend cried out, "Oh my God, what was that?" She startled me by using that kind of language. I turned to her and said, "What?" She replied, "I don't know, but it was running very fast and it was really tall." I said, "Don't try to scare me, you know how I'm feeling." And she said to me, "I'm not trying to scare you." We kind of brushed it off, and for about 5 minutes, everything was fine. Then I got another whoosh over the feeling over me. She squealed and said more like a shrill whisper, "What the hell is that?" I turned and looked at her and turned my head back to my drink and looked up at the window in front of me just in time to see a rather tall man running by the window. I said, "Holy God, what was that?" I immediately dropped to the floor in fear of whatever it was that was running around would see me. I told her to drop on all fours. She did as I said, and I crawled over to her and picked up the phone and called my grandma at the store. She said that she would send someone over to check on us. Shaking uncontrollably, I hung up the phone. Almost 2 seconds after I hung up, a loud bang was heard coming from the door. I, terrified, crawled over to the door to see what it was. The figure was banging on the door with the handle part of a hatchet axe. The blinds were bouncing wildly around from the harsh banging. I told my friend to start crawling up to my uncle's stairs that led up to his room. I crawled over to the door to see the face of the guy so I could give a description later. I saw the face and crawled frantically to the stairs. Nikki was crawling up the stairs between bounces to the blinds so the guy couldn't see us. As soon as we got into my uncle's room, we turned on the light in his closet and went inside it and locked the closet door behind us. As soon as we were in the closet, we hugged each other and shook. We could still hear the banging on the door. Then I noticed that I was still clutching to the phone. It rang. I answered it. It was her grandpa calling her to check on us. I told him what was happening. He said he would be right over. We waited for about 2 more minutes, and the banging had subsided. All of a sudden, we heard our names being called. We were still terrified to come out, but we did anyway. As soon as we did leave the house, her grandpa surrounded us with hugs. We told him what happened, and I didn't think he believed us. The funny thing is, the snow had stopped falling, and there were no footprints in the freshly fallen snow. 8 to 10 different dents in the door that weren't there before, and the garage door was open. I truly believe it was death coming after us. I was going to get my friend. It had just snowed. I got towards the end of the street and saw very faint footprints on the new snow. I looked at the footprints I had just made and looked in front of me. The mysterious footprints looked like mine. My friend was running towards me. I greeted her, and we turned the corner of the street and began walking. She was making skidded footprints in her boots. I told her what I saw on the way. She looked forward and saw skidded footprints just like hers. Mine were heading away from my house and hers towards it. My friend got a dreadful feeling that we weren't supposed to be there. We started walking faster away from the footprints. We saw more ahead, and we started to investigate it. She then realized it said IMVW. Then she saw something pointing to the yard ahead of us, so she went over there to see what the footprints wanted. I stayed and saw my own footprint. I screamed and told her to come over here. She came over, and she was freaking out too. I never walked here at all, I said, half crying. She said she saw something on the grass which looked like a young girl's body. Then we both turned and saw a barefoot print in the snow. Just one. I don't believe in ghosts, but I started crying and running like never before. My friend said, "Leave us alone. You are not welcome here. We can't help you, VW. Now leave." When we were finally safe, my heart and my friend's heart was beating like never before, and as I sit here typing this, I still can't breathe as easily. I only have one ghost story in my life, but I still think about it often. About 12 years ago, I lived in Westland, Michigan, where I was born and lived until I was 32. Westland is as boring a suburb as you can imagine, and my encounter was about the only thing interesting to relate from my neighborhood. I was driving home late one night in late December. Anyone who spent a winter in Michigan can tell you that it gets very, very cold, and the night in question was one of the coldest I remember. It was hard to even breathe when you were out there in the bitter wind. It was probably just after midnight, and I'd just spent a few hours with one of my college friends, working on a graphic design project that was due shortly after I returned from a short holiday break. I was only a block away from my house, and was driving very carefully because the streets were icy and narrow. Any swerve would cause me to collide with the cars parked along the residential street. All of a sudden, I became aware of a flash of white in my peripheral vision, off to my right. I looked very quickly, and saw a girl in white running down the sidewalk, a flowing white nightdress trailing behind her. She was pale, and had long black hair, which also blew wildly in the harsh wind. She was obviously not dressed for a Michigan December, and I remember distinctly noting that she was barefoot. She had a red ribbon tying her hair at her neck in a loose ponytail. I still remember that there was a strange quality to the vision, as if I was seeing an old memory. There was some strange otherness to it that I can only attempt to describe. She seemed to move at a slightly slower speed than normal, but not quite as slow as you may describe as slow motion. Also, I've no recollection of any sound at all during that brief moment, not even the sound around me, like the car engine or the wind gusting. I looked back and saw her again, her pace now leaving her almost behind me. I'd turn my head to spot her. Again, I couldn't look for long without risking an accident, so I slowed the car down and tried to spot her a third time. She was gone. I did not see any doors closing on any of the nearby houses or any persons in the immediate vicinity. I stopped the car near the corner and, after pondering for a few seconds, got out to investigate. I went to the area where I'd seen her. It had been snowing pretty steadily since sunset, and the sidewalks were covered with about 3 inches of fresh snow. There was absolutely no tracks, either on the sidewalk or on the lawns nearby. I stood there for a minute and then walked around the perimeter in a circle covering about 40 feet. This was definitely the spot I had seen her, but there was no tracks but my own. In the weeks and months after this first happened, I tried to write the experience off as a trick of my mind, but I've never had any visions since, and I've now accepted that this was a ghost. I didn't know the people on the street and never investigated who this girl might have been, but thank you for reading. My story starts in 1969. I was 5 years old. My brother and I shared a bedroom. Our twin beds were arranged side by side with the foot of the beds facing our door, which entered into the upstairs hallway. If you were in a room facing the doorway, to the right of the door hung a picture of a map of the world. If you were laying in our beds, to your right would have been our closet door. This was a walk-in closet. I'm describing the layout so you can get a sense of how this all seemed to happen. Anyway, my bed was the one nearest to the closet door. The first time I saw the man in the barrel, it was around 3 a.m. It was a summer night in Iowa, not too hot and not too cool. I awoke and saw something that has haunted me to this day. I'm now 32 years old. To describe this figure will take some work. The figure looked very much like a troll. He appeared to be approximately 2 to 3 feet tall. He seemed to be either wearing a barrel or standing inside it. His feet were exposed outside the bottom of the barrel, and he was wearing shoes much like that of an elf. The toes of the shoes were curled at the end. At the top of the barrel, straps were connected and hung over his shoulders. He had very sharp and long fingernails, dirty hands and arms, jagged sharp teeth, a very long dirty beard, and wore a hat that, now as I reflect back, looked like something from a Rumpelstiltskin fairy tale. The hat had a round brim and a long pointed top. His eyes were eerie and piercing, a gray color with pupils shaped like a cat's, but as black as the devil's. This troll figure appeared at approximately the same time on each of his visits to haunt me and was always floating in front of the map of the world. He was pointing his finger at me, floating up and down very slowly. He was laughing, but no noise was heard. I can remember quickly covering my head with my sheets during this first encounter. It was my hope that when I uncovered my head, he would be gone and I would be dreaming. When I removed the sheets from my head, he was indeed gone. However, for about a period of a year, from night to night, this man would return and I would go through the same routine of covering my head. Usually, when I saw him, he would be in front of that map. On other occasions, he would be to my right, in front of our closet door. Always, he was laughing and pointing at me, never really talking or explaining why he was tormenting me. No noise was ever made. During many nights, just before I was fully awake, I knew he was there. I didn't even have to look to know. I could feel his presence. Several times, I would wake up my brother, yelling and asking my brother if he could see him. My brother, older than me, would tell me to go back to sleep as I was just imagining him. To this day, my brother can describe in as clear as detail as I can how this man looked. The reason he can is because in the middle of the night, while I was looking at this man, I would describe him to my brother to convince him the ghost was there. I had told my parents about seeing this man and asked them to remove the map of the world from the wall, as I felt it might have something to do with seeing him. They took down the map, but the man kept coming back. I asked them to move me into what was our guest room. They agreed to my wishes, but things only got worse. In that room, there was also a walk-in closet. If you can picture a clothes bar that was hung with U-shaped wall mounts, the clothes bar rested in those mounts connected to the wall. One night, a loud crash came from my closet. I ran to my parents' room without investigating first. I woke them, and they went to my room's closet. When they opened the door, everything was lying on the floor. The shelves that held my games and toys, and the clothes and bar and all my clothes. How this all came crashing down, nobody knows, but I have a strong suspicion it was the man I'd been seeing. For several nights from that day forward, he would return to laugh at me and haunt me. Although I haven't had many visits from him since we have moved from the house in Iowa, I can still remember the chills he gave me. It's been a few years since I've added any new experiences. The last thing I recall writing about were whispers heard around my home. Since then, my father passed away from cancer, and his spirit may be responsible for some strange happenings. My father passed away in early May 2003, and that summer, I had a very vivid dream. It was Sunday, July 20th, and I'd worked very early that morning. I worked at the Gap, and we had to rearrange the clothing stock and add new items to the shelves. It took about 4 hours, and I arrived back at home around 10:30 a.m. I was exhausted due to waking up so early, so I drew the blinds and took a nap. Immediately after falling asleep, I dreamt that I was sitting on my father's bed in his home in London, Ontario. There was a knock on the door, and I got up to open it, and standing in front of me was my father wearing his dark blue pajamas that he died in. He looked so luminous and healthy, and he was smiling. I hugged him and could feel his warmth, never wanting to let go. I looked up at him and asked, "Where are you going?" And he replied, "I don't know yet. I have some things to take care of." I asked him if there was a God, and he replied, "I don't know that yet, but we'll find out soon." Just then, my mother woke me up because she heard me crying. When I awoke, my eyes shot open and I had no idea where I was. I shot up upright, crying hysterically, asking, "Where did he go? Where is he?" My mom was so confused and tried to console me, but I was just so upset because it seemed like such a real encounter. I stayed in my room for the rest of the day because I felt he was there with me still. I felt that if I left him, I would abandon him. It sounds strange, and it may well have just been a dream because his death just occurred 2 months before, and I was grieving heavily. I like to believe that it was him just trying to say goodbye. I haven't had any other dreams like this, although I've dreamt of my father. Mainly he'll appear randomly in dreams that have nothing to do with anything. The second thing that happened was very frightening to me. This occurred last April, around Easter time. I had a terrible cold and was home from school for Easter weekend. We were set to leave for my grandparents' house that morning. Around 6 a.m., I awoke, coughing repeatedly. I took some Buckleys to calm my throat and rolled over onto my stomach, sprawled across the right side of my bed with my feet apart. Not a minute later, I heard a repeated tapping above my bed, on my headboard. It lasted about a full minute, and I did not think much of it, but suddenly, it felt as if someone placed their hand between my feet and compressed the covers, or as if a cat was sitting beneath my feet. It just appeared, this strange sensation. I lay frozen, not knowing what to think. I was frightened. I finally gathered the courage to rip out of bed and turn on my light. Of course, there was nothing there, and my door was closed and locked, so our cat was not in my room. I remember seeing a faint thread of light wisp by and disappear, but it could have been my eyes adjusting to the light, as it was still very dark at a.m. I told my mom about what had happened, and she mentioned that she had a similar experience in my room 2 weeks prior. She said it felt as if a cat jumped on the bed, but there was nothing there, of course. I'm not sure what to think. I like to think that it was my father, making sure I was alright. Maybe it was the ghost of a past cat, Oscar, or maybe it was nothing. One thing that convinces me that this was a paranormal incident is the fact that I've read about paranormal tapping before a paranormal event occurs. I read this book called The Ghost That Haunted Himself, The Story of the Mackenzie Poltergeist by Jane Andrew Henderson. It's a book of well-documented hauntings surrounding the Black Mausoleum, a tomb in Greyfriars Cemetery in Edinburgh, Ireland. Ben Scott leads tours of this tomb, and one of his encounters was very similar to my own. On page 21 it reads, "Ben lay in his bed, staring up at the ceiling. It was almost Easter. He had drank too much and had gone to bed alone. As he lay unsuccessfully trying to sleep, he heard a repeated tapping noise just above his head. Ben didn't know what it was, and he no longer cared. A few minutes later, he heard the heavy swish of the bed curtains parting. I almost couldn't breathe when I read this. I couldn't believe how related the incidents were, but it all could be a coincidence. One other thing that frightened me occurred this past May. It was May 5th actually, the second anniversary of my father's passing, and I'd just returned home from a friend's house. It was around 3 a.m., and I went to sleep in the guest computer room because my room was occupied by my mother because her basement room had been flooded due to a leak in the foundation when her pool thawed. I was dozing off when suddenly I heard something fall off the shelf of the computer desk onto the desk itself. It made a very loud noise and startled me awake. I was frozen and felt very threatened, like something was looming in the darkness, approaching me. I yelled out, "Go away!" not really thinking how ridiculous I sounded. I scrambled to open the door, proceeding to run out of the room and into my room to my mom. I jumped under the covers, absolutely quivering and crying. I get scared very easily, so she got up to check out the room. I went with her, and we turned on the light. A heavy compass that sat on the top shelf had fallen, and that's what the noise was. But how on earth did the compass itch off the shelf and fall into the desk is a complete and eerie mystery. Not too much else has happened since. Before we renovated the house over the summer, we would sometimes hear random knocks, and a picture of my father once gently fell to the floor when a plant was placed a little bit in front of it. My mother's diamond ring engagement ring from my father has disappeared and never is found to this day. But again, I guess these things happen. I just thought I'd share my ghost story. In the summer of 2001, I was living in Paris, in a building that I believe was built in 1863. The elevator was deemed historic. It was creaky and slow and broke often, but couldn't be replaced because it was antique, and they had rules about that. The elevator was wooden on 3 sides, and made of grating and stained glass in the front, and each landing was grated, so you could see right into the elevator when it stopped, and anyone standing there when you were in the elevator could see you. The elevator was very small, just big enough for 3 average weight people to stand inside. A friend visited me in August, and we decided to go out shopping in the afternoon. We went to the landing and pressed the button for the elevator. I might mention that I believe that we were probably just about the only people in this building at the time. The Parisians had all left for the seashore, and I hadn't seen anyone but the building's porter and one other person the whole summer. This day, when the elevator came, there was a man in it. My friend and I both gasped at the same time because it was very unexpected. The man was handsome, with thick black short hair, maybe in his 30s, tallish, wearing a dark suit with a white shirt that was open at the collar. He looked very crisp and rich, but a little tousled, like he had just come from a party. Within a blink of an eye, the man was gone, in a flash. The elevator hadn't opened. You pushed the door to open it. He just vanished. My friend and I said, "Did you see that?" to each other, and we confirmed the description. He looked like just a regular person, not clear or ghost-like at all. Then, she just got into the elevator. Brave. I got in with her, but I made her stand where he had been standing. In June of 1988, my husband and I moved to a small town in Gloucestershire County, New Jersey, called Poulsboro. Poulsboro is situated along the Delaware River in Matena Creek. To get into town, you have to cross a small bridge over Matena Creek. We had a dog, and after a long day at the office, banging away at a keyboard, I enjoyed taking our little darling for a walk. Many times the dog and I would walk down our street, turn onto Broad Street, cross the bridge, and walk down Crown Point Road for a bit, then turn home. For some reason, I was reluctant to walk on the east side of the bridge, or the east side of Crown Point Road near the bridge. I can remember looking off into a woodsy area on the east side of Crown Point Road, by the bridge, and thinking, I don't know what happened there, but it must have been really bad to make me feel this spooked. About 5 years ago, after we came to Poulsboro, I was driving home on a dark and stormy night, as Snoopy would say. The rain was so heavy, I could barely see the road ahead. As I approached the bridge from Crown Point Road, I caught a glimpse through the murky weather of a house on the east side of the bridge where I knew no house was. It was that little woodsy area that always spooked me so much. The house was a ball of fire. Flames were shooting straight up into the air like the 4th of July, and the smell of wood burning filled the car. As quickly as I saw the house, it was gone, vanished, and the scented charred wood disappeared with it. Yes, I was scared, even though the doors of the car were locked. Periodically, I'd be coming home from that direction, but only when it was stormy and late at night. I'd catch a 2 or 3 second glimpse of a house engulfed in fire and the smell of the house burning, which is entirely different from the scent of something like leaves burning or a fireplace. This happened about 6 times over 10 years, and the experience really spooked me. A few years later, I learned that back in the 1930s or 1940s, can't remember the decade, but during that time period, there was a house located on that piece of ground. The family living there had either 5 or 6 children. I can't remember now how many, but it was more than 4. One night, when the father was working night shift, the house caught fire and all the children died in the blaze. Witnesses said the oldest girl, who was about 13, ran back into the house and up the stairs to save her littlest brother, who was a baby. Needless to say, now I understand why that spot always made me feel uncomfortable and where the scent of charred wood came from. What I think is interesting is that the ghost of this story isn't a person or an animal, but an inanimate object, a house that no longer exists and hasn't existed for over a half a century, but still blazes away like a Halloween pumpkin when conditions are just right. So, the next time there's an unusually dark and stormy night, come on down to Gloucestershire County, New Jersey, and head for Poulsboro on Crown Point Road. You may just be haunted by a house. My first name is Holly, and I don't know if this will help your page, or if you'd just be interested in hearing my story. But telling someone who will not laugh in my face will help me get this weight off my chest. I'm 21, so for me to tell my story to anyone, they aren't going to believe me, thinking that I'm young and I made it up. But let me tell you, after I tell you my life's experiences, you'll know it just isn't a figment of my imagination. Because if it is, then my whole family's crazy, along with me. The first haunting occurred in my grandmother's house. I have 2 sisters and 3 brothers. One of my brothers wasn't born until I was 14. One of those sisters is my identical twin, so pretty much whatever happened to the both of us for some reason. We never really had a twin connection until she moved away, and now it's like we're in the same room together, even though we're 300 miles away. Anyways, I lived in the house from the time I was 4 until I was about 16. I don't really remember when I first noticed strange things going on. The first thing I can actually remember is when I was 5. My sister and I shared a room and a bed, so I slept in the side closet to the door. I was always afraid to look into the hallway. I always felt like I wasn't alone, like someone was watching me. I woke up one night to see a huge ball of white light. I mean big and bright, enough to illuminate the entire hallway in my room. I watched it slowly flow out of the bathroom, past my room, all the way down the hall and down the stairs where it disappeared into the way. I wasn't afraid, but afterwards, when I realized that what I saw wasn't alive, I was terrified. Things always seemed to happen to one of us at a time, except once. We were all sitting watching TV one night when we first heard a crash in the dining room next to our living room. My mom went in to investigate. The picture was off the wall and sitting up against the wall on the floor. No broken glass, no nail missing from the wall. It was as if someone just took it off the wall and placed it on the floor. But that doesn't explain the loud crash that we all heard. We also had a wooden spoon, fork, and knife set that hung on the wall in the same room that liked to fall or go flying across the room. The older my sisters and brothers got, the more we realized this house wasn't your normal house. In normal houses, things don't go bump in the night. Strange voices don't call your name when you are home alone. Items don't disappear to be found years later on top of a shelf at eye level. Gusts of cold wind don't blow so hard that it makes your hair fly off your shoulders, and it smells of an odor of your grandfather that passed away before moving into the house. Or footsteps that come up the stairs, and right before it gets to where you can see the person, they stop. I remember I was always afraid of my grandmother's room because I had so many sisters and brothers, we had to share rooms. So when my brother came from college and got my room, I had to sleep on the floor of my grandma's room. I couldn't fall asleep because of the presence of a tall, thin man standing over my bed but looking at me. I couldn't actually see him, but I saw a shadow of him. I got the feeling he didn't like children because when I got to the age of about 11, I never saw him again. But I think there were also ghosts of children because once, when my twin and I were 13 and my older sister 15, we were out at a family party. My older brother was getting ready for a date when he looked into the mirror, which reflected off a mirror behind him so you could see into our grandma's room. And he saw what looked like a little girl, about 10 or 12, sitting on the bed. He said he thought it was me because I look younger than what I am, and came into the room to ask why I hadn't left yet, and nobody was there. He said she looked just like me. I really don't know if it's in our DNA or what, but almost every house and I that my sisters and brothers live in is haunted. I get the feeling that our original ghosts have followed us. When we moved into the next home, but one after my grandma's, but the next one, I never actually saw anything, but my little brother who wasn't born until I was 15 says he saw something. I was about 19 and he about 5. He would refuse to go to the bathroom alone, said he wouldn't go into the hallway because the little girl sitting on the floor crying scared him. I thought he was making it up, but I could hear him talking to someone in the hallway sometimes, and I asked him who he was talking to, and he would say, the little girl who cries all the time, but nobody in the house could see her or hear her. When I was 18, my grandma, same grandma whose house is haunted, came to stay with us for a couple of months because her health wasn't too good. Anyway, I started hearing what sounded like footsteps, more like stomping, coming from upstairs. I thought I was imagining it until Grandma looks up at me and says, "Who's up there stomping around?" Mind you, I was the only one upstairs usually. The upstairs was one bedroom. After this house, my twin sister moved away and got married, and I went off to college. My older sister is living with her boyfriend. My older brother is living with his girlfriend and their baby girl. My oldest brother is living in an apartment, and my youngest brother is living with my mom and my stepfather in Indiana now. We are scattered across the United States, from Indiana to Texas to Pennsylvania and to New York. All of our houses are haunted, and I know because I've been to each one. First, I will start with my occurrence when I went to college. I went to a cheap college and lived on campus, so I wouldn't be home with it. That didn't work, because when I had a friend over to watch a movie with me, we were sitting on a bunk bed they provide for us, and the window behind us decided it wanted to be open all the way up and slammed back down. The window was closed and locked. Then sometime later, I was sleeping on the top bunk and my roomie was on the bottom. I had my hand hanging over the side like I usually do, and I felt someone tug on my hand. hard enough to jar me from my sleep and almost slide me off the edge. I said, "Hey, stop it," thinking it was my roomie under me being childish, until I heard a giggle that could only come from a little girl. Needless to say, I didn't sleep the rest of the night, and the next day I moved out to a townhouse all the way across campus, but I guess the ghost wasn't alone. Sure, even he liked to go room to room, waking up girls and keeping them up all night, pulling their hair, turning the TVs on. I heard about it the next morning in the cafeteria at breakfast. Now I'm getting married to my college sweetheart, and once again, I get the feeling that I'm not alone. Door handles turn on their own. I keep seeing a shadow of a person in the hallway. My twin sister had her ghost tug on her earring while in her car. Toilets flush. It sounds funny, but it's true. Smells of perfume. Her 2-year-old who is looking up at something that isn't there and smiling. Or her waking up and trying to say someone jumbled up about a lady. My mom's house in Indiana is most uncomfortable. My little brother, who is now almost 7, new room, has his own computer in it. I was lying on the bed with him one night, trying to get him to go to sleep. He kept saying he didn't like the new computer and to take it out of the room, when all of a sudden, the keyboard started typing away on its own. He and I bolted from the room. The computer is now in the basement. It still likes to do that tapping crap, but at least it isn't in his room with them. As far as seeing anything, none of us in our new house has seen anything, but the odors, footsteps, things disappearing, and voices haven't left any of us. The only thing that I can think of was our uncle had been sick, and Mike, my older brother, was sitting in the living room of his house sleeping. Woke up to 3 balls of light coming from the ceiling forward downward until it came next to him and disappeared. His girlfriend, who is psychic, I know this all sounds strange, said that it was the spirit of our uncle coming to tell him he was safe and had passed on to the other side safe. The next morning, we got a call from the hospital saying my uncle passed on. That isn't it. I don't know if this has to do with my mom's haunting, but a blackbird got into her sunroom. No doors or windows even open. It just sat there staring at her. Didn't fly or anything. Just was there. Didn't know how it even got there, but it was there all day long. That night, a close friend of the family died. Wasn't sick, just had a heartache at a young age, and died. My mom thought the blackbird was an omen and went to go see if it was still there, and it was gone. Same sort of thing happened to my aunt and uncle. A bird came into the house. They didn't know how, it wouldn't leave, and then just disappeared when something bad happened to their son. I don't know what the connection is. I've just moved into my new home on October 30th, 2005, and I am renting it. The night before, I was here painting one of the upstairs bedrooms. Around 10 p.m., I distinctly heard my patio door open in the dining room at the bottom of the steps and footsteps creaking the steps up to where I was painting. No one entered the room I was painting. I thought it was my boyfriend, but he didn't answer when I called his name. A minute later, my boyfriend called my cell phone from his house, and I thought it was nuts for even thinking so dumb. Now a month later, we have several other occurrences that have been taking place. My daughter felt and heard a whisper in her ear as she bent down to the empty dryer in the laundry room. Her bedroom lights go on and off often. Our wiener dog will not enter the room. If she puts her head in there, she scratches to get out after a few seconds. We hear 2 men's voices having a conversation in the living room, and there are no other radios or TVs on in the whole house. I like it quiet when I am home. The kids hear banging in the night in their rooms with the huge closets that they have. We hear what sounds like heavy items hitting the basement floor all the time, and there's nothing there when we run to look. There are many cold spots in the house. Just last night, December 7th, at 3:20 a.m., I got up to go to the bathroom at my usual 3 a.m. waking, for no reason at all, each night, and the bathroom door was not closed all the way. Since it was 3:20 a.m., I did not fear anyone would be coming in on me. Just then, the door started to pull open, and I yelled, "I'm in here," and the door closed and shut all the way. I looked at my bedroom door, just adjacent to my bathroom door, and my boyfriend was snoring away peacefully, and I awoke him and asked him if he was at the door, and he was angry at me for waking him with such a stupid question. I then went upstairs to my children's room and found them both sleeping peacefully soundly. This afternoon, my landlord called me about a cable installation problem, and I asked her if my house was haunted. She hesitated what felt like an eternity, and then she finally answered, "It's the man across the street. He watched over my girls. He hung out in my youngest daughter's room. That's why they slept together in my oldest girl's room. Her baby is 2, and her oldest is 4. She said they weren't scared of him. He was friendly. She couldn't remember his name, but that he killed himself in the house across the street years ago, and I should go ask her grandfather-in-law that works next door what his name was. I asked him and found it to be Russell Lutz, and he shot himself in his basement as he was dying from cancer 25 years ago. She said to talk to him by name, and that they did. She was surprised I hadn't called her earlier about it, so she figured we weren't bothered by him. She has not awoke at 3 a.m. since she moved out of here, and the girls have not been visited by Russell Lutz yet. We're not afraid of him at all, and talk to him out loud all the time. The kids ask him to turn on things, and he doesn't. Ha! My kids are 14 and 16, and think it's awesome we have a haunted house. Last night my son and I went next door to work on an Xmas tree and wreaths they sell, and a path was shoveled from their door to my door with a shovel. It wasn't there when we just drove in the driveway from religious class and stepped in the house to get gloves and stepped back out to walk 160 feet to their door. Weird. Throughout my life, I've encountered many ghosts. Good thing the ghosts never bother me. They walk away, as if I was not there, but I clearly see them, as clear and as clean as a window. Anyways, 1995, in Glendale, Arizona, we just moved into a house located near the downtown Glendale area. This area was a mess at the time, and in the middle of the housing area is a small cemetery. In my opinion, it should not be there, and should be moved. For crying out loud, it's a residence area. But all around Glendale, especially West Glendale, lies many scattered cemeteries. Anyways, back to my experience. One night I was home alone. Family went to California for a vacation and left during the afternoon. Everything was fine till night came. When night came, all hell broke loose. As usual, I would take a bath before I head to bed, and while I was bathing, I swore something walked through the door and started screaming. I got so scared, I popped out of the tub. My heart was racing. I felt so cold. I felt like time had frozen. My head was spinning, and the only thing I could think of was what the heck was that? When I was having my panic attack, the ghost, the thing, the whatever it was, backed up and passed the door. It was not screaming, but it said sorry. Anyways, I hurried and washed the remaining soap and shampoo off me and headed out looking around the house for the thing. At this time, I was not as scared because I got my iron rod. I don't know why this rod always made me feel safe. This rod is sacred to me. I call it my demon rod. Anyways, I searched the house. Nothing was found. I headed for bed and hoped morning came fast. I made it through the night and did not experience anything else. The thing at the time I saw, it didn't look like human. It didn't look like no animal, nor did it come close to looking anything like from this planet. I did, however, suspect it was a ghost. Of what, I don't know exactly. But this was not the last of it, for I seen it many more times after this, and it always was around when my rod was not with me. I submitted a story to you prior to this one a couple of years ago. I've had some recent occurrences that I would like to share with you, if that's okay. Here is my story. In the fall of 2001, my best friend Harley was killed in a tragic car accident, and I took his death very hard. When he first died, I felt that he was always around. When I was living in England, my doorman would smell like his aftershave, and I continued to sense he was around, and occasionally he would come to me in a dream, but lately things have been quiet until recently. A couple of months ago, I had a dream with Harley in it. We were sitting around a picnic table, and he just looked as healthy and happy as if he were alive. He told me to quit worrying about everything, and I would be alright. He would never stop taking care of me. And then this past Thanksgiving, I was driving to my boyfriend's house, and as I'm going along on the highway, I got this strange feeling like the car in the next lane was going to cut me off. So I backed off the car in front of me, and wouldn't you know it, that car cut in front of me with no warning at all. Now, how did I know that the car was going to do that before he even did it? Some people tell me it was my friend looking out for me, since his accident occurred on Thanksgiving. I know they are not big, spooky stories, but they make me believe that we do not die after death, and that we can still communicate with our loved ones here on Earth.
I'm just going to tell you 2 stories that happened to me. That scares me a lot. Just about 2 years ago, I moved to a new city and moved into a new neighborhood, school and everything. Moving into a new house was awesome, and it was a gorgeous house. The first day of school, people found out that I lived in the house I'm currently no longer living in, and told me it was haunted, and no one ever felt like coming over. I was thinking, right, but that's when things actually got creepy. In through our garage was wooden stairs leading to the basement. Well, every time I'd come home for lunch, and even when I'd be home there all by myself, something clicky would be heard, and I would just freak, until one day, I knew it was coming from the wooden stairs. I stood by the stairs, and all I'd hear was a click, and nothing would be there. One day I got fed up at lunchtime, and I told my mother what I'd been hearing at home and school, and we were right beside the stairs. As I'm telling her, she tells me young brains have lots of things just to fill in their mind. I'm thinking, Mom, very funny. My mom opens the garage door, and there it happens again. The clicking sound once again. My mom freaked and grabbed me and rushed us into the garage. She told us to stay there, and she took a bat and went inside. I was worried. She had just left me there all by myself. A couple of minutes later, I walked inside scared out of my mind, and I headed down the stairs and went down them, and there my mom was, worried. She said she saw nothing. A few days later, my mom talked to the owner. She knew him, and he says, weird. My mother died on her birthday on these stairs. She got a brand new pair of clicking shoes. After that day, we never heard it again. Another story happened with me and my brother. Well, I was young and was a big chicken, so I stood by my brother while my mother left for groceries. Let me start off this way. My brother would have this small play toy gun, and it was his favorite gun, and he'd have it all the time, and kept it in his drawer when it wasn't in use. Now back to when my brother and I were sitting at the computer. He's 2 years older than me. My mom had been gone for a while. We stood there, and I was pale and just staring. All of a sudden, something started laughing, like a clown, and it sounded as if 2 clingy things had been clanging together. And then I realized it was the sound my brother's gun made, and I was thinking, oh my lord. My brother and I started freaking, and we ran to the stairs, and it got so loud. And then the door handle started moving, and it was banging, and I ran and opened it, and it was my mom. She asked us why we were so pale. When we told her, it wasn't something she seemed much to care about. Like we were just children telling our tales. My brother that night went to go play his toy gun. It was gone and was never to be found again. A lot more of these things have happened, and if you're interested in some more, I can write them up and email you. We moved out of the house just down the street, and nothing's happened to us like that again. Hope you enjoyed my stories. Myself and other employees, including management, have been upstairs in what was supposed to be the original owner's apartment. When you are up there, someone will either tap you on the shoulder or grab your shoulder, and when you turn around, there is nobody there. You will also hear things moving around while using the bathroom, and when you open the door, nobody is up there but you. The given story is that it is the ghost of our owner's father. His father's dream was to open up this brewery with his children, Joe Jr. and Michelle, but he died shortly after it had opened. The oddest thing of all of that is that I was walking some customers out to their vehicles when one of them told me she felt 3 spirits inside. I had not mentioned anything of the hauntings. She said one was an older gentleman, but the other 2 are children. I know absolutely nothing of the children in this area. A quick little story about Utica, California that I think you might find interesting. My older son John, 26, and his girlfriend Jana, 23, plus William, 64, all saw the same ghost in Utica. He was a thin man that seemed to float. They followed him from one room to the other, and he vanished. We also have a candle on top of the family room TV that gets knocked onto the floor every few days for no apparent reason. We have been watching the candle get knocked off as if someone were pushing it on the floor. It just gets swiped off the TV. Sometimes the TV is on, sometimes not. My house definitely has a ghost, but I don't know who this tall, thin man was. I kind of like it that he's here. It's like having another pet. Just thought you'd want to know about this story. I find it fascinating. Me and my friends Mike and Maria have used your site for a reference on where to go, and we've gone to 2 places so far, and I'd like to share my experiences with you. The Sleepy Hollow Sparta Cemetery. We've been there twice. The second one being about an hour ago. The first time we went was about 2 weeks ago, and there's an open gate to get in. We made a discovery about something I will tell you in a little bit. The first time we went there, we got in okay, and we only visited about, the first half of the cemetery. We continued to hear rustling, but tried our best to remain calm. We then came across 2 mausoleums. My friend Mike decided to go see if they were open, but he became too creeped out and came back towards me and Maria. While standing outside of them, we noticed a light from the street shining through the trees, making an angel-like silhouette on the building. We all stared at it for a bit, and Mike mentioned that it looked like an angel. Suddenly the light turned off. Kinda creepy. After that we left. The second time was tonight. There were the 4 of us. Me, Mike, our friend Rob, and his girlfriend Steph. We got into the same gate once again, and we proceeded to explore the same area as we did last time. This is where we made our discovery, and maybe you can post a warning next to this place for people on the listing. The light we saw last time that came from the street, making the angel-type figure, maybe a motion detector, because it shines right into the cemetery, even though it's far in the street. When we walked, the light turned on. This is when we started to be concerned, and we also heard sirens, They were ambulances. Then, this is where it gets spooky. As we're walking the road back to the 2 mausoleums, I happened to glance to the trees, and what appeared to be standing there was a silhouette of a person. Then I noticed a hat, shaped like a police officer's. Then I tried to show Mike, and he saw it too. Then I noticed it wasn't moving. When we were leaving, it was a statue on top of a tombstone. However, when we left, Mike explained to me that what he was looking at wasn't the statue, it was the shadow, he says, and his description of the shadow was the same police-type figure. We were both looking at 2 different things, but had the same description. I think something there didn't like us, and was trying to give us an illusion to get out. The other 2 that were with us didn't see anything. The only conclusion that we could come up with was that something there remembers us from our last visit, and most likely didn't want us there. Our other adventurer in Brewster, we drove up there. There was like 6 of us. We drove past a pond, and I saw something across the pond that looked like a flashlight being waved. I don't know what it was, but when we stopped at the gas station before we headed over to the pond, someone said party at the lake tonight while purchasing alcohol. We parked up on a street about a mile or 2 away from the pond, and we all walked down to the road to it. We also had a recorder with us the entire time to see if we picked up anything we didn't hear. We found a dead animal on the side of the road, as well as many beer cans. We also kept hearing rustling in the woods as we came to the pond. When we came to the pond, we saw nothing for about 10 minutes, so we walked back to the cars. We began walking faster when we heard a crash in the woods, and then we got back to the cars and stopped in front of the golf course, where I took a picture of the sign. Me and Mike were taking pictures at the same time, and I noticed there was a red orb-like structure on the side of the sign. It's not present in Mike's pictures though. Then afterwards we found a cemetery nearby, but nothing creepy happened. When we came back home, we listened to the recordings. We picked up a loud crash and 2 moaning, whispered sounds. One being directly said after Mike said, "That was definitely a noise." So there is the report of our 3 places that we visited. Thanks to your site, we're addicted. Please write back if you have anything to say. While my own experience is not really that of a ghost encounter, I still believe that it may relate to some of the stories. Mine is a premonition. Growing up in Florida, I would visit my step-great-grandfather. Even though he wasn't truly related to me, he was far closer to me than any of my blood relatives. I remember always seeing him sitting in his recliner and chewing his tobacco. When I was about 10, I began having these strange dreams. In the dream, I was walking through a house that was on fire. I was in a long hallway, and the flames were on my right side. I was not scared in the dream, more curious than anything else. Every few meters, a round gray shape would rise out of the flames and go over my head. I tried, but could not see what was on the left. It was as though my head wouldn't turn far enough. I had this dream on and off for about 2 years, before it finally stopped. I didn't have the dream again until I was 14. However, this time, the dream was different. I began having it every night for 2 or 3 months straight, and every time I saw the shape, it was a little bit clearer. One night I realized it was someone's face though, and I couldn't make out whose. The dream stopped for 2 weeks. Then I had the dream 2 more times. The last time, I realized it was the face of my step-great-grandfather. The next morning, My mom told me that he had died in his sleep. I thought perhaps it was just my subconscious mind telling me that he was old and that he would die soon. But when I was 17, I got a book from a friend, and in the book, it had a section on dream interpretation. I read that if you dream of a house on fire, then there will be a death in your family. At that point, I remembered all of the dreams I ever had. I realized that it was more than just my mind warning me. I have, on occasion, felt as if someone was with me whenever I most needed someone to care. I believe that it is him. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to read through my story. I am sure that others feel as I do, and I thank you for having your website to help the rest of us better understand these strange occurrences. When I was a freshman in high school, my mom and stepdad and I moved into an older home, built sometime in the late 1920s or early 1930s. I assume this from the newspaper I'd found, dated 1936. When we first moved in, there wasn't any odd things happening, not until my stepdad and my uncle started putting in rooms upstairs in the loft. One night after a long day of swimming with friends, I decided to go home to take a nap and meet back up with my buddies later that night. Well, that didn't happen. I awoke too, or whom I thought was my nephew Sam, tapping me on the foot. The room was very dark, just a small bit of light through the curtains. I looked over at the clock. It was late, around 11 p.m. So I said to whom I thought was my nephew, "What are you doing in here? And where's your mom?" You see, they lived next door to us, and I asked again. With no answer, I got up and turned on the light. No one was there. Okay, I said to myself. That was odd, and very reluctantly went to sleep. That wasn't the end of it. One night I woke up with all the covers off my bed. Maybe I kicked them off. Who knows? I know because the second time it happened, I was not asleep when I felt the covers slowly pull off of me and off the end of the bed. Can we say what the heck? And that's when I slept downstairs on the couch for a few minutes, telling my mom it was too hot upstairs to sleep. A few months had gone by without anything happening until they put another room upstairs in, and I moved into that one. I started hearing sounds on the roof, like if someone was throwing a ball into the roof, and it was bouncing down. Went on for at least a good month. Well, the ice finally broke. My grandfather, who had been living with us, asked my mom one morning who was standing in her doorway last night. My mom said no one, and my grandma replied that it was a child and a woman. And that's when I told them what was happening upstairs. Strange. I am 13 years old, and I live in Florida. I took a trip to St. Augustine for vacation 2 years ago. My family and I stayed in the St. Francis Inn, which is a bed and breakfast. We stayed in the Sanford suite for like one night, and the lady at the front desk said that her daughter had to babysit there, and the kids were playing with those Hot Wheel toys. Well, she said that her daughter called her up and said that the toys were moving on their own. I was so afraid to sleep in that room. Well, the next 2 nights, we stayed in the cottage. It was very homey-like, and I had no problem with it. I went upstairs to the room I would stay in, and I didn't feel comfortable at all. I felt like something or someone was watching my sister and I. So that night, I slept in the pull-out couch. That night, my mom said that late at night, she heard footsteps coming up the stairs and into the room that my sis and I were supposed to stay in. Everyone was sleeping, so there was no logical explanation. creepy. And the next morning, my mom went to have breakfast, and she was talking to these really nice people that stayed in the supposedly haunted room. Lily's room. There is a whole long story to the room, and I don't really know the details. The couple staying in that room said that they took some pictures, and in one, there was an armchair from like a long time ago against one wall, but it wasn't actually there. So they started walking out to the courtyard next to the cottage and said, "Oh, it's just Lily messing around with stuff." As soon as they said Lily, the light above the cottage door went out. My dad went to check it out, but there was nothing wrong with the light bulb. I was freaked out. We were gonna leave that very day. My mom couldn't find her car keys or the cottage room key. She was looking, and she found the car keys on top of the counter, and the cottage keys inside the door, and the door we never came in through. This story is all true, from what my mother told me. Very creepy. I've been reading stories on your website for a few years now, and I figure I might as well share some of the experiences which have occurred to me and members of my family, as well as friends. My grandparents have lived in their home for about 45 years now, and she often looks after family and friends when they are ill. My great-grandmother and my great-uncle have both passed away in their home, one in 1979 and the other in 1993. My mother especially can always feel my great-grandmother's presence in the basement, where my grandparents had stored their rocking chair, which has been there since she was staying at their home, and is still there today. You just get an overwhelming feeling that there's someone sitting on the chair, although it has never scared any of us. When my two sisters and I were younger, we spent every weekend and a few weeks each summer at my grandparents' place. One time, my older sister and I had been chatting about the house being haunted, and my grandfather got very upset about that. My sister made the comment that she wished that the ghost would prove they were in fact there. We left to go grocery shopping, and when we returned approximately 2 hours later, there were 2 cups out of the cupboard. We had put all the dishes away before going, and the way they were situated on the floor, it was apparent they had fallen. One was a plastic cup which ended up being fine, and the other one was glass which had broken. In fact, there were pieces of glass embedded in the floor through the carpet. We knew that they couldn't have fallen on their own because the cupboards were all closed, and my grandmother stacks her mugs and glasses in stacks of 4 or 5. So there was absolutely no way to explain how 2 fell, and the cupboard doors were shutting behind them. There was nobody who could have done it. My parents do not have the keys to enter my grandparents' place, and my uncle was in Buffalo, New York, and we live in Ottawa, Ontario. My father thinks that my sister got her wish, and she has never made a request like that again. We have no idea how to go about checking the history of our house, but we do believe that our property was once connected to our neighbors. My older sister woke up one night, a few months after we moved in. When she opened her eyes, she saw a boy. She said he looked to be about 10 and was standing in the center of the room. He was wearing a baseball cap and a t-shirt. The way she described it is that he looked real. He wasn't transparent and there was no glow about him. He just looked at him. And she rubbed her eyes because she couldn't believe what she had seen, then rolled over the face away from him and went to sleep. My mother was telling our neighbor about what my sister saw, and the neighbor commented that it sounded like her ghost. Her husband had seen a little boy he described the same as my sister in their attic the day they moved in. Our ghost doesn't bother anyone often, and my big sister is the only one who has ever seen him. We can all feel his presence when he is around. We have a sunroom which had been a garage that the previous owners had converted, which we use as a bedroom. The only place a bed can fit properly to allow people to walk around the room is to place it under the window. So you are literally right at the same height as the windowsill. That room gets very hot during the summer and stays very cold in the winter. We can never get the temperature right.
which is a duct problem. The window pretty much stays open throughout the summer, so anyone there can feel if there's wind coming in or not. Anyway, my younger sister, it's her bedroom, has been woken up by the sound of the gate opening and slamming shut on the front porch on a windless night. This doesn't happen very often in our living room and dining room area, which we use as a computer room. It has older windows with the sliding locks on both sides that have to be pressed in to open or close the windows. My younger sister and my mother were in the living room one day when it started to rain. Mom told my sister to help her close the windows so no rain gets inside. When they both heard the windows in the computer room start closing, and when they went to get a better look, sure enough, both windows were closed. We live in a bungalow, and there are no walls separating the rooms, only an archway, so they couldn't see the windows. However, they definitely would have seen if anyone had been in the room. I used to work 6 days a week, starting at 5:30 a.m., with Saturdays being a starter shift, so I would usually leave at about 9 or 10 a.m. I would go home and take a nap most Saturdays. My bedroom is in the basement, which is separated into 2 rooms, a rec room and laundry area. Then walking in through those rooms and turning right to go into the very back of the basement is my bedroom. I got home one Saturday and went to lie down. My mom was also lying down in her room, and her room is at the top of the basement staircase. We were the only 2 home. She heard the front door open and footsteps walking around. She figured it was my father or one of my sisters. Whoever came in decided to come down into the basement, open my bedroom door, lie down behind me, and squeeze me. I was so confused, not in any way paralyzed or afraid. I was too tired to open my eyes and see if anyone was there, but I remember being squeezed pretty tightly. Then the squeezer got up, left my room, and both my mother and I heard the footsteps going up the stairs, then out the front door. I had to use the washroom, so I got up and ended up meeting my mom at the top of the stairs. I scared her because she thought she heard a bag rustling as the footsteps had come upstairs, and she thought it was me leaving the house. We looked outside, and our car was the only one in our driveway. No one else had come home at all, so we had no idea who it could have been, or why it would have wanted to hug or squeeze me. My sister had gotten a helium-filled balloon for her birthday one year, and it was just hanging in the corner on the ceiling in our computer room. I was awake one night surfing the net when I got the distinct impression that something was right behind me. So then I turned around and came face to face with her balloon. It really freaked me out because it had been floating on the ceiling, and it had to lower to the height of a person sitting and cross the room. Where it floated just level with my head. I popped the balloon that night. My sister has heard dishes being thrown into the sink at night when she got home from work, and one night saw the shadow of a person looking out into the living room window when she got home. She walked into the house and discovered everyone sleeping in their bedroom. So she doesn't have a clue as to who had been in the window. She called her boyfriend to come get her because she didn't want to be the only one awake that night. I apologize for the length of this email. As I've mentioned, it is not the most active of hauntings. In fact, no one has really felt uncomfortable before in our home. I still have years of experiences to tell you about. Maybe I'll email again sometime. In 1989, I lived as a single mom in a 2-story townhome. This was in Brea, Kentucky. My bedroom was upstairs and had one window overlooking my front door and the parking lot. David, my next door neighbor who shared his porch with me, one small cement porch with one step up,
leading to his door into mine. He was number 7, and I was number 8. One time early between 2 and 3 o'clock, I had just startled myself awake after a disturbing dream. I'd just finished writing it all down in a dream journal and had turned off my bedside lamp. I lay there in darkness with my bedroom window as a nightlight. A bit of streetlight shone through the slightly elevated shade, and if a car happened to go by, I'd see a quick flash of headlights roam through my bedroom walls. The roads were mostly empty, and it was all stillness outside. My window was partly open, and I remember the sound of wind and an occasional instinct amidst all the quiet. It was summer, or maybe the end of summer, and the fresh air smelled like honeysuckle. As I lay there trying to fall back asleep, I suddenly hear the low growl of a car engine in the parking lot below. It idled for a few minutes, and then turned off. There was silence. Next, the click of a door handle, then the sound of a door creaking open and slamming shut. I heard shoes hitting the pavement. They had loud, distinct heels on them, pacing each step like I would imagine a sharply dressed woman would do. Clop, clop, coming closer to David and my porch. They made a distinct noise, which echoed in the night air. They walked just below my window. I wondered if the person would knock on David's door, or mine. There was a pregnant pause as I listened for the knock. I guessed the knock would be on David's door, as he was a big late-night partier and had frequently night friends. The knock came, but on my door. I heard it loud and bellowing through my open window from right below it, and simultaneously, it echoed through my apartment. 5 knocks on my front door, sharp and determined. I immediately leaped out of bed and was at the window for a few seconds later. I yelled down to the visitor, "I'll be right there." I had several friends or family it could be, despite this odd hour, so I wasn't concerned. I turned from the window and bounded down my stairs in the dark and sprung open my front door. I opened it part way, and then all the way. Only darkness. Just an empty porch. There was no car in the parking lot, as far as my eyes could see. Wind howled through the trees. It just shrieked past my door and blew branches across the pavement. I shuddered. Not from cold, but from the lightning bolt of the creepy chills that were traveling like ice down my spinal cord. I shut the door again and then locked it. Then I stood there for a minute or two and checked the lock again. Slowly I moved again, back up the stairs again, taking each step backward, keeping watch on my front door. Then stood there for a minute or two and checked the lock again. I moved slowly back up the stairs again, taking each step up backward, keeping my watch on my front door. About 4 years ago, when I lived with my mother and her boyfriend in an apartment, I was sleeping on the love seat in the living room, and I had a stack of pillows and blankets close to my head. It was about 12 a.m., and suddenly the pillows and blankets fell over. I shrugged it off. There were a lot of pillows and blankets, and the pile was a bit lopsided. That was, until I got up in the morning. When I woke up, I saw that the pillows and blankets had been made into a little pallet on the floor next to me. Also, in that apartment, it was about 10 p.m. I was trying to get some sleep, and I saw a lady in one of those button-up high-collared dresses from a long time ago. I was a little bit freaked, but when I saw her, I was so scared, but kinda happy to see her anyway. Also, about 2 years ago, I was living in a home with my father and my stepmother, and I was walking to my room, and that's when I saw a blonde lady laying on our couch. She was wearing a long light blue dress. At first I thought it might have been my stepmother. Then I realized that she didn't have a light long blue dress.
That was when I looked back, and the lady wasn't there anymore, and my stepmother was all the way at the other end of the house on the computer. This time it happened to my father. He was sitting in his chair watching television, and for some reason he looked behind him and saw this little old lady with her hands in her hips, giving him a disapproving look. I'd also see things disappear and turn up in weird places. At first I thought I'd done it. I'm always leaving stuff in odd places, like my shoes in the bathroom behind the towels. But then I realized even I didn't leave things in that weirdo places. Once I lost my house keys, I knew I left them on my bed, and I was getting ready for bed, and I was getting all the crap off my bed. I realized that my keys weren't there. I looked for them for days, but I never even found them. That is until about 6 months later. We were moving out of the house. My dad was moving the big desk out of my room, and there were my keys. There is no way that I could have kicked them under the desk by accident. It had this weird decoration on the front. The only way that it could have gotten there was from the back, and that was also impossible. My desk was too close to the wall for that. This also happened to my father a few months ago. It was really late at night, or really early in the morning. I don't know, but my father woke up, and then he saw his father standing in his room. He called my aunt, and she told him what happened. This happened about 5 months ago to me. I was sitting in the church during the prayer. I don't know why, but I looked up, and I saw my best friend's dad standing right there, which I knew to be impossible, because he had been dead for about 2 years before the occurrence. This happened about 4 months ago. I was really late. I mean really late. I was having trouble trying to sleep, and I was looking at my window, or rather glaring. But yeah, I was glaring at my window, and I looked at the end of the bed and saw this weird demon-looking creature. Anyways, I totally freaked. I mean, you don't see these weird little creatures every day, you know. Well, ever since I've seen this thing, my favorite clothes have been disappearing. At first I thought they might have been under my bed or in my closet, but they're not. There's nothing under my bed, and I've been through my closet twice. Do you know what that little freaky creature might have been? About 3 months ago, I was at my friend's, and they have crosses everywhere. I mean everywhere. The reason being is that they have problems. These weird glowing like orb ghost things. Well, my friend and her sister and I were sitting on her bed. We were just talking about Stephen King movies, and then I say, "Have you seen It?" And then we hear a creepy voice that says yes. We freaked out. We all jumped into the middle of the bed and didn't move for a long time. Well, the glowing orbs or thingies that we mentioned are supposed to be ghosts, I suppose. Because, a lot of people have died in that house. My friend was up late one night, watching TV, and she looks out her window, and she sees 3 glowing heads. Well, one day, I had come home with her after school, so she could give me a ride to church. I put my backpack in the middle of her bed, and sat on the floor. That way I could watch some televisions before we could go. That's when she was on the other side of the room, by the window, where she saw the glowing heads. And all of a sudden, my backpack flies off the bed and into her closet. It was more like it moved a little bit, and suddenly it was in her closet. It's kind of hard to explain. About a year ago, I was in my friend's grandmother's bathroom. My friend had to shave her legs, and that's when I see this old dog lying on the floor. And that's when I asked, "Did you have a dog that died?" And she was like, "Yeah." "How'd you know?" Then that's when I said, "'Cause it's lying there right on the floor underneath the sink." Turns out that they have several portals, so to speak, in her house. And then there's a ghost and a Ouija board. We don't mess with that. While I was stationed in Germany, I got married to my wife in Denmark. We stayed in a little nice hotel that was built in the 1400s. We stayed a total of 3 nights and never had a problem until the last night. Late in the last night, I was lying in bed with my new wife. We were both facing a wall away from the door. I said something along the lines of, "I'll always keep you safe." And at that moment, an overwhelming fear came over me. At the same time, my wife said, "Why did you just say that?" It had no real reason. But she described to me that she was feeling the same thing I was. And we were able to determine that the source of our unexplained fear was coming from the doorway right behind us. Neither I nor my wife wanted to turn to see if anything was there. When I finally mustered up the courage to look, I was convinced that I was going to be looking directly into the eyes of the devil. But nothing was there, and shortly after the fear subsided. I have jumped out of planes and been to combat twice, but I never felt as scared as I was that night. This will be the second story that I've sent you. My mom told me this story and said that she was about 10 or 11 during the time of this experience. She said she was sleeping in her bed one night and she woke up at about 1 in the morning. She looked up and saw a white shadow floating next to her bed that had big eyes. She said its head looked a little swollen and it looked like it was trying to say something. Got really scared and tried to scream to wake her mom. She was so scared that she couldn't even make a noise. She never told her mom about it because she was so afraid that her brothers would tease her. But a week later, she said she heard her brother, my Uncle Kevin, say that he saw a white figure with a swollen head. Well, to start it off, I can see and talk to dead people. It sounds crazy, I know, but it is the truth. I'm not one of those people that you see on TV, but it's pretty much the same thing. I started seeing ghosts when I was 6, when while I was asleep in my bed, I was awakened by what I thought was my brother walking around, but it turned out to be somebody I didn't even know. I wanted to scream, but I was so terrified. At first, he didn't even notice me. Then he saw me, looked surprised, and then disappeared. I saw footprints just appear on the floor, heading inside my closet. I've been scared of my closet ever since. I couldn't see who it was because it was so dark, but the next day I found out that it was a kid. While walking upstairs to eat breakfast, I saw him sitting on the steps and frowning at me. I noticed him, stopped, and I really wanted to scream. I was just about to let one out when he put his fingers to his lips, signaling me to be quiet. I didn't want to scare him away, so I didn't yell. I smiled. He smiled back. I then blinked, and he vanished. At this point, I thought I was going crazy. I went upstairs, ate my cereal with my family, all the while he watched. I tried to shrug it off when a vase he was sitting next to fell off and broke. Then I was staring wild-eyed at him. He frowned and disappeared again. I later was walking down my basement when I heard some crying. I thought it could be my brother because he was frustrated that he couldn't beat a video game. He always cried when he couldn't win. But when I got down there, the TV and the lights were off. I was again terrified, but I peeked around the corner, and nothing was there. All I heard was crying, but it was getting louder. I was turning around to run. When I saw him right there in front of me, I fell on the ground and screamed. He cried even more at this. I could hear my parents asking if everything was alright while they were making their way downstairs. I looked at him, and he vanished once again. The crying stopped as my parents came into the little crawl space that was called the toy room. They looked at me stunned, still staring at where the little ghost used to be. They asked if I hurt myself or something, and I just said no, I just tripped. They then inspected my body, really see if I was just toughing out some scrape. My mom looked at my dad, and then shrugged. My dad's next reply scared me so bad, to the point I peed my pants. Well, then why were you crying then? Well, after a few more meetings, I found out that he was a ghost. Yes, I didn't know before. After a while, we became friends, but he never spoke, just helped us out, and played with our toys. Like once, before we even went to our grandparents' house, we had to clean the basement. It took hours, but we finally did it. Then we went to my grandma's. When we came home, my brother and I went to the basement, and we played video games. It was a mess. We groaned, and I screamed, "Sam!" We named him Little Black Sambo because of his color. Not to be racist, for those of you who are easily offended. While my brother went to the bathroom, he appeared, at first smiling, but then frowned. Seeing how distressed I was, I looked him straight in the eye and said, "Help us clean, or clean it yourself." I stormed upstairs to get my mom so she could help us. We were just heading downstairs when I heard my brother scream. I ran out to figure out what Sam had done. When I got in there, I saw my brother shaking, his eyes fully open, looking to and fro. I looked into the room and gasped myself. It was perfectly clean. My mom got down there and said, "What mess?" It was 6 years that I had known him. He was mine and the family's best friend. It was almost as if he was a part of the family. My life was going good. I was starting 7th grade. I had lots of friends. What more could I ask for? I've decided that we were moving. I'll never forget that day. The day my mom decided to move. She had wanted to move before, but never actually did. We've even had a for sale sign in our front yard before, but it was taken down only a few days after because my mom didn't want to leave the home she raised her children in. Now she was serious. The sign went up almost immediately, and she started looking at houses. At first I thought it was cool. I mean, the house we were in was good, but we didn't live in the best neighborhood in the world, which was exactly why my mom wanted to move. It was a long time before someone decided to buy our house for $200,000 in cash. We moved out in a week. My father took his offer, and we started packing immediately. I was so sad to leave this home. I had so many memories there, but I had to move on. While I was packing my things, Sam appeared beside my bed, but he wasn't smiling this time. He was frowning. Then he vanished. I was more sad that week than I ever was, or will be. I had known Sam for 6 years. 6 years. It was like leaving a little brother to me. That entire week, I begged him to go with us. Obviously, he didn't go. The day we left was the worst day ever. It's ironic, because it was the day after Easter. As I was heading out of what was now our empty house, my brother and I ran to the toy room where Sam was. It was like he wasn't even there in the first place. Sam was completely gone. Vanished out of thin air. It was the most bizarre thing ever. When we moved into our new house, the house that I'm in now, there was only one ghost. A mischievous poltergeist that is so annoying. He once turned on our TV and cranked the volume up to the max while we were all asleep. It scared the crap out of my mom, but he thought it was hilarious. There have been good things as well as bad things, though. About a year ago, my brother's best friend died in a car accident. Our family, especially my brother, were so distraught. My brother and I stayed up late the night he died and watched Monty Python to cheer us up. Then, I noticed somebody walking around our kitchen, grinning with the biggest smile I'd ever seen. I thought it was the poltergeist, so I told him to go away. My brother said, "I don't think it's the poltergeist." I stared at him and asked him how he knew. "I don't know," he said, "but I really don't think it's him." He told me to describe him. "Well," I said, "he's wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and he has the biggest smile I've ever seen." Jason stood up. "Jason, is that you?" It turned out that the ghost was my brother's best friend, Jason, that died in a car crash. We stopped the movie and talked for hours. Jason had to talk through me, though. Apparently, the only way a ghost can communicate to living people is through someone else. Anyway, presently, I talked to a ghost that came in about a month ago. Her name is Amelie, and her brother Jacob. Jason visits now and then, but I really don't see him as much as I used to. Well, that's my life. Helping out ghosts. Kinda weird, huh? But it all started out with a little ghost named Sam. This is for you, buddy. My name is Samantha, and I'm 18 years old. I have had a lot of unusual and scary things happen to my family and I, but I won't get into all of that. But what I will tell you is one story about something I had the unfortunate chance of meeting. This is my story. My family and I are gypsies, since we constantly move around and hardly stay in the same place. Mostly because my dad, God rest his soul, wanted us to see the world. We lived in 17 different towns and cities altogether, but we sort of gave up on that since he died 7 years ago, and we moved a couple years later to Timmins, Ontario, which is located in northern Canada, which is only an hour and a half away from where we used to live. Anyway, I didn't get the greatest feeling from our 2-bedroom upstairs apartment. Not only was it on a bad street, but I felt something not good there. Right away, odd things happened, such as the rocking chair moment. There was this creepy old rocking chair from the 1970s already there, and it was put away in the inside porch with most of our belongings. I had an unnerving feeling, and I went to go see it. Right there from the doorway, it was rocking crookedly, which made it look even creepier. Then it stopped so suddenly, like it knew that I was watching. Then there's the attic. I always hear something walking around up there, and a loud thump, like it was jumping up and down. It was very cold up there, and I always avoided it. My mom even put a lock on the attic door, just in case. That was what she said. I didn't even know what that meant. I remember one night I was home alone waiting for my mom and sister to come home. I did not feel safe, even with all the lights on. I couldn't even sleep until they were home. I was in my room waiting on my bed. Then I heard the door open and someone walking around. I thought it was Mom, so I went to go look, and she wasn't there. The door was open, and I was alone. I used to wake up with scratches all over my body, some of them so deep, and I would be puzzled as to how they got there. I didn't even have a pet. Then there's the one night when I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling scared, and it was cold in my room, which was weird since I didn't have a window and I wasn't cold. It was just a room. I felt someone standing beside my bed looking down at me. My bed was practically floor level. I turned the other way and tried going back to bed. But that's when I felt someone's hot breath in my ear, and I heard it rasp. It was a man. I knew this. My heart stopped and I froze. I was scared. I couldn't sleep since. I knew it was a man. I had a dream of him. He was a Caucasian, weightly and tall guy, and he often tried to follow me in my dreams. He was angry and abusive, but he couldn't touch me once I got away from the apartment. I told my sister, and she also knew. We moved out of there the next summer, and we went back to Cochrane, and we stayed here ever since. We've had other spirits, but we didn't care. We were back to something familiar, and that was okay. I lived in a town in my hometown of Glendale, Arizona. It was on 59th Avenue in Peoria, less than a mile from 3 cemeteries and a dilapidated old barn house. Lots of creepy surroundings. My experiences aren't that riveting. The place was infested with cockroaches, and they never went away, no matter what we did. We did so many things as far as fogging. We let 30 geckos loose to eat them all. We put out roach traps. I've just heard about bugs in haunted places, flies and stuff, but it could have nothing to do with it. But also, there was 1.5 bathrooms in the place. The upstairs had 1 shower, and the downstairs just had a toilet and a sink. Well, one time I was in the bathroom, which is right beneath the stairs. As I was sitting on the toilet, I heard feet running up the stairs, like thunder, like someone was really hurrying to get up there. Then I came out of the bathroom and saw my boyfriend, and my roommate and I said, "Who ran upstairs all crazy?" And they said neither of them. I said, "Are you sure?" And they said, "Yeah, we've been sitting here the whole time." I asked if one of the 3 cats ran upstairs. The 2 girl cats are too small to have made that kind of noise, but our male cat was almost 20 pounds, so it was a possibility. But he was sitting beside my roommate. Also, the light used to turn on by itself, and in my boyfriend and my bedroom, the lock was on the outside, and it was a keyhole, as if somebody was locking someone in the room from the outside. One of our female cats went crazy and started to growl at us and attack my roommate. My dog was always barking at things when there was nothing for him to bark at. Very scary. Thank God I don't live there anymore. After sharing some particularly creepy paranormal experiences amongst ourselves, my brother, sister, and my sister's boyfriend and I decided to check out a couple of the places in the haunted places list that just happen to be located here in scenic Muskogee, Oklahoma. While searching for the address of 2119 Akoogie, we wound up on a street by the name of Callahan. A set of train tracks run across the road, and bells and crossing lights are in place to warn about oncoming trains. At around 2 a.m. in the morning, we started down the road. When we started, the warning lights were flashing, but they went off shortly, and we assumed a train had passed. But when we were coming up on the tracks, they began flashing again, and this time, the balls went off too. Our driver, my sister, slammed on the brakes, and we all started looking for the train. There wasn't one in sight. Lights went off for a few seconds later, so we just sat and waited, unsure of whether or not to continue across the tracks. Then the lights went off again. My sister sped in reverse to get away from the tracks. She was so freaked out. Her boyfriend finally talked her into going across the tracks, and when he did, my brother and I, felt extremely panicked. After that, we finally found her address, which is now an abandoned parking lot. The story says that you're supposed to hear two men talking in the backseat. What happened was that my left eardrum started hurting very badly, and I just got an overwhelming sense that something bad had happened. As we're pulling out of the parking lot, two lights went out. One right on the corner which the parking lot was on, and one diagonally across the street. We went through the parking lot once more, and once again my left ear started hurting. My brother said that his ears started ringing for about a second and stopped, and my sister's boyfriend said that he felt like he was on an airplane because his ears suddenly became stuffy.
I'm taking you back to the first time I have ever seen a spirit or ghost. When I was about 5, I began to feel like there was something else around me that I couldn't explain. Years pasted on, and when I was 12, I saw him for the first time. Keep in mind that this is a different spirit than the one posted in my other stories. I remember the day. It was April 5th, and it was a rainy day like most days here in Oregon. I like to feel the breeze and hear the sound of rain falling, so I often sat in my window and listened. Well, on this day, I was sitting there and I began to feel like something was watching me. I turned and looked back into my room and saw a young guy. He looked like he was in his early 20s, floating towards me. I sat there in my window and watched it. I was young and didn't know what to do. He came up and stood next to me and looked out the window. Then he turned and looked at me and said, "I'm Michael. I'm not going to hurt you. I always listen to the rain with you. It's relaxing." I didn't say anything to him because I was afraid, like most people. Michael was around for a couple more years, and then one day just up and left. A month later is when the new spirit arrived. Does anyone think this is connected? Let me know. The Rain Lady. I will not claim to be a sensitive or even someone who is in touch with the paranormal world, but since young, I have this random ability to sense and sometimes see friends or entities from the other world. What I meant by random was, I can sense and see things some days and totally be oblivious towards it for a second period of time, months or years, before suddenly I can sense them again. It comes and goes. Even with the background, I guess. One of my most mind-boggling experiences happened when I was around 20. I chose to break for a year to work and earn money for university expense that time, so I got this job in a boys' school in my hometown as a tutor for computer-assisted learning. This was almost 7 years back. The school itself is one of the oldest schools in my state. The computer lab I worked in was on the first floor and the furthest away from the other classes. It has almost a depressing vibe with the dim lighting, peeling paint, and old-looking windows. I never feel a sense of dread when I stepped in, as I usually will if the place is haunted. All went well during the first few months until the monsoon season rolled in. The first heavy rain and thunderstorm, I was alone in the lab. I sensed a presence in the room with me. Nothing much, but the hair on my neck stood up. I ignored it. As the days passed, especially on rainy days, this presence makes it known even more. It escalates from a feeling of another person in the room with me to a faint shadow at the corner of the room, until one day I saw the full form of this entity. An old lady wearing rags and drenched from head to toe, long hair standing at farthest corner of the room. I was freaked out when I saw her that clearly. I pretended I needed to go to the toilet and left the room. Only when I went in after the rain stopped, and thank God I have no class at that slot, I saw her again a few times during heavy rain, but not on normal days. I wonder why. Invisible rain. This took place about 6 years ago when I lived with my mom and stepfather. We stayed in 2-story houses, and my bedroom was downstairs while the other bedrooms, living room, and kitchen were all upstairs. The backyard bordered a canyon and there was a lot of trees and a brush. When this particular incident took place, it was about 10 p.m. on a Friday night, and 2 of my friends and I were in my bedroom getting ready to go out to a club. We had not been drinking or anything of the such. My parents had already gone to bed, but I heard voices upstairs as we were getting ready to leave, so I went up to check. My stepfather was comforting my mother, and she looked terrified. They said that she woke up with the worst feeling of dread and sadness that she'd ever felt, as if something terrible had or was about to happen. My mother has never been one to make things up, and she could not have faked the horrible look in her eyes. We decided to look around the outback when my mother said she felt like something or someone was there. By this time, my friends, Craig and Israel, had come up to see what was going on. We got a flashlight and one of those big spotlight flashlights and scanned the backyard for any sign of animals, people, or anything else. We did this from beyond the closed sliding glass door since we didn't really know what was out there. We didn't see anything, and it was a clear night. So Craig, Israel, and I went out to the back porch and looked some more. I had the large spotlight, and I looked through the bushes and the porch itself, and even straight up to the sky, thinking it might be the birds or something. Nothing at all. We concurred that there was nothing there, and then it started drizzling rain. I remember saying that figures, but then it occurred to me that it was a clear night. I looked up at the sky again, but didn't see any drops. I started to get nervous and used the spotlight to look up, but there was no rain coming down. Yet I felt it pattering on my face and arms. I looked very carefully, but could only feel the rain. I asked Israel, "Do you see that?" Never mentioning rain, and he looked for a few seconds, then his eyes got real big, and he said, "There's no rain." He clearly felt it too. We ran inside the house immediately and locked the door. We both confirmed that we'd experienced the same thing and decided not to investigate any further outside. We could never find an explanation for the occurrence, as there weren't any sprinklers within reach of where we were at. The sky was clear, and even if there were, we couldn't see the drops with flashlights. Golden rain. Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm from Dublin, Ireland, and I have always loved the little shiver I get when I hear ghost stories, and whenever I hear that a place I'm visiting is haunted, I get excited and want to journey on my own to explore the mystery to feel the shiver again. So before I tell my story, I want to make something completely clear. I have seen ghosts everywhere from small crystal-like fairies to contained mists inside my house. I think it's a family thing. My mother lived in Jersey and told me about a goblin-like entity that would sleep at the end of her bed, and that it was see-through. Then she moved to Killibrick, Dublin, and Ross, St. Dublin City. Both houses were haunted by an angry poltergeist that assaulted my older brothers and my mother, punching them while they slept. My dad also was attacked in those houses. Then they moved to my current house in Dublin, the north side. I'm the youngest and I was born and raised there. None of my friends like being in this house. There are a lot of spirits in this house, and up until a few months ago, I didn't mind them. One of them is my godmother, and she watches over me. The others bother me. There are foreshadows that I will leave for another time. A little schoolgirl and a butcher type. He breathes on my neck when I make tea at night. Anyway, I have insomnia and I sleepwalk. So when I do sleep, I lock myself in my room so I don't wander over to the train tracks when I have been told I do. So I wanted a siesta, a 1 hour sleep. I was about 30 minutes in. It was the 18th or 30th of June of this year. I can't really remember. But I could feel a pressing on my mouth. Pressure forced me out of a mild sleep. I lost 10 teeth a year ago, and something was putting its fingers around my mouth, like checking the gaps in my teeth. My body jumped. I first thought, this is a weird dream. Then I realized I'm awake. My eyes focused, and a hand covered my mouth, and my senses began to fail. I say a hand, but I didn't see it at all. And all I could see was the bedroom door locked. It felt like a hand choking me. I thought this sentence, "Help! Get this thing off of me!" But my brain didn't work. It just didn't work. It was very strange. I wondered, why is this thing attacking me? Just then, it loosens its grip, and I said, "Just get your fucking hands off of me," and let me go. It then let me go. I focused my eyes and looked right at it. Right beside my bed, it was golden in the image of a man, but I knew it wasn't a man. It had like a suit or something on, and it dripped it into itself in golden raindrops. When I stared at it, it looked like it was bending light constantly. It looked impossible. I thought, this cannot be human, but it wanted to be for some reason. When I thought this, it stepped aside and I walked past it, straight down the stairs to tell my dad and mother what just had happened. They said I must have been dreaming, but then they would have to be a part of the dream, telling me I must have been dreaming because it was all part of the same sequence. No fade to back, or black, or in between, as they stay in the movie world. So after this experience, I've been very puzzled. Is what happened to me a ghost story, an alien abduction, or even a demonic encounter? I really have no idea at all. All I know is I wouldn't wish my event on anyone, and I wouldn't want a repeat. If anyone else has a similar story, I would love to read it. Thanks for reading. Motorcycle ride in the rain. It was the middle of August, and the harsh wind blew hot and humid, kicking up a storm for the evening hours. Off to the north, the black clouds had started to brew and roll. It was about 6:30 p.m., and my date was late. He would not tell me where he planned to take me. It was a surprise. Now, being 30 minutes late, I began to wonder what could possibly be going on, if I would be going anywhere. I walked out onto the front porch and could almost smell the rain coming. It began to grow darker. I decided if he arrived, we would stay at my house until the storm passed. I then started to worry that he may be riding his motorcycle. Motorcycles and thunderstorms do not mix. He knew I despised motorcycles, but, well, hopefully he would be in his truck. As the dreaded motorcycle came around the corner, the rain began to spit big fat drops. He got off the bike and indicated we needed to hurry up. I told him I was not going. It was raining, I was not getting on the bike, and I wouldn't even if it was not raining. After he became increasingly angry with me and refused to stay at my house until the storm passed, he got on the motorcycle and started off into the downpour. I looked up and all I could see was flashing red and blue lights, such as those coming off an emergency vehicle. I watched for a few minutes, thinking there would have been an accident right in front of my house. I could hear screams of agony, sounding as if they were coming from a few feet in front of me. No one was there. I turned around to grab my iced tea I had brought onto the porch with me. As I turned back, the lights were all gone. There was no evidence of an accident either. I shook my head and turned to go into the house. As I turned, I could hear the unmistakable roar of his motorcycle starting, and then screeching tires. I whirled around, and nothing was there. I turned back around after a few moments and decided I would sit on the porch for a while. Surely the heat had gotten to me, causing me to see and hear things. About 20 minutes later, my mom called me at the screen door, telling me I had a call. I asked who it was, as my mom was familiar with all of my friends, and she stated she didn't recognize the voice. I went in and answered the phone. The voice on the other end of the line clarified my name and asked how I was related to Mark, my would-be date from earlier. I told them I was not related, that we had been dating for a few weeks. I was then informed that he had my name and phone number in his back pocket, so I was the first person they called. Mark had been in an accident on his motorcycle. The roads were wet and slick. He skidded out of control and came to rest on a couple of those sand barrels that are used for the street barriers. As the accident was being described to me by phone, I looked up and saw the flashing red and blue lights again. I heard the screech of tires. I closed my eyes tightly and said a silent prayer. As I opened my eyes, again the lights and the screeching sounds were gone. I was told to contact his parents and come to the hospital. They would not release his condition to me over the phone. I told my mom. She drove to his parents' home, and I told them of the call. We all went to the hospital together. By the time we arrived at the hospital, Mark's left leg had been put into a cast all the way to his hip. His scrapes and cuts had been cleaned on his arms and face, and he was arguing that he did not need to have the cervical collar on. Mark ended up staying in the hospital overnight for observation, but he eventually recovered completely. We did not continue to date after that night because he stated I jinxed him. About 3 years later, he had another accident on a motorcycle, which ended up breaking his back and his pelvis, causing him to give up motorcycles for good. One night, about a year ago, me and a friend went to the mall to eat at a Chinese buffet called Chinatown. All the other stores were closed except for the buffet. The rest of the mall was dark and empty, so after we ate, me and my friend decided to wander about and enjoy the quietude. We didn't see anybody else in the mall after leaving Chinatown. We stopped and started to goof off at a small play area at the opposite side of the mall. Around the play area was a Sears, a fabric store, and an empty store that had gone out of business. We goofed off, told funny stories of experiences we had there when we were in high school, and finally, after slap fight, we sat on a giant toy worm. We were just chatting when I saw something in the reflection of the window of the empty store. My friend turned to see what I was looking at, and then it disappeared. We saw what looked like to be an elderly person in green sweats, like the kind that had elastic around the ankles, and a white sweatshirt with the same colored green stripes. It looked as though it was mopping. We looked around to see if perhaps an employee was still in the fabric store. We didn't see anybody. We went back to Chinatown and told the manager, whom we are friends with, about it, and he came to look around with us. We called out into the fabric store and peeked into the empty one, but couldn't find anybody who could have given off the reflection. After we left and tried to find something out online, but couldn't find any information on the mall, except for how many people had owned it. To this day, we still chat about it and get chills up our spines. Security guards' mall hauntings. I've been working at this tiny mall for the last 4 years. 2 of those years, I was working as a custodian part-time while working at Taco Time. Now I work as a security guard, and of the 3 days I work, I do 2 graveyard shifts. These happenings are just too strange to discard as an overactive imagination. My first experience was while working the closing shift as a custodian. I was finishing up the last 15 minutes before clocking out at midnight. No one worked graveyard security at the time because the mall was owned by GGP, now owned by Rouse, so I was completely by myself. I decided I'd hustle on vacuuming the entrance rugs, as well as the rugs in the corridors. I had all but finished every rug except for one in the corridors at Macy's, the one corridor that has an antique shop neighbored by the exit. I opened the corridor, double doors, to see one of the fluorescent lights was out at the end of the corridor. The whole rest of the corridor was lit up well enough so I didn't think twice about anything unusual. I walked all the way down towards the end and became aware that the end of the corridor was pitch black. I couldn't even make out the wall, even though there was plenty enough light from the other fluorescent lights behind me. Suddenly, as I approached the rugs in the darkness, I felt an overwhelming feeling that I wasn't wanted there. It was so overwhelming, and the feeling came so quick, I instantly fled from the dark void. I didn't even look back as I shut the entrance doors. After that incident, I decided firmly that the mall had an entity haunting it. I've had enough unexplained events beforehand to know that an overwhelming feeling flooding into my consciousness was more than a wild imagination. Second thing that happened was nothing big. I was working closing shift at Taco Time and was just sitting back there as usual, waiting for time to pass because we never had many customers towards the end of a weekday night. I was listening to music and sitting next to the fridge when out of the blue, the fridge door opened by itself. From my experiences, that fridge door never had a problem staying shut, and its seals were in perfect condition. I just sat there looking at it and said out loud, "Could you shut that when you're finished?" I think I even said thank you. I shut the fridge and moved on to closing, shaking my head all the while. A real prankster. Third event happened last week on my graveyard shift. Down the same corridor, my first experience happened. All my graveyard shifts had seemed to go by without any incident. I accepted that there was an entity in the building, maybe more than one. I felt like I was being watched every shift. but nothing ever seemed to happen until last week. I was on my second run around the building about 3 a.m. I made it to the Macy corridor, and the second I opened the double doors, that feeling overwhelmed me. I could hear a soft humming, almost like a distant vehicle idling. I stepped and listened for a moment, trying to figure out why I was hearing such a strange noise at that time of night. I moved down the hallway towards the exit entrance doors to hit my button, and that was when the feeling washed over me harder. I was not haunted, but everyone else was trying to haunt me. The humming had dissipated and all was silent. I was just about to hit the button when a loud clang sounded from nowhere. I screamed angrily, furious that something was actually messing with me so effectively. My body tingled in fear, yet my adrenaline kept me from running. I hit the button and stomped out of the corridor, feeling as if a giant maw was going to swallow me whole. I've had plenty of experience with unexplained events, but this recent one really got to me. I feel like something is slowly working into my mind and playing off of my deepest fears. I have to go back tonight for another graveyard, and I really don't want to. I need suggestions on how to deal with this entity. Strange thing is, before that happened, I was giving my girlfriend advice on how to deal with that feeling of being watched in her house. I suggested she embrace the limitless power of her spirit and allow her aura to spread throughout the house. I reminded her that we are eternal. Selflessness and love deters evil spirits. Ironically, on the same night, an entity seemed to hear me and figured out how to break my defenses down. Spirits at the mall. I would just like to share my experiences in a mall here in our city. This mall is situated in Manila, Philippines, and it is just a ride away from our house. Now, let me give you a brief history of the place. The land where the mall is right now used to be a hippodrome for I think 300 years. So it was already there since the Spanish era. With the timeline that I gave you, you will now have an idea that the place has undergone a lot of things. Going back to my story, I had experiences there. The first, I took my son to the mall to have his photo so I can put it in my wallet. While I paid at the cashier, he went inside the studio then after a few seconds. He then was running back to me and refused to go inside. I asked him what was wrong, and he just said to me, "Old man inside with blood." I asked the manager if they have an old employee there. He said none. I just brushed it off and accompanied my son inside the studio. Before taking his picture, the photographer asked me why did my son scream and run a while ago. I told him what my son told me about the old man with the blood. He said that it was already there since they moved to the place. The second instance I had of a paranormal experience was an event at the said mall where they showcased life-size animals, which are just plastics, so no animals live there, actually. Again, no live animals. I took my son, Tyron, there since we are going to the grocery as well. I was enjoying the moment when my son pulled my hand and he sounded so amazed. "Mommy, look! There's a horse!" Believe me, I tried to look for it and I can't find any. So I looked at my boy and he told me that it just passed me. I was like, "Okay, honey, let's go to the grocery store." And the third and last incident. My boyfriend and I were having a snack at one of the pizza stands there when suddenly a black shadow passed by him. I thought he didn't see it, so I just continued eating. He asked me later if I saw the black shadow that passed him. I said yes. See, my boyfriend is 5'4" in height, and the shadow was taller than him. But those are my stories. I just wanted to share it with you all. The old bar. When I was 8 years old, my family bought this old bar. The man we bought it from sold it for about half the price it was worth. My family didn't care enough though, so we bought the place. We unpacked our stuff and started to make the place a little more like home. On the main floor was where the bar was held, and on the second floor was where we lived. Everything was fine until one day, when me and my younger brother were upstairs playing in our room, when the room became a chilly cold. We noticed it right away and told our mom. She checked the heating and it was working. Later on, me and my brother kept seeing this old man sitting on the window panel, smoking a cigar. Other happenings also happened. When you went into the bar area late at night, you will see young girls walking around whispering to themselves. After a few more years, we moved out of that house and never mentioned it again. I am 13 now and did a little research on that bar. It was built in 1902, and the old man and his daughter lived there after his wife died. They lived there for years, until he murdered his daughter for frolicking with a local man, and then shot himself in his room, which is me and my brother's room. Freaky encounter. Real poltergeist experience in a bar. A few years ago, I bartended in a dark, dank, creepy, hole-in-the-wall bar. During that time, I'd witnessed countless weird things done by my regular customers, enough to fill a book. This story, however, is about the poltergeist activity that I witnessed inside that bar. This rowdy behavior I can attribute to my regular patrons. I was all alone in the bar the first time it happened. I was sitting at the bar, watching the TV, waiting for customers to come in, when one of the margarita glasses that was hanging upside down above the bar slid out of the overhead glass rack and broke in mid-air. The broken glass pieces remained suspended for 2 to 3 seconds before they finally dropped, falling to the ground. It was exactly like something out of a B-rated horror movie, only it was real, happening right in front of my eyes. Why bother telling anyone? I'm here all alone. Nobody's going to even believe me, I muttered to myself as I picked up the shards. I never mentioned it to my boss or coworkers. It's weird because at the time I was more concerned that they would think I was crazy. However, now that I don't work there anymore, remembering it really creeps me out. Fast forward 2 or 3 days. I was sitting in the same spot. My mom was sitting next to me. Like I said, it was a creepy old bar that got a lot of weird customers, so she would be there a lot to make sure nothing happened to me. While the busboy Marcos was crouched down at the fridge under the TV, stocking my beer when it happened again. My mom freaked out, jumping out of her chair and yelling, "Did you see that? That glass just slid on its own and broke. Did you see that? What the hell is going on here?" I remember the busboy Marcos and I just looked at each other and shrugged, both admitting that, yeah, I saw it. At the time, I just felt relieved that someone else had seen it, and then I knew I hadn't been tripping the other day after all. When I told my mom that the same thing had happened to me the other day, she asked me, "Why the hell didn't you just tell me this before?" I think it was because, like I said, I'd been alone the first time, and rather than say something to anyone, I just tried to put it out of my hand, because I couldn't rationally explain why it happened to me. By the time I got home from work, I'd done so well putting it out of my mind, I had forgotten to tell her. My mother was terrified. She had never seen anything like that before and wanted me to quit. I stayed there for a long time after, and it never happened again to me. Oddly though, Marcos and I never talked about it, even though we could discuss just about everything else. My grandpa's bar. Both of my grandpas died before I was born. I'm 21 at the moment, so I never knew them. I've only seen pictures. We've had an old bar. If you call it something else in other countries, you keep alcohol behind it and hang glasses from it, etc. In the family for a while now. My mother tells me it belonged to her father when he was a young man. It's really old and beautiful, but we always kept it hidden away under the house because we never had room for it. It gathered dust and became quite horrible. When I was about 11, my parents retrieved it from under the house, dusted it and polished it, etc., until it was beautiful again. They placed it in the dining room to show it off. That night, I was eating dinner at the dining table. I looked up at the bar and saw a shadowy figure of a man running his hands along the surface of the bar as though pleased with it. It was gone before my eyes had time to focus on what I had seen, and the imprint seemed etched into my eyes. I was shocked and didn't tell anyone what I had just seen, but I think it might have been my grandpa. I can't be sure, as I've never seen him in real life, but the clothes, the hair, glasses seemed like the ones I had seen in photos. The fact that it was not just a shadow, but I remember it clothed, etc., really sticks in my mind. What do you think? I have a few other experiences that I will post soon. Lady in White at the hotel bar. I was 27 in 1997 when I joined 3 friends, Steve, David, and Stephanie, on a long weekend trip to escape the July heat of Washington, D.C. We drove west through Maryland, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio to visit prehistoric burial mounds and sites associated with the French and Indian War. Late Saturday evening, our second day, we arrived in Marietta, Ohio. Due to a convention, the only rooms available were at the historic Lafayette Hotel, a riverboat hotel constructed in 1819, at the confluence of the Ohio and Muskingum rivers. With David's corporate discounts, we were able to secure rooms at decent rates, and we were pleased with our great fortune to spend a night in such a grand, well-preserved, historic hotel. Unfortunately, we arrived late through that the hotel restaurant was no longer serving food. Our search for dining in Marietta's historic downtown proved fruitless. When my friends decided to have drinks at a saloon with overly loud country western music, I opted out. But upon returning to my room, I was restless. Unable to sleep, I dined at the vending machine and decided on a quiet drink in the Lafayette's Riverview Lounge. When I took a seat near the corner of the bar, with my back to the lobby entrance, it was probably 11:30 p.m. Besides the bartender, the only other occupants were a middle-aged couple at a small, low table in the far corner and 2 hotel employees flirting over after-work drinks. With its high ceiling and massive bar, the enormity of the lounge seemed to absorb the couple's voices, creating a hushed, impenetrable atmosphere. Other than the movements of the bartender cleaning up, the lounge was very still. I drank a Jim Beam and Coke, then started a second. I've since moved on to more palatable cocktails. I felt entirely relaxed and at ease. I sat, not thinking about anything, just appreciating my growing fatigue, the bourbon, and the beautiful atmosphere of the Lafayette. When it happened, I was neither intoxicated nor asleep and dreaming. I was in a state of complete relaxation in which my mind was not consciously focused on anything. While looking straight across the side of the bar, I noticed a pale haze moved along the left periphery of my vision. At first, I was unable to identify or clearly discern the pale, vaporous image, but suddenly I realized this was a woman. She wore an Edwardian dress pulled tightly about her waist with either a sash or wide ribbon. Her long-sleeve dress, or skirt and blouse, I'm not sure which, had subtle, narrow vertical design lines and a high collar. Her hair was pinned up in the style of the beautiful Gibson girls. She and her dress were colorless, yet oddly, I thought the woman was a brunette. She was the classic lady in white. As soon as I realized it was a woman, I turned my head, but otherwise did not shift. She moved across the lounge from somewhere near the middle-aged couple. She traveled on a straight, undeviating path towards the lobby, which brought her closer to me. As she moved, I realized she was transparent because the wall and carpet faintly showed through her skirt. But what startled me most was how she moved. She did not walk, but glided without effort. When I looked down and experienced to see her shoes, she was hazy and less tangible near the floor. She did not touch the carpet as much as she seemed to hover above it. She was fixated on the door to the lobby, and never once moved her eyes or heed from her goal. I did not break eye contact with her, but she seemed wholly unaware of me. She came within about 10 feet of me and was approaching the lobby threshold when she suddenly and completely vanished. At the very instant before she disappeared, my reeling wits finally caught up and my mind shouted excitedly, "It's a ghost!" It was at this precise moment, the instant of my realization, that she vanished. The entire episode probably lasted 10 seconds, just long enough for her to cross the large room. Immediately, I looked back across the lounge, hoping that someone else had witnessed this, but everyone was looking away. At first, I sat in disbelief. I tried to debunk it and contrive an explanation. That headlights from a car glimmered on the bar mirror, and my mind created this fantasy. But as I looked out the windows and watched the mirror, I realized I could not explain away so easily what I had witnessed. I finished my drink, and the bartender poured another, my last of the evening. I asked about the history of the Lafayette. When it opened in 1918, the Lafayette was built on the foundation and incorporated the walls of the Bouleville Hotel that had been gutted by fire. When I asked about the function of the room before it became the lounge, he seemed surprised that I knew the room once served a different purpose. During the 1980s, the bartender said that the current lounge was created from space that he thought was originally the woman's sitting room in 1918. I did not tell my friends of the lady in white until after our trip ended, largely for fear that they would not take my experience seriously. When I finally told Steve, we called the hotel. The manager told us of the Lafayette's unheralded reputation for the paranormal. Guests and staff often reporting stirrings in their peripheral vision, elevators moving without passengers late at night, strong sensations of being watched, and objects moved about rooms on the third floor. Traditionally, these events are attributed to S. Durand Hogg, a dedicated owner and tireless manager of the hotel. Obviously, it was not Hogg who I saw, and unlike other accounts, my experience occurred in the lounge. From the vantage of a decade, I wish I had told my friends immediately, and I wish we had stayed another night. I would love to know what important errand this lady in white was on, and if anyone else has encountered her. I'm sure skeptics will scoff at my story. No one else at the bar that night can substantiate what I witnessed. Admittedly, I was tired and having a second drink on a somewhat empty stomach, and my story is not very original. Anglo-American culture is replete with tales of beautiful, tragic ladies in white. By contrast, those who believe me live in a haunted world will say that I encountered a residual haunting that replicated some moment in time. I do not know why I saw the lady in white, only that I did. Someday, perhaps, science will explain it. In the meantime, I can only insist that I was neither drunk nor slumbering in a dreamscape. For those few fleeting seconds, I was privileged to witness the inexplicable, and to this day, I cherish the experience. My brothers and I have been living in our townhouse for 8 years now. Ever since I entered college, and my brothers entered high school in an exclusive school in Quezon City, Philippines. Our townhouse is only a 10-minute walk away from the school, which is very convenient for us. However, because our family business is in the province, my parents have to live there, while my brothers and I live in our townhouse alone. Several incidents happened in our house, which we chose to ignore. In one instance, when my dad paid us a visit, he and my brother were in the kitchen. My brother was washing dishes, while my dad was chopping vegetables for lunch. They were both facing the wall, their heads turned away from the door leading to the washroom at the end of the kitchen. From behind them, they heard my voice say, "May I use the restroom?" My brother answered back, "What's wrong with you?" Because he was surprised I was asking permission in our own house. They both turned around and saw no one. They checked the bathroom. It was empty. They went around the house. I wasn't there. I received a call in my cell from my brother that day, asking where I was. I was at work the entire time. But my brother and father were both certain it was my voice they heard. Now, the second incident was more creepy, because I myself experienced it. I was leaving for work. My youngest brother was already in school, while my younger brother was in his room. I stepped out the door and stood by the front steps, locking the door with my keys. Suddenly, I heard my voice in the living room calling my brother's name. "Rap, come down here." I fumbled my keys and tried to open the door, except this time, the locks won't open. I heard my brother running down the stairs, so I went to the window to see what will happen. The living room was empty. My brother opened the door for me and asked why I was calling him. I told him it wasn't me calling him, and he couldn't believe it. After telling the story again, I left him to go to work. The third incident happened in my room, more than a year after the second incident. I woke up in the middle of the night, which always happens to me. The first thing I did is check my bedside clock, which I always check when I wake up in the middle of the night for comparison. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. At the corner of my bed is a full-length mirror, which normally faces and reflects the image of my bedroom door. After checking my clock, I checked my mirror and saw myself standing and staring at myself in a deadpan way. At first I thought I was looking at my reflection, and I even asked myself in my mind, why the hell am I sleeping standing up? But then I felt the bed, and I knew I was lying down. After a few seconds of staring at my standing reflection, I turned to the other side of the bed and decided just to ignore it. The last incident did not happen to me, but to my youngest brother, who has always been in touch with the supernatural. It happened just last year, in 2007. According to him, he woke up at 5 a.m. and took a bath for school. While getting dressed, he noticed that his reflection in the mirror was grinning at him, though he wasn't smiling at all. He got terrified and decided to go to school, though it was too early. When he was locking the door, he practically screamed when he saw his own head grinning at him from his right shoulder. He walked to school the whole time with the grinning face that looks like him on his shoulder, which he could see through his peripheral vision. On the way to school, he passed by some shops and saw his reflection still grinning at him. He noted that although his reflection looks like him exactly, the eyes were somewhat different. My brother chose to ignore the doppelganger, who stayed with him at school the whole day. A doppelganger of my classmate. It was Saturday morning. Some of our classmates, including me, were tasked to go to the school to finish our beautification project. We were done exactly at 11 a.m. All of our classmates, excluding Trisha, Karen, Ariana, and me, went home. Ariana told us to wait here at school while she will go and buy something to eat. She didn't eat any breakfast. So we agreed, and we waited for her. Since there's nothing much to do, we decided to go on ghost hunting. We went up to the second floor and began filming all around us with Trisha's phone while walking. As we passed by the library, we all felt a very cold wind around us. Trisha screamed, "Run!" Then we ran outside the gate and we saw the guard. The guard is very angry with us, and so he tells us to go home. We text Ariana to go to my place after she is done eating. At my place, we replayed the video. As the film passes by the library's glass window, we saw Karen's reflection wearing a blue t-shirt in front of Trisha. Trisha was so shocked and said, "Wait, you're at my back, right? And are you wearing a white t-shirt back there?" Karen said, "Yes. Why will I be in front? Clearly you're the one who is in front, right? And I'm still wearing the exact same white t-shirt." We tried to replay it again and again, and still the same. I really want to know what you think, because I'm still baffled by this whole situation. If anybody has any idea as to what this could be, please put it in the comments below. D is for doppelganger. As would be expected, a lot has happened since I was last on here. In due time, I'll explain my absence. But for now, I'll start with what is troubling me the most. I have been with my partner, whom we'll call Michael for privacy reasons, for nearly a year now, and this started happening in November of 2012. Now, before I delve into it, at all times when these sightings have occurred, he has not been on any medication, drugs of any kind, nor had he been consuming alcohol. To better understand the story, I better give you a layout of the house. Walk through the front door, you are greeted by the dining room, with an open plan kitchen at the end of it. Take 4 steps forward, and to your left you have the lounge, which is connected to the dining room by 2 doors which are kept open at all times. Next to the lounge is a small extension of the house, which is Michael's little sister's playroom. The playroom is separated from the dining room by a glass wall and a glass door. Keep walking straight from the front door, and to your right is a door leading to the garage and laundry room. Next to the laundry door is the hallway. The hallway is L-shaped, and the first room to your right is his mother's and sister's room. Go to the corner of the L, and you'll find the main bedroom, which his grandmother resides in. At the corner of the L, and slightly off to the right, is Michael's room, and at the very end of the L is the bathroom. Michael has been seeing my doppelganger. The appearances have been happening generally once or twice a month, and it was usually just out of the corner of his eye. My doppelganger has usually been seen in and around his room and up and down the hallway. After grilling him for details, I found out that before these sightings, he would always get a whiff of my perfume that I tend to always wear. Now, the sightings have only ever been at his house, and no one in his family has my perfume, and none of my clothing is actually at his house. Doppelganger seems to have my sense of style down to a fine art, as it has always been seen wearing my usual attire. Michael has always picked up a feeling of sadness every time he's seen my doppelganger. Now, here's where it picks up a notch. A few months back in June, I was on the phone with Michael when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and everything went dead quiet. Thinking something happened, I immediately got worried and asked what was wrong. All I got in reply was very frightened whispers. Getting slightly frustrated, I asked yet again what was wrong. Michael finally told me he was seeing my doppelganger. I then got very worried as he was very frightened. I asked Michael what happened, and he said he had been walking around the dining room table talking to me when out of the corner of his eyes, he saw someone sitting on the couch in the lounge. All his family had retired to bed for the day, so he was very surprised. As he turned to face it, he saw that it was my doppelganger, clear as day, casually sitting on the couch. Scaring the bejesus out of him, he ran into the playroom. My doppelganger then proceeded to get up from the couch, walk towards the kitchen, and, from what Michael heard, as he couldn't see at this point, get a glass of water. No glass was ever found as proof of this, by the way. As I calmed him down over the phone, I asked him if he got any vibe from the doppelganger. He said he picked up an obvious negative vibe, not in a menacing way, just down and unhappy. He also said it looked like my doppelganger was in pain. Can doppelgangers even feel pain? Now, I definitely know Michael wasn't bluffing to me, as this happened over the phone, and no one can fake the kind of fear that was in his voice. Another thing to note is the doppelganger had brown hair, whereas I have dyed my naturally brown hair blonde. That seems to be the last sighting of it he's had for a while. What happened? Help would be greatly appreciated here, as I'm going out of my mind with questions. What is this thing? What does it want? Why imitate me? No one else in his family has seen it other than Michael. Thank you for reading. Doppelgangers, oh my. I can't say I've ever seen a doppelganger. However, some of my family members have. 2010. At this time, the family members residing in our home were our oldest daughter and her husband, our youngest son, and our youngest daughter. My husband saw the first one sometime in 2010. He came home from work at midnight. I was asleep on the couch in the living room. He was on his way through our room to the bathroom to take a shower when he saw our youngest daughter sitting at my computer. He called out to her. She didn't answer or even move. He assumed she had earphones in and didn't hear him. He realized he had forgotten to grab a towel from the laundry room, so he turned around and headed that way. Our bedroom is on one end of the house. The laundry is on the opposite end. He walked down the hall, though the dining room and the kitchen were in between. Just as he was about to open the laundry room door, Em, our youngest daughter, stepped out. My husband asked if she had just been on my computer. She said no, she had been in the laundry room this entire time. We all picked at him about getting old and seeing things. That's before I did some research on doppelgangers. Shortly after my husband saw our youngest daughter's doppelganger, our youngest son saw mine. This happened about 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening. I had just finished cooking dinner and was waiting for my family to come home, except our youngest son Z, who had gone into work about an hour before. I decided to do some laundry while I waited. I always had to keep myself busy when I was home alone. I still had the notion that if I was doing something there, was less of a chance for me to encounter anything ghostly. Plus, staying busy made the time go by faster. I was in the laundry room when the door shut, when I felt or maybe heard someone come into the house. And as a side note, there's absolutely no way anyone could ever come into my house without me knowing it, whether I'm awake or asleep. When our kids were younger, they used to try to fool me. Never happened. I can feel the least change in air pressure drove them crazy. I asked, "Who is here?" Z answered me and said his new manager sent him home to shave because he had a 5 o'clock shadow. He was fussing about as he went down the hall into the bathroom. I stayed in the laundry room folding clothes. We have never kept our clothes in our bedrooms. I have a huge laundry room, so everything clothing-wise is kept there. Oddly enough, I was folding Z's clothes when I heard, "Mom, why are you putting those in my room?" I opened the laundry room door, walked out into the kitchen just as Z walked into the dining room from the hall. The look on his face frightened me. It looked as if he had just seen a ghost. I watched as all color drained from his face. I asked him if he was okay. He just stared at me. After about a minute, he snapped out of his trance. The following is what he told me. He was standing in front of the bathroom mirror shaving when he heard a shuffle. He looked up and out the door. He saw me dressed in a red robe, walking really fast, holding a stack of clothes. I entered his bedroom, so he stepped out of the bathroom to ask me what I was doing. I didn't come from the direction of the laundry room. I came from the opposite end of the house, from the other bedrooms. His is the first bedroom in the hall before you get to the bathroom. I did own a red robe at that time. However, I was fully dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. Nothing red. Before that day, Z was a non-believer of the paranormal. For years he swore he still was. He refused to talk about that day. About a year ago, he and his wife bought a house built in 1940. He's now coming around to the fact that there are some things that have no other explanation. Last week, April 22nd, 2016, my oldest daughter was visiting. She and I were laying on my bed talking. I fell asleep. She got up to get a drink from the kitchen. As she was leaving my room, she saw Em's, the youngest daughter, boyfriend coming from her bedroom, which is directly across from mine. She said he had a faraway look in his eyes. He was laughing as if something he and Em had shared moments before was extremely funny. He walked down the hall into the bathroom and shut the door. S continued on to the kitchen. She got her drink and started back down the hall. As she was right outside of the closed bathroom door, she noticed Jay was stepping out of M's bedroom. He looked as if he was half asleep. He asked her if someone was in the bathroom, to which she replied, "You." She reached over and opened the bathroom door. It was empty.
It was about a month before my papa passed away, and I was staying with my aunt and uncle throughout the week, so I could go to my junior high school, and so that my mama could go and stay with my papa while he was in the hospital. I would stay with her on the weekends. Anyway, I stayed in my older cousin's room while he was away in college. I really didn't make this my room my own because I never knew how long I was going to be staying. My papa was seriously ill with cirrhosis of the liver and emphysema and stayed in and out of the hospital. Well, this particular week, he was back in the hospital. It was Sunday night and I went to bed around 9 p.m. My aunt, uncle, and my other cousin was all in bed by 10. I always locked my door before I went to bed for some reason. I turned out the lights and fell right to sleep. Around 3 a.m., I was awakened by the feeling that I was not alone in my bedroom. I laid there a couple of minutes with my eyes closed, attempting to feel whatever or whoever was in my room. I didn't make a sound. I rolled over to my left and opened up my eyes. What I saw startled me, but didn't scare me. There was this small figure, about 3 feet, standing next to my bed. It looked like what a cherub would look like, but it was entirely black. Its skin looked like used motor oil and it was smiling at me. This thing looked just like Uncle Remus's tar baby from the old Disney movie. It just stood there with that creepy smile. It didn't say a word and didn't move a muscle. I took a deep breath and put the sheet over my head and wanted God to take this thing away. I sat there for a minute and peeked out. I caught it as it made a break for my door. The door swung open and it disappeared out of it. The door closed, almost latching. I still wasn't scared out of my mind. I was just wondering how that thing opened my door, even though it was locked, and got out. More importantly, I was wondering what the hell that thing was. When it was time to get up for breakfast, I asked my aunt, uncle, and my other cousin if they were in my room playing a trick on me. They all said they were asleep and didn't know what happened. I still don't know what that thing was. My uncle had built their house around the area where American Indians once lived because they found pottery and arrowheads that would appear in the backyard after a rain. Could this entity be a spirit of a long-lost American Indian? Could it be one of their protective spirits? I will never know what that thing was. Thank you for reading.
Ghost?
I still remember this as if it happened yesterday. When I was 4 years old, I lived with my grandparents, and they eventually adopted me. My grandparents and I always went to garage sales every Saturday morning, without fail. It was about 6:30 a.m., and my grandpa was out getting gas for the new car, and my grandma was in her bedroom putting on her clothes. I was sitting on the couch, eating a bowl of Rice Krispies and watching cartoon. My grandparents had bought a brand new TV with remote and had cable. This was 1980. There was no one in the living room with me at all. I thought I was grown up to get to be alone in the living room. As soon as I thought that, the TV went all weird. My cartoon bleeped off and I became very angry. I went over and hit the TV a couple of times and it came back on. As soon as I sat down with my cereal, the cartoon bleeped off again. I get up and went over to the front of the TV. The screen began to blink and all of these faces began appearing on the screen. I screamed and my grandma came running in her slip. I told her what happened and she thought maybe the cable wire came out of the back. She inspected the back of the TV and found that the wire was secured in place. She hit the top of the TV and cartoon didn't come back. Instead, on the screen, there were faces that looked so weird. My channel had not been changed, and there was nothing to explain why these faces were appearing. My grandma could hear whisperings, and she turned up the volume. The volume went up, but the voices still remained inaudible, and at the same time whispery as before. She was getting a little upset. She had the idea of pulling the plug out of the wall to see if that would fix the TV. She pulled it, and the TV stayed on for about 5 to 6 seconds and then went off. The TVs always went off immediately after pushing the off button. She screamed, and I was crying by this point. She took me by the hand, and we ran outside in the backyard and sat on her swing until my grandma came home a few minutes later. She screamed, and I was crying by this point. She took me by the hand, and we ran outside in the backyard and sat on her swing until my grandpa came home a few minutes later. He saw us and got angry with my grandma for being outside in her slip and for me being out in my gown. She was scared and shaking and told him what had just happened and that she would not go back in the house until that TV was taken out. He was upset by this because he bought that TV the previous week, so he took the TV out of the house and waited until a TV repairman opened up his shop. The repairman took apart the TV and tested the tube and whatever else they do to TVs. He could not explain why the TV went on the fritz like it did. Nevertheless, the TV was returned to the furniture store and we got a new one. That TV never acted strange even. After the TV incident, we started experiencing acute paranormal things that always happened when I and my grandma were alone in the house together. This story is absolutely true, and until I grew up and had my own children, I never told anyone this story. My grandma never told a soul, and as far as I know, she took it with her to the grave. Short and squatty like an old frogman. When I was married to my now ex-husband, we wanted to buy a house. We had 2 small children and needed the room. We found a double wide that was only a few years old and in pristine shape. I wasn't too keen on it, but my ex loved it. When I stepped inside of the house, the atmosphere in it was so thick, you could cut it with a knife. From previous experiences, I knew this was an omen. I told him there was something wrong with it and that we should move on to look at something else. As usual, he never listened to me. We moved in, and things seemed quiet for a while. I went to work and my stepdad came to watch the kids in the morning. The second week of watching the kids, he started getting anxious to leave as soon as my ex or me came home from work. I noticed this and told him we needed to talk. I asked him why he was nearly running out of the door, and he told me that every morning around 9, he heard the back door open and heard footsteps walking through the den, through the kitchen, and stopped in the living room where he was. He also told me that he heard voices throughout the house when there should have been none, other than his and my children. I don't know what to say. He confirmed my suspicions that something wasn't right there, and I didn't want to lose him as a sitter. I told him I would talk to my husband and came up with a plan. Well, the following weekend, things turned for the worse. My car broke down right down at the end of the road from where the house was. My husband was behind the wheel when he said it just stopped driving. It was about midnight and we lived on a country road. Right above where the car stalled, there was a very old AME church that had been abandoned for years. He said that he got out of the car and had the feeling as if someone were behind him. He started running, and it was running after him. He nearly broke down the door sobbing and shaking and wouldn't speak of what he saw for a few hours. That Sunday night, he went into work 3rd shift and I was alone in the house with the kids. My son, who was 4 at the time, kept telling me about this thing he saw in his room at night. He said that it was dressed in a black suit and made him feel very scared. So I assured him that there was no one in the house but us and tucked him in and my 2-year-old in their beds and went to bed myself. Around 1 a.m., I heard a voice coming out of the boys' room. I thought one of them got out of bed and was coming to get in mine. This mildly irritated me because I knew I would get kicked and pummeled all night. I lay in bed with my back turned to the door. I heard little footsteps walking through the living room. I heard my door open just a bit, with my eyes closed and my back turned to the door. I said, "Come on, Nick, get in the bed with Mama." I waited. No kid. I turned to look and there was no child in my room. I looked all over for them. I finally went to their room, where they were both sound asleep. It struck me kind of odd, and I brushed it off. Things were quiet for a few months after that. I noticed my husband was starting to get into nasty fights almost nightly. He started drinking more and started becoming abusive towards me. We had never had an argument in our whole relationship until we moved into that house. There was one night after a particular nasty fight that the kids told me something strange. After my husband stormed out of the door and went on to work, I went in and made sure the kids were all right. Thankfully, they were asleep. I went to bed upset and was ready to leave with my children to go and stay with my mom until the whole thing blew over. I fell asleep and didn't wake up until the next morning. When I woke up, both kids were in my bed, crying hysterically. I calmed them down and asked them what was wrong. My oldest son said that he and his brother woke up really scared and wanted to get in the bed with me. They saw the man wearing black standing by the front door, and every time they tried to get into my room, it would come over there and threaten to hurt them and me. My son said he was short and squatty like an old frog. They made a run for my room and hopped up on my bed trying to wake me up. They couldn't wake me up and thought I was dead. When I finally woke up, they started crying. They knew Mama was okay and they could go back to sleep. That night, things got out of control. My ex was unbelievably drunk and we had a physical fight in front of the kids. He pushed me down and tried to strangle me. I could see in his eyes that my husband was no longer there, that something else was. I fought for my life and managed to call the cops. The kids and I got out of the house for good. When I went to get our things, my ex had taken nearly everything that belonged to the kids and me. I got whatever was left. When I was in the house, I felt more scared than I ever did in my whole life at that time. Something chased me out of that house, and I never came back. My oldest son is almost 11 years old and still cries to this day. When he mentioned the White House or the Frogman, I will always believe that it was the land and not the house that was haunted. Little Blue-Eyed Boy. From as far back as I can remember, I've had paranormal experiences. I always realized at an early age that most of the time, keeping those experiences to myself was the best way to go. When I was just 4 years old, I relayed one of those experiences to my grandma. She was immediately offended and stated that I needed God and that I was pure evil. So for the most part, while I was growing up, I ignored it, shut it out, or pretend these things didn't even happen to me. Sharing my stories is never easy. It takes a lot out of me. My hands sweat and my insides shake. Not because I'm worried no one will believe me or that I will be judged, but because I know voicing these things make them stronger. My first story is about a little blue-eyed boy. In October of 2016, it will be 20 years since I was last visited by this child. The day started out as any other weekday. I woke up early, woke my 4 kids up, fixed them breakfast, and sent them to school. Usually my husband works nights, but this week he was on days. I was super excited to have the house to myself, to just be alone for once. We had moved into the house less than a month before, so I had been working myself nearly to death trying to get these things organized. I was more than ready for a me day. I quickly straightened up the house, making beds, vacuuming, and started the laundry. I then went into the living room to do what I had been wanting to do for weeks. Sew. I set my sewing machine up on the table. I laid the fabric on the floor and pinned my pattern to the top of it. As I started to cut the pieces out, I looked up just in time to see a beautiful little boy standing on the top step of my living room. My first thought was that he had come inside through the other front door. He was dirty, filthy in fact, dirt smudges on his cheeks, all over his blue overalls. His overalls were only strapped on one side, the other strap hanging loosely by his side. His shirt was a faded yellow, white check. He had the most vivid, astonishingly blue eyes I had ever seen. He looked to be about 18 months old, maybe 2 years. He had blonde hair sticking up all over the place, and it too had dirt in it. He was solid. There was no reason for me to believe he was a ghost. I laughingly asked, "Where did you come from?" He giggled again. I looked away for a few seconds while getting up off the floor. When I looked up again, he was gone. But I could still hear his giggles trailing off. I walked through the house calling for him. I checked the other doors of the house. The one in the playroom we refer to as the other front door. It was locked. I looked in the closets and under the beds all the time, calling out to him. After what seemed to be a very long time, I started checking windows to make sure there wasn't an open one. I never found the little blue-eyed boy that day, and I have not seen him since. But I will always remember exactly what he looked like. I'm not sure if he's still here. Sometimes, when the musical rocking horse in my granddaughter's playroom randomly starts playing, I imagine it's him just having a good time, playing as other children do.
A few years ago, a friend took over running an old local pub, and as such, always offered us a roof over our head whenever we were in town. This pub was originally a 17th century coach stop, and so has a bit of history to it. Myself and my wife had been out most of the night, and had one or too many. We decided to crash out for the night, and left the group we were with downstairs in the bar. I sunk straight out to sleep, but the next thing I knew was that there was a very loud banging coming from the radiator. I'm not just talking about a banging, I mean a banging. Unfortunately, this upset my wife, who decided to cling to my back, and so brought me to, but not in a good mood, as I'm sure you can imagine. "What's that noise?" she said. "Just an old central heating system. Go back to sleep," replied I. A bit unconvinced, she settled down to sleep. Just then, the duvet flew away from the bed, or nearly. I caught the corner of it, still being 99% drunk, shouted "piss off," wrapped the duvet around me, and crashed out again. The next morning, we talked about what had happened, and realized that no one could have pulled the covers away. After speaking to my friend, he told us that no one goes into that room, but he had put us in there to see if anything had happened. After having several staff walk out after various experiences, not too pleased, I went home, and still dwell on what could have happened if I hadn't had a few too many beers. As an aside, lately, the brewery has been refurbished, the pub, into an Irish-themed bar, totally destroying the character and feeling of the bar, and as far as I know, nothing has happened since. Sorry to have prated on a bit, but it is a genuine story, and I think worthy of contributing. Thanks for reading. The following story is not my own but my fiance's. I think I was around 13 when it started. Much of that time is very confused because I was in the classic situation for a poltergeist, an adolescent girl under great stress. I found over the years that when you say, "my mother was crazy," people don't envision quite the right things. However, when you say she didn't always know who I was when I came home from school and once called the police because the girl she didn't know wouldn't leave, they get a little more accurate idea that I'm not using the word crazy loosely. I can now recall exactly what happened now, but the usual things were stuff moving around, my bed shaking, and my clothes, only mine. getting knotted up in the hamper. Virtually everything that happened was confined to my room, except that the hamper was in the bathroom, and my sister later told me things sometimes moved from her desk, which was the other side of the wall. If film stayed in my room overnight, the pictures fogged. No interesting patterns, just murk. I woke up once to a lot of crunching and tearing. The next day, an entire magazine at each page pulled out and the pages wadded into little balls. Sometimes there would be a mumbling voice, no words that I could hear, but definitely in the room with me. A couple times, the covers were jerked off of me. These sorts of things happened a couple times a week for several years. At first, I was completely terrified. I can remember lying in my bed as it bounced so hard I was nearly, but not quite thrown out, and sweating and crying. After a while, I began to feel that my fear was somehow feeding things, that the worse I felt, the more active and wild the poltergeist was. I started trying hard to control my fear. I was very into number theory in those days, and found that if I could call up a proof and start running through it, the activity would slow or even stop. If I was too scared to concentrate on that, even multiplication tables helped. A true number freak never forgets. After a year or so, things slowed down to a couple times a month, but continued happening fairly regularly. I think I was 16 when it ended. I woke up one night and my books were coming off of a high shelf and dropping to the floor, one by one. I'd never messed with my books before. I was furious. I said, "You leave me alone." I think I also told her to get out and leave me alone, but my memory is hazier about that. Anyway, there was a very odd feeling, like a whoosh directed towards the window, yet not a sound at all. And then the room was quiet. It felt empty. I went back to sleep. And that was it. No more waking up to find everything in my room moved around. No more being shaken awake in the middle of the night. No more clothes knotted up in the hamper, and film kept in my room came out as perfectly decent or terrible snapshots. Well, not quite completely it. Maybe a half dozen more times in the 30 years since, things have happened which I ascribe to the poltergeist. I still don't tell the story very often, out of a feeling that thinking about it might call it, whatever it is, back. I think I said some of this here a couple weeks back, though not in as much detail. Sure hope nothing moves in my room tonight. It is very startling to me that Eileen's poltergeist or whatever went away under such similar circumstances. I've also heard more classic stories in which a very firm but polite request to leave stopped the haunting. Thanks for reading. The following story is true. There were two of us who actually witnessed the first of 4 events that occurred within a 2-year period. Needless to say, we were both astounded. My friend's name is Roman, and this is what happened. I'm a computer lab teacher and had at the time of the incident an assistant named Roman. At about 10 a.m. in the morning, we had 2 off periods and were catching up on reports and just chatting. We were both side by side each other working on a computer. Having worked in agricultural research during my college years, I was a little knowledge in plant life, tree trimming, research, and all of that. While we were working, the topic of graphiting citrus trees came up. I don't recall why exactly, but Roman was curious about the subject and questioned me to the point where I even decided to draw a picture of the procedure for him. Now, mind you, I never have or never will claim that my classroom was haunted, but what happened next still baffles me to this day. As I explained the procedure, Roman abandoned our work temporarily and concentrated on the drawing before us. Just in front of my drawing was an empty soda can which I had drunk earlier. Without warning, the can lifted gently off the table in a smooth, slow, steady rise until it reached a little above eye level. The can froze for about 2 seconds and just dropped with a clang as it hit the table. The funny part was that I kept talking and explaining as this happened in front of us. I started stuttering when it finally hit me that something unusual had just happened to us. As if on cue, we both cried, "Did you see that?" Roman was under the impression that I had pulled some kind of stunt. We spent the rest of the morning trying to figure out what had caused the can to float, but nothing. It was aluminum and would not have responded to magnetic stimulus. We told our story in an excited manner to some of our fellow workers. Bad idea. Boy, did we get a load of one-liners. "Hey, Who you gonna call? Abbott and Costello to meet the Flying Coke can? We even got branded the Flying Burrito Brothers. I think it's in reference to some band or something. This story was not scary, just very unexplainable, and yes, it did happen. On a different date, as we were sitting on a desk working on the kids' computer points, we heard a rapping sound. I immediately followed the sound to the corner of the room and saw it. At the corner of the room is a flag holder, and since I didn't have a flag for it, I used it to hold this 3-foot rod with a hook at the end. I used it to adjust the air vents. Anyway, this rod somehow was pulled back almost horizontally and then just dropped. It continued to bounce until it just stopped. The last incident of mine occurred while I was in my classroom with the kids, working on computers with headphones on. Just then, there came a type of growl from the corner of the room. My assistant just froze and stared at me, and I back at him. Not one of my students heard. We sort of just whispered to each other, "Did you hear that?" And they answered, "No. Did you?" There was even a second incident that occurred that was slightly different than the first incident with the growl. In this instant, the growl sort of panned from one side of the room down the length and around to the back of the room. This time, practically all of my students heard the growl. I'll never forget these moments, and I apologize if this sounds kind of jumbly and I don't even know what I'm saying, but I promise this all happened, and it's all really freaky to me. Thank you for reading. When I was around 6 years old, my mother and I moved into this house right off of Marion Drive, Portland, Oregon. The house was the biggest, most beautiful house I had ever seen. Please take into consideration that I was only 6 at the time. It was a 2-story, white 2-bedroom, 1-bath home. It had a spiral staircase that went up to the 2 rooms upstairs and had overlooked the living area. I don't quite recall when it all started, and my mother does not remember either, but we do remember all the things that took place in the year that we stayed there. Now, everything that I'm telling you, I don't have in any order, except for the final occurrence. One night, my mom and I were in the living room watching TV, when we heard this very loud scratching on the side of the house, very persistent and very annoying, but we ignored it, and my mom dismissed it as a tree branch. The very next day I recall my mom mowing the lawn and stopping. She turned and looked at me and said, "There's no tree here." Another instance was even more alarming. When we moved into the house, there was a window that we had tried to open but couldn't, and mind you, we tried everything in the end, though we knew that there was no way it could have been opened. It had been painted and nailed shut. So I was watching TV one night, and my mom was somewhere, and we heard a loud kind of pounding and a whoosh. We looked around until we had discovered that somehow that the window was open. I had awful dreams there too, so much so that I only stayed in my room one night and the rest I stayed with my mom. Our dog Rebel would never come home. He would always stay at the neighbors, and even we tried to lock him in while we were gone. He would always be outside when we returned. The worst thing that ever happened that I can remember, and this is what finally convinced my mom to move, is when she sent me to her room to get undergarments. She had broke her arm, and the way she had her drawers set up was it had a large mirror on top with all her makeup and coffee and junk sitting there too. I opened her top drawer and closed it just like I always had, and the next thing I know, my mom screams and pushes me onto the bed as the mirror jumps out almost if it were trying to get to me. When we got up to look at the mess, we noticed that nothing had moved out of place on top of the dresser. Not her coffee or makeup or anything had budged. We moved soon after. Unfortunately, it didn't end there. I moved in with my dad about 4 years later to another house in Portland. I was around 10 at the time. This never did anything right out to hurt me. It just made me dream scary things and hear voices. I still dream about the darn house, and it still scares me. Now I live in a house that has a spirit. I'm not sure though. The only real things that happen is lights going on and off, pictures falling off the wall, and funny thing is, you can't keep a pair of slippers in that house for anything. We have went through about 10 pairs and they just keep disappearing. Figure that one out. It always helps me to talk about this, and I hope that it will help others to know that they are not the only ones. I swore I was. Thanks for reading. My parents and partner were taking a vacation in Tasmania, which I later found out is renowned for its ghost stories, and decided to stay in a little old cottage that had been converted into a B&B, bed and breakfast. At first glance, the cottage looked perfect. 2 bedrooms, kitchen, living area, lounge, and bathroom with jacuzzi, a home away from home. We settled in, and I took a tour of the cottage. It all seemed okay until I walked into the children's bedroom, which had 2 single beds and a walkthrough to an extension. I felt uncomfortable walking into the room, but dismissed my feelings as being silly. When I walked into the extension, what would have been a perfect little play area for children, I remember thinking what a good idea, but what I felt was overwhelmingly creepy. My hair stood on end, and I had to get out of there. I wanted to have a jacuzzi and relax before dinner. However, the most uninviting brown muddy water came out of the taps. I thought, it appears this jacuzzi doesn't get much use. I'll let it run for a while till the pipes clear. The pipes didn't clear. In fact, they got worse. By that stage, there were leaves and dead insects coming out. It was disgusting. I got the clear sense that I was not welcome there, so I turned the taps off and decided not to have a jacuzzi. That night, we all went out for dinner before returning to our cold stone cottage. We decided to go straight to bed and warm ourselves under the covers. My partner and I stayed in the children's bedroom. I took the single bed furthest away from the eerie extension. I remember climbing into the crisp, cool sheets and curling into a ball before falling asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up feeling hot. Boiling hot. I was sweating, my skin was burning, and I was overcome with the overbearing, intense heat. I was delirious and tried to locate the source of the heat. It was like touching an oven door with ineffective gloves on. Why is the bed so hot, I thought, and turned on the bedside lamp to investigate. Under the bed, there was a cord leading to the control switch for an electric blanket. It was on 3, the highest setting. That's weird. Who turned the electric blanket on? I asked myself. I became terrified and woke up my partner. Did you turn on my electric blanket? I asked him. No, I didn't even know these beds had electric blankets, he replied. Neither did I whispered. Something's turned on. I'm scared. Can I sleep with you? He nodded. We shared a single bed, and I was able to fall asleep again. In the morning, I asked my mother or father if they played a practical joke by turning on my electric blanket in the middle of the night. They said no. We immediately packed our bags and left the cottage. I had informed the owner about the dirty water and the jacuzzi incident. He suggested that I was lying by saying that it was impossible for the jacuzzi to have bad water. He explained that the bathroom was a recent development, only 18 months old, and had been installed with new pipes. He also said that the water source was the same throughout the cottage, and that if dirty water came out of the tap, it would come out of all, which was not the case. Needless to say, that cottage is no longer operating as a B&B. Thanks for reading. I'm a teaching assistant at Western Illinois University and have had some interesting run-ins with our departmental ghost. I've spent many late nights working on the top floor of Simpkins Hall and have experienced some interesting things. Doors that will stay open without any problems all day long will shut within 5 minutes after being open late at night. Windows that I've personally closed and secured have suddenly flown open, letting cold air fill the room before I can rush and reshut them. However, the strangest thing to ever even happen occurred very early this morning. After spending much of the night grading papers in the silent offices of the grad, I finally laid on the couch to get a couple of hours of sleep before I had to get up and teach. The entire night had been completely quiet, but as soon as I turned off the lights in the offices and positioned myself for sleep, the sound of an electric typewriter being slowly manipulated, as if by a Hunt and a Peck typist, broke the night's silence. I knew I was alone, and had been since midnight, and so I stood up to investigate. I had no sooner risen when the noise stopped. I stood by the couch within the returned silence for about a minute before lying back down. As I covered myself in my jacket for a blanket, the noise started once again. This time I remained horizontal on the couch and listened to the typing noise until I was sure that it was not the heating system and was indeed coming from the middle of the room and one of the other graduate students' office. Once again I arose, but this time I went to the circuit box and turned on the lights to investigate whether or not our prankster graduate assistant Dan Bender was fooling around. I went to the office from which the typing noise had originated, but there was no one there. After being satisfied that Dan was nowhere in the room, I turned off the lights and went back to the couch. Again, as soon as I had turned off the lights and settled down to sleep, the noise started. This time, I just called out, "Harold, knock it off. I need to get some sleep." Oddly enough, the sound stopped and I was finally able to go to sleep. I have no idea why I called out the name Harold, but it was the first name that came to mind. Whatever the name of the Simpkin Hall ghost is, he quieted down when I told him to. Others have expressed fear about being alone in the building late at night, but if our building has a spectator, he is harmless despite his poltergeist pranks. Thanks for reading. This is a tale that happened to my friend Joe. There's a playhouse in our area that was once an old barn, but was made into a playhouse by a group of amateur actors. I've heard many stories about being haunted, and once when I was there, I had the chilly feeling that I was being watched and thought I saw a man in one of the windows watching me. That is not the story I'm going to relate. One night, my friend Joe and one of his friends went up there late at night. They wanted to see some of the stuff that was inside, so they broke into the playhouse through a door in the back. I won't go into the legality of this action or the extent of my friend's morals, but I digress. While they were rummaging around through the stuff in the basement, they would not steal from the place, but breaking and entering was okay. Go figure. When they heard the sound of something being dragged across the floor upstairs, they were curious about the sound, so they went upstairs to investigate. When they got upstairs, they saw a trunk had been moved across the floor. They could tell because of a trail it made in the dust around it. They moved it back to make it look like it wasn't moved, so no one would suspect their break-in. They went back downstairs to look around some more, and once again heard the sound of something being dragged across the floor upstairs. They went back upstairs and found the trunk had once again been moved. There were no footprints around it except the ones they made earlier. They moved it back once again and headed downstairs. As soon as they got downstairs, they heard the trunk moving again. This was the last straw, and they decided it was time to beat a hasty retreat. If anyone knows anything about the playhouse, it is called Crescent Lake Playhouse, or has any similar experiences, please post them. Thank you for reading. One night, I awoke to find a small childlike figure in bed with me. He was about 2 feet tall and had the features of a small child, but its head was swollen well beyond a normal size. It was wearing a blue gown with the hands not visible at the end of the sleeves. It was moving its mouth and talking in gibberish. The figure was as real as I was, and it was surrounded by a kind of glowing haze. I ran to my parents' bedroom and woke my dad, but of course, he told me to go back to sleep. So I returned to my room, and now the figure was standing on my bed. I grabbed a pillow and covered my face and jumped on the bed. It was gone. That started something that would last the next 26 years. I'll condense the years up until 1990. Those appearances, while still frightening, never really made me feel threatened. During this period, which included teenage years, I saw the figure with the same frequency. My bedroom is located at the end of the hallway with 2 other bedrooms before mine. At the end of the hallway is a landing that blocks the view to the steps. From my bed, I could look out my window and down the hall to the landing and the top of the steps. I always knew right before the figure would appear, because the hair on the back of my neck would stand up and I would get uncontrollable chills. The figure would then appear either on top of the landing or come around the base of the landing and start down the hall towards my room. It never seemed to pay any attention to the other rooms at all. I would normally panic and either shut my door or run into my parents' room and sleep on the floor. Imagine finding your 18-year-old son curled up on your bedroom floor when you wake up in the morning. My parents and sister didn't really believe that I was seeing this apparition. I also would stay up late, Being the night person that I am and watch TV, in my living room, we have the stairs that led up to the second floor. It has a wooden railing on it that goes the length of the last 4 steps. I would often see the figure on the steps watching me from the 3rd or 4th step and then disappear. The only real changes during this time period were that the figure was losing its color and becoming more transparent. Now things would change drastically. A neighbor, with some knowledge of this sort of activity, told me to confront the figure and tell it to leave and never come back. I was to tell it that I was its power source and I was shutting off the power. I did this and enjoyed about a year of no sightings. Around this time, I told the story to my girlfriend of the time. She thought that its description sounded like a baby with water on the brain and still wearing its gown from the hospital. She thought that it was a lost soul trying to contact me to help it with some task so that I could finally rest in peace. I started to look into the house's history and my family's. The house sits on land that was farmland and a dirt road only 150 years ago. The land was owned by one man, and he had his farm and homestead around the area of my house. The main house of the estate is 1 block from my house and is still standing. My house is 40 years old, and we are the second family to live in it. The couple before us had no children that we know about. I have a sister 3 years younger than me and no other siblings. I've asked my parents if they had a child that died that I was unaware of, but they didn't. So after all of my checking, I found that nothing could explain the apparition. After about a week of thinking about the interpretation my girlfriend had given, guilt of banishing the figure overcame me. I asked it to come back one night, and I told it I would help it. The very next night the sighting started again, but with much greater intensity. I can now say, never do what I did. Once it's gone, let it stay gone. The sightings would happen more frequently, and sometimes they would terrify me. The figure looked the same, but something was very different. I was sure what it was, but now there was another force in addition to the familiar figure. I began to see small black colored creatures which I can only describe as imps. They were solid black, 1 to 2 feet tall, and ran around on all 4s. They appeared mostly in the living room and coming from the hall closet. Now to explain the rest of the house setup that pertains to the story. The man that lived here before us started to dig a basement, but he never completed it. All that remains is a 3 to 4 foot crawl space accessible from outside the house. The hall closet was to be the stairs down to the basement. He had started making the stairs going down, but he boarded it all up when he stopped digging the basement. The stairs going up to the second floor are directly over the would-be basement step in the hall closet. So there are 2 ways from inside the house to access the crawl space, if you really wanted to. Rip up the 3rd or 4th step of the stairs or knock out the back of the closet. I began to make the connection between where the figures appeared and where the access ways were. The sightings got more intense, and sometimes they even drove me from my house. Normally, my dog would sense a small figure and act funny when it was around. But now, when the imps appeared, my dog would be in a very deep sleep, and I could never wake him up. I would either leave the house and stay over at a friend's. Sometimes, I would be knocking on her door at 2 a.m. terrified. Other times, if I was able to get between them and the steps, I would make a run for it to my room or my parents' room, because even these creatures would not venture in the bedrooms. My mother was noticing my moods, and I had told her about the new happenings, so she told me to get her the next time I saw the figure or imps. The next time I saw the figure upstairs coming down the hall, I ran into her room and woke her up. I led her into the hall where the figure still was. I pointed to it, and it began to back away and go down the steps. I chased it down the 3rd step where it vanished. While she could not see it, she could tell by my eye movements that I was watching something moving across the hall and steps. I think that's when my family started to believe a little. I became so used to these new additions because they never did any harm, but they did make me feel very uneasy. The figure was becoming even more transparent. Certain lamps in the house would go on and off by themselves, often with other witnesses around. I would hear the TV go on in the middle of the night when I knew no one was downstairs. I'd theorized that the figure needed help to appear because it was slowly fading away. I assumed the imps were helping him, but the figure was still fading. I was waiting for a new addition to the cast, so the figure could still appear, since I still hadn't figured out what it wanted me to do. The sighting stopped again for a few months. I spoke with a parapsychologist, but then decided to leave well enough alone. I didn't want things getting worse. I decided to go into the crawl space and check out the area under the stairs. I took my dog down there with me and I crawled into the area. There had not been anyone under there for years before this. I found an old maid playing card with not a bit of dust on it right under the third step. We have wall-to-wall carpeting, so this did not fall through the joints. I hadn't seen that deck of cards for over 20 years, but here was one. It had one corner that looked like it had been dipped in acid, but the rest was in good shape. I took it and put it in a pocket Bible and put it in my car. The sighting started again, only very small. I would call my girlfriend on the cordless phone and tell her it's happening again and then walk upstairs while still on the phone with her. The next time was the worst of all. The figure appeared very bright, like it did 10 years ago, but it didn't look very happy. The imps appeared again, but they were more bold this time. Then a 7-foot tall man-shaped black figure appeared. It looked like it was either made of smoke or some liquid. It looked semi-solid, and you couldn't see through it. At the same time, the room was filled with imps, and a bearded old man's face took shape on the wall and started mumbling. The face was about 6 foot high and 4 feet wide. The familiar figure looked like it was sorry for doing this to me. I left the house and sat in my car until dawn. I knew I had to confront this new entity and try to drive it away. I also figured that if it wanted me, it was going to get me either way, so I had nothing to lose. My sanity, life, and maybe my soul were on the line, and I honestly believe this was the only way to stop it before it branched out. I was the original power source, so I was going to shut off the power. The next night, I prayed for protection and the strength to drive this evil away. I had a Bible handy as I sat up as usual listening to my CDs. About 2 a.m., I noticed my dog was in one of those deep sleeps, and I began to look around. The figure and the tall black figure appeared along with the rest of the apparitions. I informed them in the calmest voice I could get at the time that I was taking away their power and they had no power over me. I told them I, my family, and my house was protected by God and they could not harm us. I walked right past the tall figure and the imps moved out of the way. I walked right up the steps and never looked back. That was about 2 years ago, and I've not seen them ever since. We placed the Bible on the stairs and a cross in the closet to block off their entrances. I still feel there is a presence there that tries to let me let it in. I still hear bumping and walking around, but the apparitions are gone, banished to the crawl space I assume. They will not get another portal in here, so they will remain there. We did have the house blessed years ago, everywhere except the crawl space. I think that might be the answer to end it for all good. Thanks for reading. After my senior prom, my buddies and I dropped off our old small town Tennessee dates and headed to another friend's house to unwind. The prom had been tough on all of us. We never chose the right dates, and we were watching MTV on the couch. This was 1983, you know. After severe 2 a.m. boredom set in, one of my friends and I decided to go for a walk on the golf course behind the house and see if anyone else was up at this hour. We walked a short distance, really just from one fairway to the next, and looked with interest at this giant old tree next to the creek at the bottom of the hill. It was a dark, clear night, and my buddy Mike and I could make out something under the tree. I asked Mike what it looked like to him, and he agreed with me that it looked like two people and one of them was digging. I thought it was someone up to no good, and the last thing I wanted to do on prom night was get busted by the cops, so I said we should leave. At this point, Mike and I were about 300 yards away from the shadowy figures. We turned around and took about 2 steps before I looked back again. In that 1 second, the figures had gained about 1/3 of the distance between us and were closing in fast. Mike and I both screamed profanities and hightailed it for the house. I shouted, "Don't look back," because the people in the movies that get killed are the ones who look back. But I forgot to remind him of the little knee-high chain that keeps the golf carts from leaving the cart path. As he sprawled out on the dump grass, I jumped blindly, hoping I would miss the near-invisible chain. I made it and helped him up without looking back, and we made it safely inside. Imagine if you were our third friend. Of course, you would have to go see it for yourself. So after a tall glass of water, We weren't into drinking beer yet. We took Kermit outside. After a short briefing, we went to the top of the hill and let him go down to the scary part. After a few seconds, we heard that same 4-letter word, and here comes Kermit hustling up the hill. I was a little surprised that he was running so fast. He was a lot less chicken than we were, but there was no way anyone was going to beat me back to the house. In retrospect, we should have done some scientific tests or taken some pictures, but we were really tired and creeped out. Mostly tired since we had been dancing all night to Rick Springfield cover tunes. So we went back to Kermit's house and crashed. This story was mostly told as a funny icebreaker at boring parties later on, and we never thought much about it as the years passed. As a closing note, years later, when my folks finally joined that country club and I played golf there, I saw the 2 headstones of the farmer and his wife, who used to own the land a long time ago, that are buried near the 6th tee about 300 yards from where we saw those shadowy figures. My wife works at a residential care facility, and for the last month or so, they've been having trouble with the ghost of a lady who died there about 5 years ago. She was a very unhappy woman who didn't like anyone that worked in the complex. The only thing she seemed to enjoy was her pills. After her death, there was no sign of a ghost until they expanded the complex. Now they have problems every night. Almost all of the employees have seen her around the medication room. They say she is very small, about 5 feet tall, very solid looking, with no hands or face. They've also seen her walk through a solid oak door. Some nights they say she just goes back and forth between the new section and the original building. What is most alarming though, is that lately, she is becoming violent. Most of the experiences are mild, pinching, pushing, and such. However, it has taken a serious turn. One of the girls on Wednesday, January 17th, 1996, had a very large fire extinguisher thrown at her and was held captive in the elevator going up and down between floors for several minutes. On the following Thursday, one day, the girls reported that a large commercial refrigerator was rocking back and forth, like someone was trying to turn it over. The owner of the facility has also seen her and is planning on bringing in a psychic to tell her to move on. Thanks for reading. We own this farmhouse. It's haunted by a ghost named Catherine. The reason we know that the ghost name is Catherine is because one day, this lady stopped by and asked if she could see the house. We wanted to know why she wanted to see the house, and she told us that her father and grandfather built the house in 1900. Her grandmother, Catherine, loved the house. Catherine and her husband had to move. She didn't want to move because she loved her house, and while she was away, she died. I guess her spirit came back to the house. Let me tell you why I believe this. When we first bought the house, my Uncle Pat was living there. He would sleep in the living room of the house, and during the night, he would hear doors shut, and no one else was in the house. Plus, this happened more than one time. Then we rented the house to some people. We never told them about the door shutting. These people that were renting the house asked if the house was haunted because they could hear someone walk across the attic floor, slam a door, walk back across the floor, and slam another door. There are no doors up in the attic. When the renters moved out, my grandma and grandpa moved into the house. They said that they didn't hear anything. My Uncle Pat would sometimes come and visit them and stay in the guest bedroom, which we believe was Catherine's bedroom. All night long, we would hear something tapping on the window. There's nothing close to even touch the window. Also, Catherine has stared at my Uncle Pat, even called his name. One thing that freaks me out is that on New Year's Day, I had a dream, and in this dream, Catherine told me why she kept my Uncle Pat up at night. The day after I told my Uncle Pat this, he heard someone call his name, and everyone else in the house was sound asleep. I know that some of this may be hard to believe, but believe me, it is true, and I wouldn't make up a story like this. You just have to believe me. Thanks for reading. Joan and I live in the small town of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. It is located about 90 miles east of the Twin Cities. One evening, Joan drove to Minneapolis to pick up her daughter, who was attending school there. On the return trip, Joan let her daughter drive, and they both conversed about school and other events in their lives. It was approximately 10 at night, and small pockets of fog banks began to develop on the highway. Joan turned from looking at her daughter and yelled at her to slow down and avoid what looked to be a motorcyclist. She recalled seeing a leather jacket and various details of the bike, but she vividly remembers how the headlights reflected off the chrome of the bike, yet it went through at the same time. The motorcyclist was in front of their vehicle for about 5 seconds and then drove off into the ditch. Joan's daughter pulled over to the side of the road, and they both looked at each other and verified what they had both witnessed. Spooked out of their minds, they sped for home. They were traveling on Highway 29, which links I-94 to Green Bay. Currently, HY-29 is being expanded to a 4-lane highway due to the many fatal accidents that have occurred in the past. Thanks for reading. When I was a very young child, my parents rented an old German house. What made renting this house strange is that German families rarely rent out an entire house, especially to American servicemen and their families. The house is in 3 levels: the first floor, second floor, and the attic. The house was full of antique furniture. The service couple before us had moved out when their 6-month-old baby died of crypt death. So here we arrive, my stepfather, my mother, and me, 4 years old. The people that moved in upstairs were, not disrespect intended, very low-class people. The wife's name was Cookie. There were 2 boys, and the father, whose name and face I cannot remember. One day Cookie and my mother, bored in the German countryside and still no furniture to unpack, decided to explore the attic and its treasures. In a very old dresser, my mother found one drawer filled with family photographs going all the way back to the turn of the century. Her and Cookie felt amazed at the certainly important heirlooms left in the house by its owners, the Hummels. In the next drawer, my mother found many crucifixes, in many shapes and sizes. The next day, Cookie and my mother began to make a playground in the barn for us kids to play in. They found a well-like concrete hole in the middle of the barn. Inscribed in the concrete were the words Rommel 1943 and a swastika. What made this strange and even more scary was that in the courtyard was inscribed that the house belonged originally to the Schmidt family. My mother never allowed us to play in that concrete well. Soon after we all moved in, my mother and stepfather began hearing loud noises from upstairs, as if the furniture were being moved around. My mother thought that Cookie and her husband were trying to entertain us. With the noises, the crucifix began appearing all over the house. You would open a drawer, and there it would be. You open a closet door, and one would be hanging there. When my mother and Cookie were going to put them back, all the crucifixes would be moved to a different drawer. My memory and only memory of this time is when Cookie's sons tried to scare me by taking me up in the attic and throwing dead mice on me. I heard them screaming as if someone were beating them. When they ran down the stairs, I just had to see what scared them so. I saw a little girl sitting on one of the ancient cedar chests. She was very thin with little hair and very large brown eyes, giggling. Ever since, she was my imaginary friend. But the winds of change came. Cookie's husband was arrested for molesting me in the attic, an event that I can no longer recall. The accusations were very ugly, and I'm glad that I do not remember. But the German police would not let them be tried by American system and arrested him under German law. Cookie and her sons were moved out that day in a fear-for-life move, for she was the one that turned him in. My parents and myself were being moved 2 days later in fear-for-life move as well. It was those 2 days when my mother knew that Cookie wasn't the one moving the furniture in the attic and wasn't telling ghost stories to amuse us, but telling the truth. It all happened so fast that our furniture had arrived, yes, but we never opened a box. When we finally got to our new home and opened the last moving box, at the very bottom of the box was one of the most beautiful of the crosses, except for the out-of-place death shed. My stepfather took it and threw it away in the field 2 hours of a drive away. What about the Hummels? They were such nice people, my mother said. She didn't want to ask the antiques and family heirlooms. She figured there was a family member that they did not want to mention. What about the crosses? My mother found out that the crosses were strange, but the death shed was the sign of the SS.
My mother also found out that there was a fairly unknown concentration camp nearby. Is it possible the house was commanded by an SS officer from a Jewish family? What about the children? Of the 4 children living in the house in the 3 months one died, 1 was raped, and 2 were subject to the harsh discipline of a father that seemed to change in that house. What about the giggling girl? She stayed with me, I remember, until I received a fractured skull from a wild horse. On the way to the hospital, I remember she said she had to leave me. I cried more from her saying goodbye than I did the 240 stitches I received, but if the horse had kicked me an inch lower, it would have broken my neck. An inch higher, I would have been blind for life. Was she my good luck charm? Was she a daughter in the Schmidt family long dead? Who knows? Thanks for reading.
When I was 15, my friend Terry, who was a couple years older than me, spent the night. There's no way either of our parents would allow us to have our own Ouija board in our possession, so we decided to make our own with poster boards and scissors. I myself really didn't believe in the Ouija and what many claimed it could do. I just always assumed that someone was always pushing it to say whatever they wanted it to say. Terry really wanted to do this, so I decided to go along with it, figuring she was just going to try and scare me or something. We talked with a spirit that just so happened to call herself Terry also. You can guess, I didn't believe this thing was really moving on its own. I had my mind set that she was moving it the whole time. Well, we started to argue over it, when all of a sudden, the planchette started to spin around really fast. Still assuming it was Terry, I got mad. Then it just suddenly stopped. That was it. Terry started telling me that you were supposed to make it say goodbye or it stays here. Still mad. I said, yeah, right, whatever. We started talking about other stuff, and in the washroom, which is on the other side of the kitchen, we started hearing a lot of noise. Now there were 3 doors to that room. One went outside, one connected to the kitchen, and other connected to my sister's room. My sister was an RN and was working the night shift, so no one was in her room. We knew that no one could have gone through the kitchen, because they would have gone right past us and we would have seen them. The outside door was locked and bolted from the inside, so that excluded anyone coming in from outside. Both of us just stood there as the sound got louder and louder. My dad had a bunch of empty boxes stacked up in the front of the outside door. To me, it sounded like 2 people were throwing these boxes back and forth all over the room. Of course, we were scared, but I didn't associate it with anything having to do with a ghost, etc. I was thinking that someone had gotten in from the outside, somehow. I don't know why, but I grabbed up a butcher knife and told Terry to go and get Brian, my brother. He and my parents were asleep. All this time, you could still hear these boxes being tossed around everywhere. Terry and Brian came up to me at the door, and you could tell by the look on Brian's face, he was hearing the commotion too. He took the knife from me and jerked the door open. Everything at that moment went dead silent. The boxes had been moved because they were laying everywhere, but no signs of anyone in the room. Needless to say, we were all pretty freaked out. I didn't dare tell him what we'd been up to earlier playing with the Ouija board. To this day, I can find any explanation as to why we heard what we did or how the boxes got moved. Thanks for reading. When I was a teenager, around the age of 16, I found a Ouija board at a yard sale and bought it for 25 cents. Skeptical of the Ouija, I devised the experiment deemed to test if it was simply a matter of self-suggestion. I was going to ask what pet would die next and think to myself fish. We had several adult cats, dogs, and guinea pigs who were not elderly and very good health, but I had a tank of tropical fish, several of which were getting on in fish years. I was trying to trick the board by seeing if it would give me the answer I was thinking, which would be a logical conclusion. I tried the Ouija board with my mother, a skeptic of all things supernatural. After setting it up, I asked my question. We put our fingertips on the planchette and waited. After 5 seconds of no response, Mom tired of wasting her time and decided that she was going to bed and left the room. I put the board away and didn't think about it for a few days. Later that same week, I was talking to a male friend of mine on the phone. I was telling him of my disbelief in attempted experimentation with the board. I just told him the question I was going to ask it
What pet would be the next to die? I took a breath and told him, and the answer I was looking for was, when all of a sudden, the books on the shelf behind me tipped over. They knocked into a figurine and sent it to the floor, where it shattered. The figurine was of a ceramic fish. These books had never tipped over before and were securely in place. I've not seen them fall in such manner since this time period, almost 13 years later. The timing of the fall was too eerie. It was exactly at the point where I would have said fish. My friend said that he heard the noise and that I sounded stunned. Though it was a long distance call, I ended it hastily, went and got the Ouija board out of my closet and put it in the garage. I would not touch it again. My mother had to get rid of it without my knowledge, as I so feared it. I think that was a warning sign for me. I've taken Ouija boards seriously since then. If they do not channel the dead, then they certainly set up a psychological premise which I don't think should be tampered with. I feel like it is opening up the door to a stranger, either an earthbound or entity. I don't know. But thanks for reading. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, we moved into a house which had a scary history, as it turns out. My mom and dad took my youngest brother to dinner. Linda, my sister, and I didn't want to go. We were instructed to bring the boxes of books in the garage upstairs to the library. While we were doing this, we found an old Ouija board and started playing with it. I thought for sure it was my sister pushing it, as it told me I was going to be hit by a car and die by the time I was 10. Which obviously 25 years later, I'm still here. It also said that there were 5 spirits in the house, and its name was Jax, boring, and we put it away. That was when we started hearing footsteps in other parts of the house running, lights going on and off, radios blaring that we knew we had turned off, doors slamming, knocking, and rapping in the wood, boxes being moved about in the attic, etc. We lived there for 5 years, and I can tell you that I have nightmares to this day. Now this house was on a road which was formerly known as the Santa Fe Trail. A couple of miles up the road was where the Santa Fe Trail and the Pikes Peak Trail met. There were Indian encampments, settlements, and a bad stagecoach accident and fire all in the general vicinity. I don't know if Linda and I had visited into the house, or it was there to begin with. My family are seers, so I suppose I should get used to it, but I've never been free of hauntings since then. Thanks for reading. I went to a friend's house to stay for the weekend. My friend and I always loved ghost stories, magic, psychics, and anything else mysterious. Those things would just get us going when we were bored. Well, I decided to bring my Ouija board, which we used many times and usually wait until midnight to use it. This particular night, it was midnight and we were playing with it, just regular, everyday things, when all of a sudden, it said, "Don't be alarmed. In the next few hours, you're going to get a cold chill running through your bodies." We asked it, "What do you mean, don't be alarmed?" Well, the board replied that I and all the people around me will notice something in the next hour. Well, right after I said that, my friend's little brother came into the room with us, and it just started to hit us. This is what it were telling us were going to happen. My friend's brother is terrified of ghosts, so we all decided to just put the board up and wait to see what, if anything, happened. My friend said he had an idea. I got a string out that attaches to a crystal. He said it's kind of like a mini Ouija board, and you can ask it yes and no questions. Well, we said for yes, move it vertically, and for no, move it horizontally. We also requested that the responses cause the crystal to move fast and big, so we can detect when a spirit is present. We hung this crystal on a string from a lamp and waited. It was about a half an hour to an hour later when all of a sudden we heard a big ting-ting sound coming from the lamp. We flipped on the light and the crystal was swinging violently. I mean, it was starting to really scare me and my friend. I can only imagine how my friend's little brother would have reacted if he witnessed this. We turned the lights off and got real calm and quiet. The atmosphere in the room seemed to change. It got eerily quiet, and it felt as if something were about to jump out at us at any minute. It also got really hot, really fast. My friend remarked that he thought something big was about to happen. Right when he said that, we heard the door creak open. It wasn't much, but it was like someone was trying to sneak by us. Then suddenly, it got real cold, and I mean so cold that we were shivering and covering up. All of a sudden, you could see a light blue or white colored light getting brighter as it got closer. Then just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Then it appeared again, only this time it got real bright and was coming from the middle of the closet. While we were focusing on that, my friend's little brother said look over there, and when we turned to look in that direction, you could see a shadow like someone were walking by. Next thing we knew, the crystal was reacting to it and it just fell off the lamp. This shadow appeared to wave as if to tell us, yeah, I'm here, but I won't hurt you. The wind blew outside, and right when the wind blew, the shadow was vanished. Thanks for reading. One boring summer night, my neighbor suggested we give the Ouija board a try. Everyone in our apartment complex were fully aware we're haunted, so I agreed. I wanted to get my baby to sleep first. As I rocked my baby to sleep, I asked my neighbor how she came to have this Ouija board because she had never mentioned it before. She said that the lady on the other side of her was carrying it out to the dump the day before, so she asked her why she was throwing it away because it seemed to be in good condition. The other neighbor said that she was throwing it away because ever since she had it in her apartment, things were falling off the walls and breaking. My neighbor said, well, if you don't mind, I would like to have it. That's how she got it. Now that my daughter was in good deep sleep, I made a pallet for her upstairs in my neighbor's bedroom. I put her on the floor because I didn't want her falling off the bed and getting hurt. I also didn't want her in the same room as we toyed around with the Ouija board. Some more friends came over, so altogether, there were the 4 of us. The spirit contact said no when we asked him if we were a man. It also said no when we were asked if it were a woman. At this point, I took my hands off the board. One of the other people there told me that was a bad idea because that was the opening of circle we had formed. I immediately put my hands back on the board, but my friend said it was too late, that it was already let out. Right after he said this, we heard a big bang in the room upstairs where my baby was. My baby started to cry. When we went to check, nothing was moved, and my baby seemed to be only startled by the noise. After that, I decided I wanted nothing more to do with the Ouija board. Thanks for reading. Recently, my friend Aaron lost control of his motorcycle and died. Prior to the accident, Aaron, myself, and a few friends, Brutus, Megan, and Alex, decided to play with the Ouija board. We played for a while, when all of a sudden the planchette just froze. We couldn't move it for anything. Next thing we knew, the planchette just started moving on its own. We sat on the floor in amazement, watching this board acting on its own free will. All of a sudden, the planchette turned in Aaron's direction and scooted forward about an inch or so. Right about that moment, Aaron's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone, expecting it would be someone he knew calling him. Only whoever it was, or whatever it were on the other line, hung up. That's when we decided we'd pick up the board. Not long following this incident is when Aaron had his accident. After Aaron's accident, my friend Megan and I decided we'd try and contact him using the Ouija board. We were in the living room with only candles for lighting. We had a picture of Aaron sitting across from us. We asked, "Is Aaron there?" The board replied yes. I then asked, "How are you doing?" The board responded, "Great." Then before we could ask any further questions, the planchette said stop. We asked stopped what? The board said all. We then asked all of what? Then Megan asked, "Do you want us to leave you alone?" The board replied yes. We both looked at each other and Megan said, "He wants to rest in peace." I agreed, and then we said bye. It then said bye, Brett. Megan said, "I love you, Aaron," and the planchette spelled out, "I love you too, Megan." We took our hands off the planchette and it moved on to its own by saying goodbye. Needless to say, we both were pretty teary-eyed after that. Thanks for reading. When I was about 17 or 18, I was at a friend's house. A friend who swears to this day her house is haunted. She claims that her and other family members would hear all kinds of sounds, especially when they were alone or if it were an exceptionally quiet night. Something even tried to get in one of the doors once, but when they looked out the window to see who was there, They found nothing. No one. Anyway, this particular night, my friends and I decided to play with a Ouija board. I've never personally ever used one before, and after this incident, will never participate in using one again. The planchette began moving on its own free will. As if that weren't bad enough, we didn't properly close the session, and I swear something evil followed me home that night. I tried to tell my parents about it, but I don't think they believed me. There were nights when I would hear what sounded like a stick being tapped on the walls, circling the whole perimeter of my bedroom. I feel that's where this evil entity dwelt, because the rest of the house was uneventful. I began having terrible dreams. I would wake up and try to get out of my room as fast as I could, always with some sort of interference preventing me. I woke up once and felt as if I couldn't get out of bed. It was pitch dark, blacker than black that night. I threw my blanket off and tried to find my way to the door. It took me about 10 minutes before I finally found the door handle and light switch. It was as if they had just vanished from my room for that period of time. When I finally got a hold of the handle to the door, for some reason, I couldn't get that door to open for anything. I had to pop my window out and crawl out of the room that way. I had left home for a while. I returned to find my bedroom door wide open and just fine. One night, I also heard something fall in the bathroom, next to where I was at. It was very loud. After I finally moved out and in with my boyfriend, who is now my husband, it didn't seem to follow me. It continued to stick to only that room of my parents' home. My brother moved into my bedroom after I left, and he too reported unusual occurrences in that room as well, but he seemed to experience more than I did. He was so disturbed by the things happening in his room that he ended up putting all sorts of crosses, religious practices, and even a wooden statue of Christ he got from our pastor all over his room for protection. One day, I went into his room and discovered the top of a statue appeared to be burned. That's when he told me about the weird occurrences happening in his room, including the statue appeared to have smoke coming out of it. Another disturbing thing that happened was that the cross had flipped in an upside down position in the middle of the night. He also claimed he felt as if he were being choked at different times. The same sounds I heard when I stayed in this room, he heard as well. Eventually, a family bought the place for my parents. They had 2 young girls, ages 11 and 12. I was talking with a friend of mine, and they told me that the new owners swear one of the rooms is haunted. I can only guess what room they were referring to. I have no doubt that whatever we did that night with the Ouija board, whatever was moving that planchette came home with me, and to this day, still dwells in that one room of our old home. 2 summers ago, I started working at a camp, a haunted camp. No one has ever shared these stories outside of the camp, and fear might scare campers away. During staff week, I heard talk of ghosts and spirits at the camp, but being a skeptic, I just blew them off. The more I listened, the more real it became. Senior staff members, even the camp director, told stories that chilled me to the bone. On the 4th night of staff week, I was invited to use the Ouija board in the chapel. I'd used one as a child, but assumed it was always just people moving it around. This time was different. You can tell if the Ouija pointer planchette is working, because it floats. If someone is moving it, the pointer will scrape, but it was floating and making no noise. When we asked who it was, it gave 3 initials. We asked what it did before it died, and it said logging. We took this as logging. The camp used to be used for logging, and a lumberjack was not likely to know how to spell correctly. We asked a few more uninteresting questions that I cannot recall, because I was preoccupied with the rustling I heard nearby. It was the unmistakable sound of footsteps. After about 3 minutes of hearing footsteps that sounded like they were walking around the chapel and gradually getting louder. Oh yeah, the chapel is outside, and it just has a roof and foundation. It is not an enclosed building. We took the message to heed and beat foot out of there. This is my own personal account of a Ouija board experience, but according to another staff member's mother who decided to join me one night, she was shaken back and forth by a spirit and the Ouija board flipped itself over. The last incident of my 2nd summer was in the chapel again. We were playing with the Ouija board again, but this time, we didn't get such a nice spirit. It said nasty things to us, like kill you and die. It said go or die,
so we decided to take the first option and we left. As we were walking away, I looked back and saw a face in the window of the small room connected to the chapel. It was glowing silver. I was about 50 yards away, and I could not make out much except an outline, but my friend saw it too, and it was enough to make us run. Thanks for reading. When I was about 12 years old, I went to my friend's family Halloween party. We were bored, so we went to the garage to see what we could find to do. We found an old Ouija board sitting on the game rack and asked her aunt if we could take it back to my friend's house. She said we could, so we did. When we got there, we went to her room and shut all the lights off, except a little lamp. We were talking to someone, and I didn't believe that it was moving on its own and blamed it on my friend. She asked the board to give us a sign that something was there. About 2 minutes later, her dresser and bed started shaking really hard. It scared us so bad, we put it away. We went to bed an hour later and put the board under her bed neatly. When we woke up, it wasn't there any longer. We haven't seen the board since. When I was 17, I moved into a 2-bedroom unit. Me and my mates made a Ouija board and used it. I feel like it must have opened a gateway for a bad entity. When I moved in the house, it made no noises, but after that, you could feel a bad presence. Wherever this entity would go, the walls and ceiling around it would creak. At night, I would be lying in bed, and I could hear it creaking in the lounge room and then start to move into my bedroom. I would then feel pressure in my bed and a feeling as though something was pushing me down on the bed. It would also turn on things like the fan over the stove and the heater, which was gas. You could physically see the dial move. Also, my mood started to change while I was there. It got to the point where I was too scared to sleep there, so I stayed up at my mom's a lot. She got sick of it, so she took her psychic circle there. My mom has been talking to a spirit called Wayne for years. She talked to the spirit, and it said it didn't want to leave, but with the assistance of the spirit named Wayne, he made it leave. When I returned home, I could feel the entity had gone.
This isn't our story, but it happened to our aunt. Our Aunt Jessica, when she was a young teenager, she was lying in her bedroom, on her bed, in complete darkness, which is now her grandpa's room, and suddenly, she looked over and saw a candle flame, except there was no candle. While lying there freaked out, she saw it glide across the wall. At the time, her father, our grandpa, was out of town and only her and our grandma were home. She's now 24 and still has some strange experiences sometimes. Many of our relatives have also had strange experiences in that house. Our grandpa, our mom, our aunts, and our uncles have seen ghosts and have had weird stuff happen to them while living there. It's a family of 8 kids and 2 adults, and many have had paranormal things happen, and the next generation is starting to have things happen too. Me, Nikki, being 15, and my sister Gretchen being 12, and our other sister Alice being 10, are all fond of ghosts and happenings. To this day, we don't know what these things mean, but we hope to get a sign someday. This is a story of 3 friends I know quite well, all female, who decided to rent a home in New Orleans during December 1991. Having decided to share a home in an effort to provide more affordable rent, the girls rented a 3-bedroom home that I would estimate to be about 40 years old. Charlotte was one to locate the house and soon convinced others that home in particular would best suit their needs, as the rent was very affordable and each girl would receive their own room. Charlotte decided to rent the home despite the fact that a neighbor told her the house was haunted as she was looking over the property. Not believing in ghosts nor taking him seriously, she disregarded his claim and proceeded to look over the property. One of the bedrooms was a master bedroom and had its own bath, so Mary volunteered to pay a little extra each month in return for that room. The first sign that things were not so right with the home began with certain items from each of their homes would turn up missing. They would ask each other if it were borrowed, but each time, they would all deny ever borrowing things from each other. To further confuse them, these items would suddenly start showing up in different locations throughout the house, under the beds, on the closet floors, on top of the refrigerator, etc. This continued to happen periodically. One evening, Mary was home alone, watching television, lying across the sofa. To the side of the television was a decorative oak grain door. As she was watching the TV, she suddenly noticed something appearing on the back of the door. It was an image, about 3 by 3, of the Virgin Mary. Totally baffled and astonished at what she was seeing, the image suddenly changed to a huge skull with blood on it. Mary panicked, fled the house, and remained by her mother's until the other 2 girls arrived home later that night. After all attempts to derive a logical and rational explanation for what Charlotte might have seen, they decided to forget about it. It was not long after when they started to hear unusual noises coming from empty rooms of the house. Upon searching for the source, they could never find anything. The noises seemed to originate from Mary's master bedroom. One evening, as Mary and Victoria, the 3rd girl, was watching television, they heard very loud noises coming from Mary's room, as if furniture were being dragged and tossed around. Knowing that Mary was not alone, they became frightened and did not know if an intruder was in the house or if the strange noises were returning. Together, they walked towards Mary's closed door, and the noises suddenly stopped. They slowly opened the door, turned on the light, and saw that Mary's bed was on the other side of the room. Again, Charlotte fled the house, taking Victoria with her. They returned later with Mary and explained what transpired. Mary, still in disbelief and unable to once again derive a logical conclusion, stayed the night in her bedroom. The next night, however, turned out to be not so nice for Mary. As she was home alone this time, she began hearing the sounds of furniture being dragged around in her room. As she went to investigate, she saw the same that happened the night before. Standing there in total fear, she began hearing noises in the bathroom. As she turned to look, she saw the shower curtain moving rapidly back and forth, as if someone was standing there doing it. Mary panicked and fled the house, never to return. For whatever reason, the other girls decided they would attempt to remain in the house a little longer. They had friends over one night, and one of the friends, a guy named Carl, drove up, and as he was walking to the house, saw something strange. He clearly saw a shadow or something he was not able to define, lurking in front of the house. He went into the house, told others what he saw, and departed. After that time, he refused to go near the house and would wait on the corner when picking up the girls. The usual things continued happening: strange noises, missing objects, and soon, footsteps. Charlotte and Victoria were on the sofa one evening when they both felt a pair of hands pressed down on their legs as they were about to get up to investigate noises. It had them for several seconds before letting go. I'm still not sure to this day why they did not leave the house as Mary did, but that was soon to change. One evening, the girls heard footsteps walking down the hallway. They both became frightened, and together, they walked towards the hallway. What they saw still frightens them to this day, and Victoria gets goosebumps just talking about it. Walking towards them in the hallway was a huge dark shadow, almost as high as the ceiling, with its arms stretched out towards them. They could clearly see a long cape on it, and was wearing a short, stovepipe hat. The girls panicked in fear, ran out the front door without closing it, and did not return that night. The next day, they returned with lots of help and company and moved their things out. Charlotte decided to do her own investigation and looked up records at City Hall. The home had been a rental home for the past several years, and no one stayed in the house for very long. Charlotte checked with several of the neighbors and discovered that the neighbor who first warned her was correct. The house was haunted, and the neighbor across the street said lightning struck the home at least 3 times that he remembered. She also discovered that previous occupants of the house were Satan worshippers and said she remembered seeing red wax on the carpet when they moved in. Worshipping was a problem in part of town for a short period of time during the late 80s. That home is a short distance from my house, within walking distance, and the last time I passed there, I saw it was obvious the home was still unable to be rented very easily. There was a sign in the front lawn saying, "I, John Doe, am an ex-con who was convicted for child molestation. Louisiana state law requires that notice." I don't pass there anymore, as the house is pretty creepy looking, especially at night. A few years after our experiences at the house on 10th Street, I joined the U.S. Army. After a 3-year tour in Japan, we went to Fort Benjamin Harrison, Indiana, so I could attend my advanced course. Since it was a 6-month course, I was able to take my family. We found a nice first-floor apartment with 3 bedrooms and a patio off of the living room. We were thrilled because we had our cat with us and he was an illegal resident, no pets allowed. I've read other stories on this site, and many mention the uncanny ability of pets to sense spirits. Our cat must have been stone deaf to the other world. That, or whatever showed up later, did so 2 months after the cat was discovered and deported back home to my parents in New Mexico. Anyway, 3 months into our residence, I noticed that I had started to feel uncomfortable if any of the bedroom doors were closed. My husband and I shared the master suite. Our son had the room next to ours, and the third was used as the family room and housed the TV, stereo, etc. Very early one morning, I awoke because the bed was shaking. I slept on my stomach with face turned to the side of the bed, with one arm out by my face besides the pillow and the other arm down. I woke up not so much because the bed was shaking, but because the movement was forcing my face into the pillow and I couldn't breathe. Because of the 3 years in Japan, I thought it was an earthquake. I tried to move, and to tell my husband to wake up, we had to wake up our son and get out of the apartment. I found I couldn't talk. Then I found that I couldn't move my arm. My wrist was being pushed into the mattress, as was my face. I could move my feet, my body from the waist down, but from the waist up, I was being pushed down into the mattress. I turned my left eye upward and saw 2 glowing red eyes, for want of a better word, up above by the side of the bed. I don't know if there was anything else to see. I was terrified. I couldn't move. I couldn't call for help because my mouth was mostly shoved into the pillow and I thought I was going to die. Then it just stopped. This incident never happened again. But 16 years later, I still sleep with my hand tucked under the pillow, not lying beside it. I've known my best friend Sonia for 12 years now. We grew up together, and I've known her family to be as my own. We are pretty close and have lots of fun together. Over the years, I've heard so many stories about our house being haunted by the previous owner. They've named him Leroy. I think he likes it because he doesn't give them that much trouble, or maybe I am wrong. Before Sonia's family bought the house, it was vacant for 2 years. No one wanted to buy it because they knew the man that owned it had killed himself in that very house. When they moved in and had lived there for a few years, strange things started to happen. Things in rooms would be moved around and objects would be hidden from the family members. One of the major problems was that Sonia's dad was diabetic, so he had to take insulin for his blood sugar. He always kept the meds in the fridge, but one time, Leroy had the meds. Everyone looked everywhere for them, but couldn't find them. After a while, Bob, Sonia's dad, said, "Leroy, give me back my meds." A few minutes later, the meds were back on the fridge. Sonia told me one time, her friend Amber had brought over her remote control car for them to play with. They had played all day, and finally, the batteries had died. That night, both of them were lying down on Sonia's bed, watching TV. Sonia noticed the car and the floor start to move back and forth, ramming into the TV. Sonia told Amber to stop moving the car, but Amber said she wasn't doing it. She pointed to the remote and said it's on top of the TV. She also pointed out later that evening that the batteries had died. Both of them were scared, and later, they found out that Sonia's uncle had died that night. A few years later, there was a big family party that was taking place at their house. I was invited, just as others were too. We were all sitting in the family room, watching TV, when Debbie, a friend of the family, had gotten up to go to the restroom. She began to walk down the hallway when she moved to the side to let what seemed to be Bob walking down the hall pass her. Debbie greeted him, but he didn't say anything. She returned to the family room where everyone was at and asked why Bob didn't say hello when she let him walk by and greeted him. Everyone was at a loss for words because Bob had been sitting there the whole time. He said, "Debbie, I believe you just met our ghost Leroy." She got scared after that. 3 months later, after the incident with Debbie, Sonia's family and I were sitting down watching sightings. A lady was talking about how a ghost would throw dishes out of her cabinets and things would break. Sonia had just happened to say how lucky they were that Leroy didn't do anything strange like that. After about 2 hours later, all the dishes came flying out of the cabinets and we freaked. Lucky for us, nothing broke. Over the summer of 1999, I'd spent the night at Sonia's house. We were sitting down, watching TV, when a commercial came on. I got up and began to walk down the hallway towards the bathroom. As I walked past the kitchen and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a woman standing right next to the fridge. I stopped and took another good look, but she was gone. I knew it was Sonia's sister that was the woman because she had died not too long ago and had been seen at the house once already before. I was so scared that I ran back to the family room, jumped on the couch, and said I wasn't going to the bathroom. I told everyone what had happened, and only Bob believed me because he had seen her earlier that day. 2 weeks ago, I was at Sonia's house, sitting on their couch. The TV was right in front of me, and the hallway was right to the right of me. Sonia was in her room, talking to her boyfriend on the phone. I noticed out of the corner of my eye, someone walking down the hallway towards me. As I turned my head and said, "Oh, hi, Sonia." At the same time, when my head was looking right down the hall, no one was there. Sonia came out of her room and asked whom I was talking to. I told her that I thought I just saw her walking out of the room. These are a few true stories that have happened at my best friend's house. I've no say in what you want to believe, but I thought it would be nice to share them with you. I read that you said ghosts would contact you in a dream. I've had so many weird dreams come true that I don't want to believe anymore. Maybe I have a gift, or maybe it's a ghost helping me. Please read this and tell me what you think. I have this problem, but my mother calls it a gift. I don't understand it at all. When I was 16, I first started to notice strange things. I had a dream about me going babysitting one morning. In my dream, I went to go babysit for a friend of the family that just lived right down the street. I got there and went back to the back of the house where I found Dean, the dad, draining the swimming pool. I asked him why he was doing that, and he told me because Carly, the daughter, was having a pool party for her birthday and the left side of the pool was cracked. He needed to fix it. I walked into Carly's room to see what she was doing. She was excited about the party and told me it was her birthday. Well, I woke up and got ready to go babysit. I got to the house, found myself in the backyard with Dean in the pool, with me, asking me the same question and getting the same answer. I just thought this was kind of funny. Well, the next dream I had was a year later. My best friend Sonia and I were not talking for the summer because her boyfriend didn't like me much. On a Sunday morning, I was sleeping and had a dream where I was with Sonia and we were driving to go see someone, but I didn't know who it was. She took me down these stairs and there was her whole family. Everyone was happy to see me and gave me hugs. I asked Sonia why we were in the jail area, but I couldn't hear her. She said someone's name, but I couldn't hear. She was totally mute. I woke up and was really worried and told my mom about it. She told me it was just a dream and to call Sonia. I called Sonia, but no one was home, so I left a message. That following week, I had another dream. It was Monday. This time, I was outside with Sonia. Everyone was dressed in black, and they were all sad, and some crying. I looked at everyone and started to feel really sad. I asked Sonia once again why we were there and who died, but she talked and was mute. I looked at the grave and the casket with flowers all over it. I couldn't think because I felt so bad. I woke up really worried and called Sonia again. No one was home, so I left a message. A month passed, and I finally got a phone call from her. She wanted to know if I could babysit for her aunt, but I said no. I told her that I've been really worried about her lately, and I needed to tell her something important, so I told her all about my dreams. She was silent for a few minutes, and I asked her if she was okay. She asked me when I had these dreams, and I told her the days, but that I didn't remember the date. She was very upset. She told me on a Sunday of last month, her brother was put in jail for drugs. Then on a Wednesday, he was let out for good behavior. He threw a party for being let out, and overdosed on drugs, and died. His funeral was on Monday. I was scared. I didn't understand any of it. I told my mom, and she just said it was nothing to worry about, that I just missed her so much that it brought me to know things that were happening to her. I still didn't understand. That's not it either. I had a dream my brother's car would get broken into, and guys would take things. I told him to lock his doors because he never did. Come to find out, someone tried to get into his car, but couldn't. What's even more scary for me is now that they are not dreams anymore. I just know things before they happen. The other day, I knew my mom was going to get pulled over by a cop, but I didn't tell her because I didn't want to think anything of it. She called me after I got out of school and told me she was pulled over by a cop. I knew my parents were going to get a divorce a year before it even happened. Just little things I know, and I don't understand. I even had this one dream about this guy my mom was dating. She actually in real life at the time wasn't dating him, but in my dream she was. I went out to dinner with both of them, and he hated me because I had a gift, and he knew it. He knew that I could see things before they happened, and I even dreamed about them also. He tried to turn my family against me, and then tried to kill me. I really didn't think anything of it. I remember coming home that night, and my mom greeted me at the door, telling me she had a date over. I wanted to introduce myself, and I just about dropped on the floor. It was the same man I had dreamed about earlier that morning. I waited until he left, and then I told my mom everything. She told me she wasn't interested anyways. I don't understand any of this, and sometimes it scares me a lot. Can you please give me any information at all? My mom tells me that she believes I may have an angel telling me these things. She also believes it might be our great aunt because she used to talk to dead family members. My mom told me that when she was little, her aunt used to tell her that she might hear her talking, but not to worry about it because she was just talking to family members. Sometimes, my great-great-grandmother would visit her and tell her when something was going to happen to a family member and who was going to die next. I thought it was really weird, but my mom told me she believed it because she would feel cold around the time her aunt would start talking to these ghosts. Thanks for reading.
If you made it to the end of this video, please give it a big fat thumbs up and a like. I tongue twisted my words, and I'm not sure if my grammar is correct, but that's the way we did it. So we're going to keep it like that, and I'm not going to edit anything out. Guys, welcome to October. I hope you like this 2022 compilation. Please, like I said, for a small channel like me, I really appreciate your likes, your comments. Today's keyword is ghost. In the comment section below, if you got to the end of the video, please let me know. It helps a great deal for you guys to share and comment all that, but I want to hear from you guys anyways. So love you guys. See you in the next video.